That's right. That's what I'm talking about. Listen, you dimwit. Hello, Mr.
Buddy,
Pisco. Yeah, man, I hear you.
What's up, buddy?
How's it going,
Why are
man?
you running away from debates on Trump corruption?
I'm not running away from anything. Why are you running away from... You're sweeping for your man Destiny there, coward.
Is that what you're coming on to talk about Destiny?
I talk about whatever I want. Why are you afraid to talk about it?
I'm not talking about Destiny with you. It's irresponsible. I made my statement.
Oh,
this is
coward running. Coward running. There he goes. There's the coward running. There he is.
So Rob
There's
is
that
so triggered,
coward.
right?
There he
wants
is.
to talk about Destiny.
There he is.
He wants to start.
I don't need to talk about it. I just wanted to get it on record that you who called me a pussy afraid to debate stuff. It's actually you. Just wanted to get it on record. You're afraid to talk about it. Just admit it.
To be a trillion% clear, you're afraid to talk about the merits of the issues that we're discussing. Fair?
Not true at all. I'm not afraid to talk to you about anything. You said you would never debate.
You said you would never debate the merits of the Trump corruption issues with someone who disagreed with you on the FISA warrants. Fair? That's what you said.
Did I say that? Can you quote that?
100%. You said I don't have to debate these issues.
Oh, wait. Now listen. Notice how he changed his position. He said, one, I said I will never debate. Then he said I don't have to debate. Classic Pisco bullshit. Can't even keep your bullshit together for more than 2 sentences.
Will you or won't you? With some,
when I feel like it?
Won't you for someone who wait. So if someone who, by the way, in your own words, says has swept for the corruption on the FISA warrants,
correct?
You will have a discussion with them about Trump's corruption. Fair?
If I feel like it. I don't owe them anything.
Did I ever fucking say that when we were going through the weeds of Burisma?
No, you do things like
what you do is
so let me explain, right? What you do is you say things are off limit that hurt your little precious feelings, like when I put the word lawyer in quotation marks. You cry and you gnash your teeth and say, "That's not fair, please don't do that." Then when I talk about how people like you that have swept up for the corruption, that I don't owe you anything, just like your boy Destiny said, just like your boy Destiny, when he refused to condemn the assassination attempt of Trump on Piers Morgan's show, and I even talked to you about that and said, I understand it. For the people on that panel that he felt...
It was wrong.
You think it was wrong for Destiny to do that, but you still partnered with him?
No, but listen, buddy. This is not a cross-examination of my business relationship.
Oh, right.
I am not going to. You're not going to bait me into that shit. And you're using this in a bad faith manner.
There he is. There's the coward.
You're doing it in a bad faith manner. You're doing it in a bad faith manner because you cannot address the merits of what we've been discussing.
Untrue.
Your standard,
coward.
Your standard that you won't debate people who have swept up and just disagree with you on the FISA issues because you're a fucking rat.
Coward. So I'm not asking you. I'm not asking you. We already agreed. Listen.
This is all your attempt to smear me, your attempt to bait me. It's not going to work. You're second tier. You're not going to do anything to make me change my position or make me say things that I don't want to say.
Right. That's exactly what I'm saying to you. Second tier, Mr. Destiny fucking Orbiter. You already admitted that you're too cowardly to talk about. Now, I understand the need to filibuster here. I understand the need to filibuster. So you already agreed that you're too cowardly to talk about your sweeping for the sex pass. So instead what we're talking about is nothing to do with that. But if you think that Destiny was wrong and someone who, it's your heartfelt opinion. Let me finish. Is it not your heartfelt opinion that calls for assassination and whistling to think like that's really bad?
Yeah, I think that Steven didn't mean it at the time, but now when I'm seeing his comments on Luigi, I don't like them. But again, you're making this an issue about Destiny. You're trying to, because you are incredibly insecure about where you stand on the actual merits of the discussion, and so you need to make this about anything other than that.
No, that's not true at all. It has to do with
put me in a compromise.
Yes or no? Is this conversation?
When I've released the statement already, and then you're not going to bait me into saying something stupid or something I don't want to say, and you won't address the merits of the political issues and the quote unquote hypocrisy that we're addressing. So you're trying to talk about Destiny because that's all you got.
That's not what's happening, right? So I'm not asking you to address anything involving his court case. I'm asking you to, the entire discussion that we're having here is about me saying that people are bad faith when they call out things like corruption, but then show that they're unwilling. Are you going to let me talk? You're just like with your debate with AJW. You're so cowardly that you feel like you have to filibuster because you know that if you give your audience a chance to hear the other people, they'll realize how fucking dumb you are. So you can give me a chance to talk here? Okay. Now,
talk about Destiny.
I'm going to talk about what I want. What I'm saying is I'm not talking about your business relationship or anything like that. We're having a conversation about whether or not it's worthwhile talking to people that are clearly engaged in bad faith on certain topics. Now, I'm talking about your character when it comes to condemning corruption. One of the things that you've said that I applaud you for is you're actually against the people that are calling out assassination attempts. You now admit that the Piers Morgan thing, you think what Destiny said was terrible. You think what Destiny said specifically to you, saying that the worst thing that could happen was the assassin's bullet would meet. And then you're like, but I don't think he believed it, though the things he said on Luigi is bad too, which he said recently. So can you explain to me why you were willing to not just be on a show with, but partner with someone who back then and most recently, you can't, because you're bad faith.
This is beyond the scope. I'm not going to get baited into a conversation on your own terms about Destiny and Steven. To me right now, it is not appropriate. I'm not going to get into it. I'm not going to be baited into it. What you can't do is defend the merits of your position, which was that people who sweep for government corruption, not for Destiny, not for Steven, people who sweep for specific instances that you've brought up, the FISA warrant application process, you don't owe them a shit. You cry like a little bitch baby.
I don't owe them shit. Do you owe me any?
You do. Yeah. But the thing is, Rob, everyone sees that you're scared, that you can't, you're
not
trying
scared.
to avoid conversation with people.
That's what you're doing.
Call you on your shit. No, you were saying that I was scared of you.
You're projecting right now.
What do I have to be scared about you for?
You're projecting right now. So you literally just gave the rationale. You literally did. You said that you don't owe me having to say, that's what I'm saying to you. I don't owe you shit. Do you think you owe me anything, any conversation?
So you understand that there's a difference.
I noticed you couldn't answer the question. I noticed you couldn't answer.
Do you understand that there's a difference between the nature of, Destiny and I's relationship, what I think about Destiny, versus like the political corruption issues that we're discussing and like what's going on in our government, which is like we're political streamers. And in my opinion, that's what I want to focus on. That's what my streams are about. And so when you say something like, I don't have to fucking listen to Connor, who's, by the way, agrees with you on a lot of these issues, agreed with you on Burisma stuff, agreed with you on fucking FISA government stuff, and you still say, I won't give him the time of day because progressive victory. You're out to sea, you're not consistent, you're a fucking idiot.
So notice that Pisco once more does this thing where I ask him a yes/no question. You're incapable of answering the yes/no question. Instead, you just pivot to something else. It's something that you do all the. And again, this is something that he needs to do in all of his debates. He's unwilling to be good faith, so he can't answer yes/no questions. He has to just filibuster, talk about irrelevant shit. I'll ask the question again. Pisco, do you feel you owe me any conversation?
In the grand scheme of things, in the world?
Anything. Any conversation.
I don't think we owe anyone any conversation.
Correct.
Like, no matter what, we're all people.
That's right. So you don't owe me any conversation. Here we go. The filibuster again. I ask a yes/no question. He filibusters for a minute and a half. I re-ask the question. He filibusters for a minute and a half. Now, that's exactly my point. You don't owe me any conversation. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. That I don't owe anyone any conversation. There he is again, has to interrupt. It's something that he has to do. He has to interrupt. He has to filibuster because he knows if he lets his audience hear, they'll realize how fucking stupid he is. It's constantly the same thing with Pisco. It's literally every time he debates, this is what he does. He has to continue to interrupt every 5 seconds because he's incapable of debating on the merits. So he'll let me finish my point. And so what I'm saying is, you're saying there's a difference. I'm making the general point that we don't owe anyone anything. I could choose to talk to people about what I want to talk about. I choose the people that have obviously defended corruption for the past 8 years that are now whining because of Trump's mean tweet to laugh in their fucking face and say, I don't owe you anything. The people that are good faith, like I'm going to be talking to this Ryan McCulley guy. I thought this guy on the channel today, there he is interrupting again. There he is. There he has to do it again. This is what a, in quotations, lawyer that, defense for sex
people who agree with you. They're the good faith people.
No, that's not people that agree with me. Does Ryan McCulley agree with me?
I don't agree with you about the corruption with respect to FISA warrants.
That's right, because you're a bad faith hack. Just like you claim to care about people not having assassination, calling for assassination attempts, but partner with one.
Wait. I just want to hear you say that. To disagree with you on the FISA warrants and whether they entail corruption, that is by definition bad faith, yes?
I'm saying the people like...
Yes or no, dipshit?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, that's what you are. You're saying
It's not as simple. You want me to explain the answer? It's not as simple as yes, no. Unlike you, I'll actually answer yes, no. Then I'll expound a little like you instead of filibustering for 2 minutes. Yes, the people that say that it was not any corruption whatsoever are clearly bad faith. Do you think that the FISA warrants entailed some level of corruption?
I don't think that's been proven. Nope.
They're illegal, but it's not corrupt.
Wait. You agree that there's a difference between illegality and corruption? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So something that being illegal doesn't mean that it's corrupt. Fair?
Okay, so define corrupt.
So it's not inconsistent. It's not inconsistent for something to be
define corrupt in the way you're defining it. Go ahead. Define corrupt in the way you're defining it.
The way I use corrupt is for an improper purpose, in this context, for a political purpose or for personal benefit.
Okay, so was it improper, the illegal FISA warrants?
No, an improper purpose. So an improper purpose is a secondary purpose. For example, if you doing it to get Trump because you hate him politically, if you're doing it because Trump is a business enemy of yours, that's what do you mean by corruption? I guess I'll ask. Is that aligning with what you think corruption is?
I would say corruption is using your office or position for personal gain.
For personal gain
in an illegal way, an unethical.
So personal. So okay. So explain to me how the FISA warrants, under your definition of corruption, were corrupt in that they were attempting to get a personal gain.
Who did Kevin Clinesmith want to win the election?
Is that personal gain?
Yes, the guy you want to win winning. Yep.
Yeah, but that's just the fact that he has a political belief doesn't mean that he did something based on that political belief. If that were the case, then holy fuck, everyone in the administration right now would be corrupt by your own admission. If it were enough to show that there was corruption, to show that someone had a political allegiance, then holy shit, everyone in your administration right now is corrupt.
No, when you take an illegal action to advance that, that's what makes it corrupt. Who do you think Kevin Clinesmith wanted to win the election?
You're assuming that it was done for that reason. Yeah, he was a Democrat. 100%. Yeah, he was a Democrat.
Okay.
But by the way, it's never enough for you that someone's a Republican if they take a certain action. And so why should it be dispositive for you if he's a Democrat?
I wouldn't say it's never.
That's just fucking stupid.
Did Kevin Clinesmith ever tweet out #resist?
I'm not aware that he did it, or if it was listen. I don't think it was a tweet. I think he messaged it to someone.
Okay. What do you think that meant?
Yeah, so I think he was opposed to Trump. I don't think
Oh, okay. So he's messaging people #resist. He's breaking the law in order to make it more likely that they get a FISA warrant against Trump's team. But you're like, that's not corrupt.
So wait. So is everyone who's been appointed by Trump right now, who has taken positions against Biden, who have said, for example, Biden, stole the election. They've said that he's appointing these people. Would you agree that when they take action that is detrimental to people who support Biden, that entails corruption?
If it was illegal?
No. Come on, man.
I just want to be clear for everyone listening. Your argument is this: Kevin Clinesmith did something that was illegal. And so it would be corrupt if he did it for a motivation. I believe you said political or personal motivation. This man clearly wanted Trump to lose and Hillary to win, even so much as he was texting people #resist. And you're like, nope, that's not sufficient evidence. So if that's not the best possible scenario, why did he change that email?
What the judge found is that in the sentencing, that the evidence showed, and I agree with him, that this was done for efficiency reasons and not to hurt Trump. That one of the reasons we know that is he sent a message as well, a text message to another person, where he expressed his belief that he wasn't a part of the CIA and that it was like a sub-agency or something. Listen, I think ultimately he lied and that he did a wrong thing. He did illegal action, but I don't think that you've demonstrated that he did it for a corrupt purpose. Especially when you're discounting, by the way. Especially when you're discounting the quote unquote in your mind reading that's done of Trump. When Trump says find 11,000 votes, you're like, I don't know what his purpose could be. He wanted to win the election, but it couldn't have been for political purposes that he asked for 11,780 votes. Like you're applying such a disparate standard.
Now look who's switching the subject to talk about other things. First, I gave my reason, what I think the most likely scenario for what Trump said that, and that was he was thinking that the election was actually stolen from him and there was hundreds of thousands of fraudulent votes and you only needed to find a small portion of that, in this case 11,000. Secondly, this is what you do all the time. You always claim that we can't know the mindset of anyone that's convicted, even of illegal actions against Trump, but as soon as it comes to Trump, you instantly know his mindset. Just like you'll say you instantly know the mindset of his DOJ right now, and that they're clearly doing a quid pro quo with Eric Adams of this is corrupt and blah, 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 blah. Yeah. You know their mindset there. But when we see this instance, I just want everyone to see that the hoops that he'll jump through, to say that a guy, let me finish real quick and then you'll be able to get your point out. Let me finish real quick. He's literally saying right now that a guy who's clearly wants Hillary to win, who's to the point where he's texting people #resist, and that broke the law. He's like, well, I don't think that there's evidence that he did that for personal benefit. He even contradicts himself when he says, well, then he sent another text message out later that said that he wasn't sure of it. But now you're admitting he lied.
Wait, hang on a second. So there's no contradiction. What's the contradiction?
The contradiction that you're trying to claim it's some sort of defense that he sent a text message out that said he didn't know this guy worked for the CIA, but you're admitting that he lied. So that text message is irrelevant.
Wait. This is what he lied about. He doctored an email. Agreed? That's different than his state of mind about whether or not someone is part of an agency or not part of an agency. You agree those are different things?
Well,
yes
no, because I think
they're not different things.
Let me explain why I say no. No, I reject the premise of the question for the following reason, because I think that him truly believing this guy isn't, quote, part of the CIA, that's what his text message said?
That he was part of like a sub-agency, that he wasn't directly the OGA at issue.
Okay, well, I think that has nothing to do with the material, him changing the fucking thing, changing the email to say the opposite of the truth. Yes, this guy did work for the CIA too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He lied. Wait, no, what I said he lied about is the doctoring of the email to say something that's not saying. But I'm saying that, and I asked you the question, is it a different thing to have a state of mind that relates to whether someone is part of an agency or not versus a state of mind of knowing and intentionally and deliberately changing something from what it is and purporting it to be something else? Those are different things. Yes or no?
Okay, in that context, if you explain
yes or
those,
no?
In that context,
so there's no contradiction. Fair.
In that context that you're explaining those different things, there are a difference between those two things. However, I think the fact that you're willing to say that the most likely scenario is scenario one, this guy who hates Trump so much, he's texting out, or he's texting to people, #resist, who clearly wants Hillary to win, that the reason he changed this email wasn't because of that, because he wanted to harm Trump and his team and help Hillary, but instead because he truly believed the email he got was inaccurate, and that actually this guy never did work for the CIA. So despite the fact of the evidence right in front of his face, he took it upon himself for purely altruistic purposes, that he legitimately thought this guy didn't work for the CIA, took it upon himself to change that evidence. That's your claim.
I think that the contemporaneous text message, in my opinion, and his testimony, given what the judge said, which I have no reason to not credit. Do you have a reason not to credit?
Yes, I have a reason not to credit, which is common sense, because I could see the evidence put forth.
Okay, so just having a political belief and having a political alignment is sufficient for you to know that there's a political motive behind an action. So therefore, applying that standard to Donald Trump, you would agree, therefore, that his corrupt actions with respect to the election fraud and what's going on, that's sufficient there to show that there was political bias and that it was obviously done for a corrupt purpose, for personal motivation. Fair?
No, it's not that it would always be in that case.
So are you applying a different standard? Are you applying a different standard to Trump than you are to Kevin Clinesmith?
Yes,
is that right?
I absolutely am. Do you think that do you think that career FBI lawyers that understand the law understand the difference between something like altering evidence and statements they're making versus someone who doesn't?
Yes, I think that.
Okay. So then the standard would seem to be that you're suggesting that this guy knowingly broke the law to change an email to say the opposite of the truth because he felt in his heart of hearts that actually he was changing it to actually reflect what was correct. That would seem to be a different standard.
We have evidence that Trump was knowingly breaking the law.
No, we don't. Not in the same sense.
But he was explained in the same way that you say that an agent has more information about what's legal and what's illegal. You're just saying that based on the intuitive knowledge of an agent that in general they have more information. That's what you asked me. I said, yeah, probably they have more information.
Correct.
But Trump had explicit information from people saying that what he was doing was illegal. And so by the same token, the same kind of knowledge of illegality, to the extent that you think that matters, is present both in Kevin Clinesmith by virtue of him just being an agent, and Trump in virtue of him getting specific legal advice on specific issues and being told that what he was suggesting was in fact illegal. And so
not everyone telling Trump was that. Not everyone telling.
So that's you giving the benefit of the doubt. And so, but you know for a certainty that Kevin Clinesmith knew that what he was doing was illegal?
That's not true. So let me say, first, not everyone around him was telling him what he was doing was illegal. Secondly, when a lawyer gives advice to a person, that person's still not as knowledgeable as the law as a career FBI lawyer. Would you agree with that? Yes or no?
I don't know. I think it depends.
It depends. So give me an example of when a layman who's not involved in the legal field, who's given advice by a lawyer, knows the law better than a career FBI lawyer.
Yeah, if the advice relates to, for example, business matters, business and acquisitions, mergers and acquisitions, the standards related to, an agency or an industry that the FBI agent has no domain or knowledge about. There are tons of examples of discrete legal knowledge that a lay person could understand with better context from a lawyer who's, specified in corporate law or some other field or domain that the FBI agent doesn't have. And so the answer is actually a layperson could have more discrete specific knowledge than a career FBI agent who deals largely with criminal law. And in fact, sometimes they don't even need to be lawyers. Now, he was a lawyer, but
it's an interesting deflection. It's an interesting deflection from the fact that actually, yes, excuse me, from the fact that we're talking about actually a career FBI lawyer that's literally dealing with matters of illegality versus Trump, who's dealing with elections, who's not a career election lawyer or something like that, right? So there's clearly a disparity. There's clearly a disparity in this, and I want you to explain what level of FBI lawyer do you think you have to be before you realize that altering evidence to say the opposite of the truth is something you shouldn't do?
Yeah, I can't say to a certainty whether or not, I can specify a level. I'm not even aware of all the levels of FBI agencies, so I don't think that I'm equipped to answer that, question.
Do you think that an average...
Let me answer your question as completely. I think in general, FBI agents probably have some awareness that doctoring evidence is illegal. That's why I support the prosecution of Kevin Clinesmith, and I'm not swooping for it. But you want to turn it around and say that you have proof that this is all a big conspiracy to go after Trump, and the most egregious action, I think on balance, the more obvious conclusion based on the contemporaneous evidence and what I have to rely on is that he was doing it for convenience and probably not, and at worst, what the prosecution argued was to not have been caught for omitting it in the initial times. But I don't have evidence that suggests that it was his political belief that caused him to do that, ultimately. And if we do apply that standard, then it would be applying to literally all the political appointees of Trump right now.
But that's what you do. That's what you do. You do apply that. That's why you're saying that it's corrupt, that they've...
No, I think there's way more evidence for Trump.
There's not... Wait, I'm not going to let you filibuster. I just give you a chance to talk. This is a quid pro quo, something I know you're familiar with as you supported Joe Biden's quid pro quo. So what you see that's done here cleverly, you constantly... There's no quid pro quo of Joe Biden? Is that what you just said?
There's no... Sorry. There was a quid pro quo.
Oh, thank you. You can shut up there. Thanks. So I'll finish my point. Right. Career lawyer Pisco there. I'm sorry, lawyer in quotation marks.
I'm correcting myself.
There you go. Go ahead, correct yourself.
I'm correcting
myself. Show some lawyer in quote marks.
I'm correcting myself. When you say quid pro quo, you're implying that it's necessarily bad. It's not a corrupt quid pro quo. What Joe Biden offered, what is being offered to Mayor Adams is a corrupt quid pro quo.
Isn't that interesting? You could see into my thought process. It's always interesting how you, who are accusing me of being able to see other people's thought process, do the exact same thing. Every time it comes to the knowledge of Hillary Clinton or the knowledge of Joe Biden, we don't know what they were thinking. We can't prove exactly what their thought process was. But every time it's with Trump, yes, I know that what they were thinking was guilty. It's every single time. So I'll continue. We have evidence. We have evidence when it comes to this too. We have someone saying #resist. We have someone that clearly wanted Hillary to win, and you're trying to have us believe. Notice the clever trick. There you go. I know you need to interrupt. I know you really need to do it. So now listen to what this guy who's a quote lawyer, unquote, listen to what he's trying to tell you. He's trying to make excuses. Well, I don't know if FBI agents don't know if they're supposed to alter evidence or not. I would argue that even the beat cop in my small towns would understand that they're not supposed to alter. You said you don't know what level. Yes or no? You said you don't know what level that they would be to need that.
You don't know. I said I don't know the level system. I can't speak about what particular level. I said, and then afterwards I clarified. I said I would assume that anyone with a legal background at all would. Yep, I would assume. Would you not assume? Wait, would you assume or not? Wait. I would assume. Wait, Rob, just real quick. Would you also assume?
I would also assume. I also wouldn't try to equivocate and downplay. Okay. I also wouldn't try to equivocate and downplay by going, well, I don't know what the levels of FBI agents. You would say, yes, absolutely. Anyone involved in law enforcement, anyone involved in the legal. This is how a real lawyer would have answered, not a quote lawyer quote. This is how a real lawyer would answer. Right there, you need to filibuster. There, you need to go again. You need to filibuster and be able to talk over people because you're unable to defend this whatsoever. You're unable to. So you need to continue to talk over someone. That's how you need to do it. But I'll be the bigger man and let the quote lawyer, unquote lawyer, actually say his piece here before he cries. So go ahead.
Such a baby, dude. So the reason why I said I don't know this, you are a baby, bro. You're a literal baby.
Who cried about being called a lawyer in quotes? Who was that?
Bro. You are on stream
right, that's
saying, they don't agree with me on FISA, so they don't have to ask me anything.
I can't talk about destiny. I can't talk. I won't be suckered into that. I'm sorry. I sweat for the Senate post and got money from. I can't talk though. I can't do that. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You can't defend the merits of your.
I am defending the merits. I'm not the one making the absurd deflections like you.
We're now actually in the weeds.
We're not in the weeds. We are not in the weeds.
We are actually in the weeds of FISA, and everything I said was accurate. That you can't have a conversation that doesn't involve the FISA situation, and we're now in the weeds about the tendency of.
You asked me about FISA or not. You said that I didn't know the facts about it. You asked what was illegal about, what was corrupt about it. You asked.
You don't actually know the facts here because
I do know the facts. I do know the facts. Now, I'm going to go back.
Who else should be charged?
I'll give you a chance to ask that question, and I'll answer it after I finish my point. So you wouldn't equivocate and say, well, I don't know the levels of... You would say, this is what a real lawyer would say. Clearly, anyone involved in the legal system or law enforcement knows that you can't manufacture evidence. So what we're talking about here is a lawyer who's not just a low-level lawyer that you would see in a small town, but a lawyer that's one of the... Again, I know you need to interrupt. Just wait. It's a lawyer that's at the highest level as the FBI. And what Pisco's having you believe is this lawyer sees evidence. He sends a questionnaire out to people at the CIA. An email. He's like, hey, did this guy help with you? They send back, yes, he did. He says, I don't believe this email. I think this is inaccurate. So I'm going to intentionally commit a crime for the sake of justice for everything so we can get to the real truth. And I'm going to say the evidence in front of me is inaccurate and change it to say the opposite of the truth. And yes, while it's true, I know this will harm Trump's team and I know it'll help Hillary Clinton. That has nothing to do with my motivations. Instead, it's because I truly believe that's what this guy meant to say. Instead of emailing him back and saying, are you sure? Nope. Instead, I'm going to change this as a career FBI lawyer. I'm going to change it because I know that that's the right thing to do because it's for expediency into getting the truth. It's fucking laughable. That's the sort of bad faith shit I'm talking about with you.
You're straw manning me completely. That is not my position. So I absolutely think that what he did, he probably had reason to know, and I would believe that he knew what he was doing was illegal. I think that's absolutely completely true. That's why I support the prosecution of Clinesmith. And you pretending that I think that he shouldn't be held to account, or that I don't believe that he thought that I believe that what he thought that he was doing something legal is just not the case. I thought that he had a malicious state of mind in the sense that he knew that doctoring the evidence was almost certainly against the law, almost certainly against the procedures of the FBI. And so I support, again, the prosecution of Clinesmith. And so the question about we actually have an agreement. Like, I support that. I also support the notion that these illegal I don't support these illegal FISA warrants. I don't support improper FISA warrants. And so you pretending that we're in favor of those warrants is a lie. You
That's not what I'm doing. You're
against the prosecution of Clinesmith is a lie.
You're straw manning.
Then in what sense? Then why are you treating me as though I have no leg to stand on when we fucking agree on the notion that these illegal FISA warrants shouldn't have been issued and that Clinesmith should have been prosecuted, which he was?
What's the disagreement we have is the disagreement we have on the broader context is that you downplay the severity of the illegal spying on of Trump's team, and you say it was merely regrettable and it wasn't a big deal. That's number one. In this specific incident, what I'm saying is, I'm not saying that you're not at least publicly saying that you are against these FISA warrants. What I'm saying is that you are making excuses that are saying that because that obviously he knew that this was illegal. What I'm saying is, if he obviously knew it was illegal, the leap of judgment that you're making is, it couldn't have been because he wanted the other side to win, so much so that he was texting people, hashtag resist. Let me finish. That's not the motivation, the most likely motivation. Instead, he knew this was illegal. And he literally did it anyways, knowing he could jeopardize the entire case, jeopardize his career. And what's your reason for, quote, expediency?
Wait. A shortcut and potentially also to cover the fuck ups that they did before by not disclosing this further. I mean,
so for personal benefit.
So I happen to believe that in this context, it could be the case that what he was doing was to help cover his ass. That is not corruption of what you're talking about.
Bullshit. Is that corruption, yes or no, based on your definition?
Yeah. So based on my definition, I would say his action was corrupt to the extent that it was covering his own ass. But
you said it wasn't earlier. You said it wasn't earlier. Liar.
The FISA warrants. The FISA warrants themselves. The people who are seeking out that information, they were lied to. They were the recipients of false information, and that information was not translated into the actual warrants. And when you say that it was corrupt, what you mean is that there was a plan to politically go after Donald Trump. It's not that you mean that you thought that, because you don't even buy that Kevin Clinesmith was doing this to cover his own butt. You buy the other narrative, which is they're going after Trump. And so for you to sit here and pretend that that's what you think and that you've won the debate because, yeah, he could have been covering his own ass, and that falls under the definition of corruption. It's not what you mean by corruption when you point to this whole saga.
You see, this is what's amazing about you. You're so bad.
What did I just say? What did I say that's wrong?
Why don't you, again, I know every time you know that you're cooked, you have to filibuster, you have to interrupt constantly within 3 seconds. You gonna be quiet and let me talk? Good boy. Okay, I have your consent. I know your crew doesn't know much about consent, but anyways, What you did was you gave your definition of corruption and said, based on your definition of corruption, this wasn't corrupt. And then after we go back and forth for 20 minutes on it, of course, you're forced to admit, yes, actually, according to your definition, this is in fact corrupt. But it's okay for you to have misled people by saying it wasn't corrupt, because you know when I say corrupt, I mean something different than when you say it's corrupt.
No.
So I want you to say right now, I want you to be honest. Be a big boy here. Be a big boy. You ready? You ready? I want you to admit, yes, Kevin Clinesmith was corrupt. Yes, he was corrupt. Say it. It was the FISA process was corrupt. Kevin Clinesmith was corrupt.
Just to be 100%, so just to be 100% clear, I said to the extent. And I think it's a secondary. The judge does not agree that he was trying to cover his ass. The judge thinks that he was taking a shortcut and that it wasn't to cover his ass. I'm saying to the extent as a secondary that he was trying to cover his ass, which was the prosecution's theory, then that would be corrupt. But that's not the primary theory. And I think the more likely scenario is that he was taking shortcuts.
So now you've changed your stance again.
No. I made that. I've made that completely clear that the judge did not agree that what he was doing was for the purposes of covering his own ass on the previous 3 warrants. This was on the 4th renewal.
But you said that was part of it. You said that was.
That's why the judge said that, you know, only granted him whatever months of probation. Like he didn't really get any much of a sentence because he was not convinced that the motivation was bad as the way you're saying. And also it's far afield. So again,
here we go. Change the subject. Got it.
We are talking.
Don't worry. I'll get back here. Don't worry.
We are talking in the weeds of the specific FISA case once more, showing that you can't do anything but debate these cases which you don't have any information on.
Right, I don't have any information on, and yet I knew more about it than you. I knew it was corrupt. Now,
That's
again,
not true.
I want you to go back. You said specifically, not only did you say, yeah, I guess it was corrupt. Now you're saying, no, I'm not saying it's corrupt. I'm saying under that theory. You also prefaced that. You also prefaced that. You also prefaced again. Notice how Pisco has to just interrupt every time. Every time that he's getting cooked, you notice that he has to interrupt. You're starting to see a theme here. This is constantly what he does. Pisco, why don't you be quiet, and then you'll be able to answer afterwards. You're going to have to be quiet and let me talk. You're going to have to be quiet and let me talk. I know the need to interrupt. I know that you suck at this and you have to interrupt. I know you're tired of trying to do it alone without running Destiny's coattails. That's okay. We'll get back to having consent. It'll be okay. The reason that we even got into that where you admitted that it was corrupt was because you said, and yeah, he was probably doing it to cover his own ass.
No, I said to the wait. Do you agree? If we check back on the VOD, I said to the extent that he was covering up his own ass, it would be corrupt.
I don't know. Let's go back and check it. Why don't we do it?
Okay, perfect. We'll do it. And if I do, will you apologize? Yes or no?
It depends on what you say.
If I make it clear that it's conditional to the extent, would you apologize about what you just said to me?
If you didn't say it was corrupt, yes, I would apologize.
Well, no. If I conditioned it on to the extent that it was for personal benefit.
Not if you said he was covering his own ass.
Wait, no. If I said that, if I did not make a conclusion on whether he was or not, and I said to the extent that he was covering his own ass.
No, not if you said this. Not if you said, and yeah, he was probably covering his own ass, and to the extent that's corrupt. If you said he was probably covering his own ass or something like that, you've just given the rationale for why it's corrupt.
So we're gonna go back. We're gonna gonna listen exactly what I said.
Am I gonna be able to hear it? Probably not. Huh?
Probably not.
Okay, I'll go back and try to find it as well then.
Yeah. So I'm
gonna mute you for a second.
Myself.
Okay. How do I mute myself here? What level of FBI lawyer do you think you have to be before you realize the reason he changed this email wasn't because of an email to say the
more discrete specific knowledge than a career FBI agent who deals largely with criminal law?
Yes, dealing with matters like that.
But he has,
right?
he has the top
clearly
minds.
A disparity. Do you think you have?
Yeah, I can't say to a certainty whether or not, I can specify a level. I'm not even aware of people. I think doctoring evidence is illegal. That's why I support the conspiracy to go after the contemporary. What the prosecution arguments that legitimately Trump himself evidence.
This is that's done your you constantly what you there. I'm sorry.
I'm correcting myself. Pro quo. What Joe?
Is being of Hillary proving
this is different.
Hashtag you need to listen. Alter.
I don't know the level system. I can't speak about what particular level. I said, and I would assume. Yep. Would you not assume? Wait. Would you?
Equating down.
You're so stupid. So the reason. So I'm not going to let you just let you
say his
bro. You're on FISA.
Suckered into the.
Fan. We're in the I literally said you can't have a conversation potentially. And potentially to cover his own ass.
Now.
No, the fact you were aware of that I fucking owned a political conversation.
Let me see. I haven't got to it.
Every single caveat that I told you I did, it was completely conditional. You're muted right now.
Yeah, let me check for myself. I haven't got there yet. I don't take your word for it, so I'm going to see.
Yeah, because you're a fucking idiot. And we're now in the weeds about the.
You asked what was illegal about what was corrupt. You know the facts.
Yeah, who else should be charged?
I do know the answer that a real lawyer would say it is.
What happened, Rob?
But a lawyer, the F2 people says in front of me will harm my head. That's what the change thing to do.
You're straw manning me completely. No, and I would support the prosecution of Clinesmith, and you pretending. I believe that what he thought that he was doing something legal is just not the case. I thought that he had a malicious state of mind in the sense that he knew that doctoring the evidence was almost certainly against the law, almost certainly against the procedures of the FBI. And so I support, again, the prosecution of Clinesmith. And so the question about like, oh, we actually have an agreement. Like I support improper FISA warrants. And so you pretending that we're in is a lie. Stand on when we fucking agree to which he was.
Context is that you down isn't a big deal publicly. That are saying is the finish, and he isn't for
ups that they did before by not disclosing this further. I mean, the first question.
So for personal benefit, expediency.
Wait. A shortcut and potentially also to cover the fuck ups that they did before by not disclosing this further. I mean, the first question.
So for personal benefit.
So I happen to believe that in this context, it could be the case that what he was doing was to help cover his ass. That is not corruption of what you're talking about when you talk about corruption.
All right, you there?
Yeah, where's my
You said, I happen to believe what it could be was to cover his ass.
So where's the apology?
Okay, the apology is you didn't say definitively. I apologize, you didn't say definitively.
Yeah.
How could be, if it
I remember
could
what
be.
I say and you lie about what I say.
Oh, no, it's not that I lied. I heard you say that, so let me ask you this, right? So if it could be, how could you declare that it's not corruption?
Well, it's not been shown that that's the case. So
but you think that it could be. So it could be corruption.
So my default state is agnosticism in terms of that, and it's not been shown to be corrupt. To the extent that I said it's not corrupt, I think I've been very clear to say you haven't shown there's not a good case for corruption. And so what I'm saying is not that I know for a certainty there's no corruption, but that you have not proven corruption.
So then when I said they did this merely for expediency, and you said, well, possibly they also did it for personal benefit. So now you admit that the only case that it's not corruption. So now you're
not smart. You're bad at this.
That's not true. That's not.
You lied. You lied on me just now.
Lie?
You just lied on me. You said that I changed my position. You're a fucking liar, and you think you're smarter than you are. I remember what I fucking said. You tried to gaslight me, and you had to apologize like a bitch.
No, I apologize because I'm not a bitch, unlike you, right? And what I'm saying is you brought it up as something totally irrelevant. So this is what we're trying to say. I'm saying the problem I have with this is you're saying that it was done purely for expediency. And you said, well, no, it may have also been for personal benefit. Now you're saying, but you don't believe that. Because if it was for personal benefit, then that's corrupt. So now let me finish. So now the only possible way this wasn't corrupt was if it was just done for expediency, correct?
That's what the judge thinks, and that's what I think is the most likely scenario.
Okay, so then we could totally eschew and for personal benefit. So then we're back to this.
I'm being comprehensive.
It has nothing to do with comprehensive. It has to do with trying to mitigate and equivocate. That's what you're trying to do. So when I said, this is what you would have said. No, this is what you would have said. Yeah, you're right, Rob. The only way this wasn't corrupt if it was done for expediency. You would have said, well, it may have also been for personal benefit. Then you realize once I caught you, but what you did, yes, I am trying to salvage it. I am trying to salvage because it's absolutely true what I'm saying. The reason that you did that, the reason you brought up the personal benefit was because you know how bad it makes you look for this guy knowingly broke the law purely for expediency. And so you were like, well, there could be other reasons too, like personal benefit. Then once you realized, oh shit, that violates my own definition of what corruption is. You were like, oh, but it wouldn't be the same. It wouldn't. That's exactly what happened.
That's not at all.
Okay, so then it's only expediency.
Yeah, so I can explain what actually happened. Because I'm honest, I'm giving you all the rationales. Yes, it's possible that political bias played a motive. I don't think that's been proven. Yes, it's possible that it was done for the purpose of covering his own ass. I'm not convinced by that. I think there's more evidence for that than there is for the political corruption charge of it. but I was just being comprehensive in the different options that existed, that it could have been for that.
And
I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
For any reason,
and you try to spin it as though I was changing my tune. That's a fucking joke.
You are changing your tune.
For it.
You are changing your tune in the sense that what you're doing is you're trying to give equivocations, then you're forced to admit would also be corrupt. Right? What you tried to do was, you know that it looks bad, that you're saying, oh, ignore the fact this guy was a rabid Trump hater, that he wanted Hillary to win, that he's texting #resist. It couldn't have been that he did this for political motivation. That's not the most likely scenario. Instead, the most likely scenario is expediency. And once I point out that that's what you're saying, let me finish. Once I point out that that's what you're saying, you backtrack because you know it sounds bad. You're like, well, it could have been. It could have been for personal covering their ass reasons too. And then I'm like, well, that doesn't help you. That's corrupt. And you're like, oh yeah, but that's corrupt in a different way. That would be corrupt in a different way.
Yeah, no. What I'm trying to suggest to you is that not only is there a potential that it's corrupt for political motives, but it could also be corrupt for the purpose of personal gain. And in that situation, it would be corrupt, but it wouldn't necessarily implicate the warrants or the people who wrote the warrants who had no intent to be corrupt. And so that wouldn't necessarily translate. And also that that wouldn't fit into your narrative, which is this was not done to cover his ass. It was done to target Trump. And so either way, it would be corrupt, but not in the way that you mean. But I don't even buy that narrative. My primary narrative was for shortcuts. That's what the judge was convinced by. And I have no reason to say that he was wrong about that.
So that's nothing to do with comprehension. What it had to do was you were trying to get away from the fact that you're literally saying that it is more likely that this guy, for shortcuts, who hates Trump, who wants Hillary to win, who's typing out #resist, he did this for expediency. What would the expediency be? Why would this be quicker, knowingly breaking the law? How much quick time do you think he saved as opposed to sending an email to check on? How much time do you think he saved?
I'm not aware of the timetables it takes to do that kind of process in the applications for warrants as existed at the time of Crossfire Hurricane. And so the answer has to be, I don't know, right?
In the legal field that you've been involved in, I'm not asking, I fucking think you're dog shit, but I don't want you to put yourself in jeopardy in any way here. But is your knowledge of working in the legal field, how many times have you known people to jeopardize their entire career in case for saving a day or two? And
have changed emails? It happens more than you think.
Really?
In this industry.
Ethically, should you report that?
Wait a second. I have not borne witness to fraud in my practice or among my clients or among any people that I work with, but there are absolutely stories of people doctoring emails, changing emails for convenience. It happens all the time in the legal field. It does, and it's a problem. And if you
wait, you understand? It's not just like, oh, I changed something benign. We're literally talking about absolutely changing the direction of what's said, from saying yes, he did work for the CIA to no, he didn't. That happens all the time. People directly change evidence
in a manner that, according to contemporaneous text messages, I think that it's plausible that he actually believed it was true. You don't think
it doesn't matter? That's not the question I'm asking right now. The question you're saying this is rather commonplace. I'm saying, so just to clarify, I could buy that it's commonplace to be like, oh, I think this guy met Maple Street, so I'm just going to add that in because he didn't say that, as opposed to literally changing the email to say the opposite of what it said. You're saying that's common?
Yes. So it happens with some regularity. I don't know how common. I'm not here to represent how common it is, but there are stories of people changing emails. As I sit here, I'm not gonna. I don't have one to give to you.
I don't believe
that doesn't
you.
mean that it's not true. Wait. That doesn't mean that it's not true, and that my impression.
That's true.
Incorrect.
It doesn't mean it. I just don't believe you.
And I did not come to this conversation prepared with the stories of this happening, but it's my recollection that this does occur. And if you give me time, I can produce the stories for you.
Sure, I would love for you to produce that story. At some point.
Is there anything unfair about what I just said to you?
No, that's fine. You can produce it. I just want to say that I don't believe that this is common. I don't. I believe that there are times that emails would be changed that could, through looking at it, change some of the interpretation of it.
Okay.
I don't believe.
Can we get out of the weeds of the fucking?
I understand you want to. I'm saying it is quite clear that this guy had an act. Let's ask this question. Do you think that this guy knew, Clinesmith knew, that by obtaining this warrant, it would harm Donald Trump and his team?
No, I don't think that that's shown at all.
So you don't think that you think he was agnostic on whether or not getting the FISA warrant would be beneficial to Trump's team or not?
You added it at the end. I don't think that I'm convinced that he knew that this would be detrimental to Trump and prejudicial to Trump. And to be clear, I do not think necessarily that this. Actually, I'm going to go out and say I'm not convinced that the obtaining of these FISA warrants was prejudicial to Trump in any way.
I think that that's insane. So you think that you think?
Are you aware? Are you aware that whether or not this warrant was in fact prejudicial to Trump?
Yes.
How was it prejudicial to Trump?
Define prejudicial.
Being a detriment to his
This
interests.
FISA warrant absolutely was of detriment to his interest, as the allegations therefore that were then used to get a FISA warrant were then smeared to the press to smear him and helped launch an investigation that harmed him for 4 years.
No. The investigation was launched pre-FISA warrant, so
Correct.
it didn't initiate the investigation. What they obtained from the FISA warrant didn't go anywhere. You don't have any evidence
That's
of what
not
they
true.
found on the FISA warrant.
What was the evidence used to obtain the FISA warrant? Which was the central piece of evidence?
Yeah, the dossier, but and other things too. But the dossier was one of the most crucial pieces of evidence that they produced to the FISA court as part of the warrant process.
What month was it?
But obviously, the just to be clear, the dossier led to the warrant. So the dossier predates the warrant, and the dossier, I would say, yeah, that was prejudicial to Trump's interest for sure in the narrative. But I'm asking,
Pisco,
whether the FISA warrant
this is so
was
bad
prejudicial.
faith. It is so bad faith.
How is it bad faith?
Listen, I'm going to explain. It's so bad faith to say that both you and Kevin Clinesmith didn't think it would be detrimental to Trump to get FISA warrants to spy on his team. So just to be clear, I just want to be clear. If Trump gets illegal FISA warrants against his opponent, you might say that's illegal, they should be punished, but you would say, well, they didn't know that it would be harmful to their opponents.
No, wait a second. If the FISA warrant targeted Trump, I think that you could say that a reasonable person would think that would be detrimental to his interests, especially. But I don't think that I'm convinced that a low-level staffer, an insignificant staffer like Carter Page, that there was any expectation that it would be prejudicial to Trump's interests. And my question for you is: was the warrant in fact prejudicial to Trump's interests?
Yes. In fact, it was prejudicial for two reasons. Because the fact that they got the warrant was later used to buttress the claims that were being made about him. Secondly, because had the warrant been denied, let me finish, had the warrant been denied, then the claims that were being made against Trump by this would have been significantly impacted. This is one of the most, this is Exhibit A in how bad faith you are. I want everyone listening that knows any about the law field to just understand that this guy is a lawyer that's saying that he truly believes as a lawyer, you wouldn't think that getting a FISA warrant against someone's campaign or presidential team would be detrimental to them.
So to be clear, so if you're the head of a big organization, let's say that you're the CEO of, Goldman Sachs, and let's say a mid-level staffer gets targeted with a FISA warrant, do you think that it's obvious that that's detrimental to the interests of the CEO of Goldman Sachs?
Yes.
I'm not convinced by that.
Yes, I'm convinced. Not only that, right? Like, you are aware through the FISA warrants, you would be able to collect information through the two-hop rule, which means they could get information to everyone Carter Page talked to and everyone those people, which means that you could actually sweep up stuff from communications of Trump and the rest of his team, correct?
Based on warrants on Carter Page, but that wouldn't give you the right to go after Trump or to infringe on Trump's sphere of privacy. And so I reject the notion that just because a Trump communications could be caught up in the FISA warrant executed on Carter Page, that would necessarily entail a violation of the privacy of Donald Trump and therefore prejudice.
It doesn't matter if you think it would. Yeah. Could legally have swept up communications from Donald Trump?
Communications. Yes, to the extent that he was making communications to Carter Page, it's possible.
Or people that Carter Page made communications to.
But just because that doesn't mean that that's true of every person in the United States potentially.
Yes, that's right. That's why anyone. That's why it would be detrimental to anyone that would get swept up in a FISA warrant. Anyone.
Okay, I think that there's a materiality when I say something is prejudicial, and unless there's enough evidence, I think that suggests that Donald Trump at time equals zero, that they had a reason to believe that he was implicated in what Carter Page was doing, or that it would reasonably be leading to detrimental effects on Trump. I'm not convinced that that's the case. I'm not convinced that Trump was a target. I'm not convinced that Trump was a target of this investigation at its initiation. I think that it was way more limited in scope, and in fact, Trump repeatedly said he was not a target of the investigation.
That's right, but the Democrats say the opposite. Don't they? The Democrats say, they make the narrative. They say, look at how many people were connected to Russia underneath them. You're making the argument that had these warrants came against Carter Page, even if they swept up communications of Donald Trump, if they would have led, presumably they were getting these warrants because they thought Carter Page was guilty, right?
No.
Wait, no?
Wait. So no. When you say guilty, I need to know what you mean by that, because guilty implies criminality.
They had reasonable suspicion.
Let me explain. Let me explain why I stopped you, Rob. the reason why I stopped you is when you say guilty, it implies criminality, which of course, and you should know that a FISA warrant is not about criminality. It's about counterintelligence. And so, no, I don't think that they necessarily thought he was quote unquote guilty in the sense of criminal guilty. I think they actually did think that he was an agent of the Russian Federation. That's what I thought they thought. And so I thought they were reasonably convinced by that. And I don't think that there's any reason to think that they were bad faith, that they thought Carter Page was in fact a Russian agent.
I think that when I use the term guilty, I'm saying they're guilty of what they're accusing him of. Not specifically a crime, but the crime of basically being an asset for Russia. Let me ask you this. Do you think it would have been detrimental to Trump if it turned out that the FBI found out that one of his agents was a Russian spy? One of his team was a Russian spy?
The fact of
yes, no would suffice.
Out,
then you can explain.
wait. So I just want to make sure that I'm understanding your question. Is that okay for me to understand
your
question?
Sure, try it, lawyer.
Why are you being a little bitch?
You started off before I even came on, call me a pussy there, coward. So don't clutch your pearls now, fuckface. Don't clutch your pearls now, fuckhead.
Just to be clear, you thought I wasn't gonna call you because I'm scared of you.
You are,
and you've. So in the course of this conversation, you've apologized to me like a dog.
No, right? I didn't. I apologize because I'm good faith, unlike you.
Yeah, but because you gaslit me into
because my big crime was you said it could be because of personal benefit, definitely said it was personal benefit.
You said no, you definitely said it. So you didn't know what the fuck you were talking about.
No, I did. You did do it to equivocate, as I've already said, but I apologize for that specific. I understand the need to deflect that pussy because you need to deflect from how bad you look right now. I get it. It's the same reason you went to the, but what about Trump in Georgia? Same shit. Go ahead, though. Go ahead, clarify.
All you've done is demonstrate that the only conversations you want to have are the ritual conversations on these very discrete issues that you care about.
Like you, that's what you want to do.
Are way overblown. No,
that's not true at all.
In the context of this, all we're doing right now is we're rehashing our fucking FISA warrant.
That's not true at all.
The last 4
so this is everything you've said before.
Exactly what we're doing.
Okay, so I just want to I'm going to go back and I'm going to bring up clips for my audience of the times we've had this, and you're saying that this conversation is the exact same, nothing new's been broached? If that's not the case, will you apologize to me? Will you apologize? I just want to know, will you apologize?
I'm not prepared. I'm not prepared to say that we've not struck any
ground. So will you apologize that you were wrong? Will you apologize you were wrong? It's not the exact same conversation?
Wait a second. I am prepared to say that we have talked about Kevin Clinesmith before.
Apologize.
We have talked about Kevin Clinesmith before, and that when I was referencing these ritualistic conversations, I was talking about the broad strokes of the Kevin Clinesmith allegations.
See the difference between me and you?
And the FISA warrant
you were
process.
Incorrect in what you said. You won't apologize. I do. You see the difference?
Wait.
Do you see? Because you don't want to be called a dog. You don't want to be called a dog.
What I said was, I'm not sure whether we've broken new ground. You recognize that I said I'm not
sure,
right?
So if we did, then you'll apologize because we have broken new ground.
No.
Oh, you won't apologize, but you said this is the same conversation we've had.
Right. So when I said these are ritualistic conversations that we've had them before, I'm talking about the Kevin Clinesmith allegations, and not everything we've said is novel.
There you go. You see, everyone? Do you see? He won't apologize. He's wrong. It's not the same conversation.
No,
okay, now clarify the question. Clarify the question that you had, Pisco. Clarify the question. Won't do the apology. Good job. Now clarify the question that you had.
About what? About the...
You said that you're trying to clarify a question. Right?
You had asked me the question. Remind me what your question was.
Oh, shit. See, fucking.
Yeah. So why the fuck? Listen,
because you're whining. The question I had. Let me think. Let me think. The question we were talking specifically about. I don't know. I don't know what the specific question. I know that.
Can we take a step back? Like, what the fuck's going on with you? Why is it the case that every single engagement has to be done with this grievance politics where you're like, I don't owe you shit? We have a disagreement on some of these issues.
It has nothing to do with the
pretending that I can't be anything but bad faith just because I disagree with what you believe on FISA. That's your position. And if that's the position, like, what stops me from saying you're bad faith because you don't ascribe as much guilt as I think you should to Trump on January 6th? I mean,
absolute bullshit. Absolute. You could do that. Why? You could do it if you like. It's absolute bullshit.
That would be stupid.
It's. Don't tell me to not be stupid. Like it.
No. I said that would be stupid for me to do.
That would be
stupid for me to do. No, I said that would be stupid for me
It's
to
not
do that
stupid.
to you.
It's not stupid because what you have to understand is, particularly on these spaces, but also in the general space as well, the narrative is dominated by conversations of Trump corruption, but it's dominated by people that have no problem with the obvious corruption that's happened against Donald Trump over and over through lawfare, weaponization. The easiest way to look at that is the illegal FISA warrants. The fact that I had this conversation, there are two seminal moments that I had with you that changed how I'll have these conversations
Bowman?
with you. One is Bowman, and second is this, that you said, I guess it's regrettable. The idea of illegally spying on a presidential campaign that's regrettable.
You said this quote before. I don't remember the tone of voice that I said regrettable. I don't deny that I said it. I don't remember what word I used specifically. I agree. It is regrettable. I also agree that it's bad. I also agree that it shouldn't have been done. I also agree with the prosecution of Kevin Clinesmith. But I just am not convinced that it shows that this was in broad strokes, a targeted attack at Donald Trump, which is the narrative that you're trying to promote. I'm not convinced by that. I don't think the evidence is
more evidence for this. Again, I just want to be clear. Okay. Like, I understand, like, the idea of getting into super technical in the weeds. I like doing that shit as well. But the broad stroke of this, to use the term that you just used, is that you're literally trying to say, like, things like, well, it's not obvious that Clinesmith knew this would be detrimental to Trump. That's a fucking joke. Everyone's seeing, it's that sort of shit that people could see that are remotely. Yes, your audience, which is bigger because you pal around with Destiny, they're going to say, Pisco's great, he's awesome. My audience is going to say Pisco's shit. Whatever, fuck all them. Anyone that is objectively watching, even lawyers that would agree that Trump's, like, guilty and shitty and corrupt, they're going to be like, what a fucking ridiculous thing to say. Of course, getting a FISA warrant against someone's campaign would be detrimental to them.
Member of any member of their staff. So if
it
was like a Lola,
you just admitted their communications could be swept up.
So even if they're executing, let's say, a criminal warrant on, like, literally a busboy that is employed by the campaign, and it's part of the campaign staff, would you say that that a person who is preparing a warrant would have the expectation that warrant against that busboy would be detrimental to the interests of Donald Trump?
I will answer that. If I ask, I will say yes, and then I'll ask you two questions. Okay. One, would investigating that busboy possibly get communications of the person we're talking about?
It's possible.
Okay, so that would be detrimental. Secondly, would it be a bad PR situation if that campaign had someone that was convicted of being a Russian spy or proven to be a Russian spy or asset?
Potentially, but that's
okay. Then it would be detrimental. Correct. Yes.
No, but hang on a second. So, I think that is way, like, down the chain of causality beyond what's reasonable. Any warrant then under that standard where it's possible it could be bad PR, it's possible it could be bad PR. Any execution of a warrant.
That's right. Warrants are detrimental to you and those around you. Yes. Yes, Pisco. Yes, you're absolutely right. No one wants them or their company to be the guilty of a... For example, I work at a home health care company. I haven't done anything illegal. If my company, the CEO of my company gets a FISA warrant on them, I haven't done anything that's detrimental to this country. It's detrimental to me that all of my communications from work are now being investigated by the FBI. You don't think that's detrimental?
So I don't think that someone who executes that warrant has a reasonable expectation that will be detrimental to your interests. One, because there's no indication that they have any belief that you would do anything wrong. There's no infringement on your privacy right by definition because they're executing a valid warrant, and because ultimately a lot of the FISA procedures are secret and the evidence is not disclosed publicly in many of these instances, especially because the goal is counter-espionage and counterintelligence. And so I don't think necessarily just because your CEO gets hit with a FISA warrant that by necessity your interests are vindicated. And in fact, I think that a court would also reject that. I don't accept let's this test notion this. Can we test this? Is that big?
I have a way to test this. I'm not. Will you say right now? Will you say right now that every Democrat that is accused Trump of being a Russian asset spy, sympathetic to Russia, blah blah blah, based on the fact that he had people in his campaign that were found guilty of crimes with Russia, that they're all full of shit? That Trump's not connected to that in any way. Are you prepared to say that?
Wait, no, I'm not prepared to say. I don't know. I'm not understanding. So I'm not understanding. I want you to. So the Democrats who accused I want to say to my words, and you tell me if you agree or not.
Okay.
The Democrats who accused Trump of having a connection to Russia based on the convictions, accusations, rumors, based on what? related to the FISA warrants,
not just the FISA
or the convictions or the investigation.
The underlings, right, of his that were found guilty of crimes involving the Russia investigation. People say, Democrats say that this shows that Trump and his team had connections to Russia, and they use that as
what shows it.
I'm asking you, the fact that there were people charged, that there were people that had connections to Russia, such as Paul Manafort, allegedly, though he didn't, with Konstantin Klimenik, right? That this shows Carter Page, that it was shady, that he was talking at a Russian university. I've heard Democrats make these attacks on Trump. His campaign was filled with these people. It's a downside. It's an argument they make against Trump. Will you confirm right now that that is all 100% bullshit? That he didn't have connections to these people? That's bullshit. To smear Trump just because of those things is nonsensical.
No, I'm not willing to say that at all. No.
Right. So then my argument that it would be detrimental to Trump if they got a FISA warrant to spy on Carter Page and found out that he was a Russian spy. I know, and you know, and everyone listening knows, whether they'll admit it or not, that you would have said, see, look at the people around Trump that were Russian assets. Do you see? And you would have said that at best shows he's careless. At worst shows that he's cozying up to Putin. That's what you would have said. You know it, and I know it, and so the fact that you're trying to pretend that that's not the case is laughable.
Let's be clear. That's contingent on the news leaking that the FISA warrants were occurred and executed, and they happened. Very often, people who are subject to FISA warrants never know that their shit's being.
But that's
disclosed.
irrelevant, and I'll explain why.
That's down the causality chain.
It's irrelevant.
Also, by the way, who was revealing the fact that there was FISA improprieties? It was allies of Trump. It was people like Devin Nunes and others.
It's irrelevant.
Of course, it's relevant.
You want to hear why it's irrelevant?
Okay, why is it irrelevant?
Did they get the FISA warrant because they thought the accusations they were making against Carter Page were accurate?
Yes, but that doesn't imply any specific action taken.
Oh no, but that would seem to imply.
In fact, you could argue that by having a FISA warrant. You could argue that by that in some ways it could be considered protective of Trump.
That is hilarious. That's the worst thing you've said yet.
Wait a second. Do you think that it's possible that if they found out that someone was a Russian spy within Trump's campaign, that it's possible that could be beneficial to Trump?
No.
It's possible, right?
No. You just
it's
admitted.
Not possible.
No,
that
it's
it
not
could
possible.
Be beneficial.
It is not possible. It would have been detrimental, right? They didn't do you're correct to bring up sort of this issue. Like, for example, with Dianne Feinstein, when they found out that her driver was a Chinese spy, what they did was they went to her in the course of starting up that investigation. With Trump, they did the opposite. It was
beneficial, right?
With Trump, they did the opposite. With Trump,
it could be beneficial.
It could. That's bullshit. You already admitted. That you were unwilling to say that it wouldn't be attacked. You were unwilling. So again,
it could be beneficial.
I'll let you keep interrupting, and then you tell me when you're ready.
Could it be beneficial?
You ready?
Go for it.
Wouldn't be beneficial. You already admitted you're unwilling to say that just because he's a Russian spy that these people that are low level, that there's no proof we're connected to Trump or Trump ain't connected to Russia, blah, 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 that you're unwilling to say that people are full of shit that are trying to connect that to Trump or smear Trump by saying that these people were connected to him in some way. You've already admitted that one. As we all know, it's the truth, so at least you admitted it. But it proves the idea that these people wouldn't think it's detrimental or nonsensical. No, it wouldn't have been beneficial. It would have been used to smear Trump in the public sphere. No, it couldn't have been. Are you telling me that CNN would have been like, oh, thank God, Trump almost got smeared as having a Russian asset to him, but he didn't have anything to do with it, thank goodness. You think that's what they'd have said? You think that's what Rachel Maddow would have said?
No, hang on. If it was the case that I'm just asking, could it be the case that if the FBI get this Russian spy, they alert Trump about it, and then Trump fires this guy, and they save him from a bigger scandal down the line if the guy got promoted or whatever? Is that possible? I'm asking.
When did Carter Page leave Trump's team?
Is it possible?
I'm asking you a question because
I'm not aware of the specific date he left. I'm not aware. Can you answer my question?
Yeah, I'm going to say I believe that Carter Page was, by the time of the third FISA warrant where this was talked about, he was gone, I believe, in September 2016.
So at the time of some of these, so if you're saying, just be aware of what you're saying, the Kevin Clinesmith thing happened in the fourth renewal. Mm-hmm. If what you're saying is at the time of the fourth renewal, he wasn't even a Trump employee anymore, doesn't that hurt your argument?
No, because he would still be able to use it for various reasons, right? One, they'd still be able to get communications of when Carter Page was there with Trump, right? Secondly, it shows that they would still be able to use this negatively to smear Trump if they found it. Third, this buttresses against your argument that this could have been beneficial to Trump because it could have got someone out of his orbit that was connected to Russia. That person was already gone. And then I have a fourth question. I thought this was, what are you talking about what I'm doing? All three of those are good arguments. I have a fourth point.
I mean, so what are we doing here?
Well, listen,
1 o'clock and we're talking about
I don't know, dude. Again. We're streamers that talk about politics. We're fucking both lame assholes no matter what we're talking about. So what do you mean, what are we doing here?
But the whole point of this conversation was to talk about the standard that you're applying that you won't answer to account for the corruption. But no, I am changing because this is boring.
Right, you're changing because once you realize once more that one of your arguments fall. The fourth question I have is, this is important. This is important. How many FISA warrants were illegal?
So I happen to think that there were omissions probably in each of them and material omissions in each of them. And so I would, because I think that they're material omissions and because I think that affects the probable cause analysis, I think, in my opinion, probably all four of them.
How many did Chris Wray say were illegal?
I don't remember his specific testimony. 2. I heard you represented that it was 2.
I believe he said 2. So why would he say, other than the one about Kevin Clinesmith, why would he say the other was illegal?
Which other one? I don't know which one.
I would assume he meant the third. I
don't remember the Chris Wray testimony. I remember you talking about it, but I don't remember it.
If it's 2, I would assume, I always assumed it was the third and the fourth.
Why?
So why would the third? Because why would it be like the first and the fourth?
But they didn't disclose the fact, many material facts on the first application.
That's right.
The warrants all had problems.
Why? Why do you think they did? What's the rationale? Why did they have problems?
I think it's confirmation bias, and I think that it has to do with, which is a huge problem in the FBI, and it's existed, and there have been books written about, people that they've arrested who they just assume are guilty of. There was a train, for example, a Madrid bombing of a train, and there was a guy, there was like a very, very, very close fingerprint, and they found it for some motherfucker in like Oregon or something, and the guy was Muslim. He was a recent white convert to Islam, and even though the Spanish forensic people were saying, hey, we don't think it's quite a match, because it was close enough to the FBI, they were so convinced that it was this guy, and the confirmation bias brought them the whole way. But I don't think that meant that they were like politically against this person. I think that confirmation bias is a very, very, very strong influence, and that's what was found in the Horowitz report, and I don't have a reason to believe it was anything else.
Okay, you want to talk about the Horowitz report? Fine, forget Durham. What did Horowitz say he found even more troubling than the Clinesmith thing? Do you remember?
Yeah, I heard you say this quote. Yeah, I heard you say this quote. I'm
glad you listened to me. Maybe you learned something.
Yeah, but you say this shit all the time. Why are we doing this, Rob?
You don't want to talk about it because you can't defend.
What do you mean? We just spent. I can't.
What did he did answer the question?
I don't defend the FISA warrants.
Answer the question. What did he say? What did he say was the most troubling thing?
As I sit here, I don't rember the exact quote that you're referencing.
Well, the exact quote. Who the fuck remembers any exact quote? Do you remember the generality of what he was saying?
That they. Okay, here, I think this is what you're trying to say, that there were some people who thought that he was bullshitting, or that this is the subsource, Igor Danchenko, that he had communicated a lot of these were social gatherings, and some of it maybe wasn't completely serious. But I don't know the exact his point on that. I don't know the exact quote, but I think
didn't you read this?
What you're suggesting to Igor Danchenko. I read it. I haven't read it recently, but I've read it.
Right, same with me. But I think it's funny because you're always accusing people who haven't read thing. I haven't read this shit for probably 4 years.
Because actually, criminally Sean is getting material things right, and he's accusing me of covering for specific facts, and he's getting those facts wrong. I think it's fair for me to say that he doesn't know shit about this case. I will say that you
said it's about me on X. You said it just yesterday about me on X. You said that potentially criminal Sean doesn't know shit. Same with Rob Noor. He never read it.
Yeah, I don't think you read these full reports.
Bullshit. I got the book here somewhere, the Mueller report. I got the whole fucking book. It's all marked up.
Oh, yeah. I don't think you read it.
I got the paper copy.
That's my intuition. I can't prove it beyond a reasonable doubt right now. I can't prove it beyond a reasonable right now. I don't think you read the whole thing. That's just my opinion, though.
It's been years since I've read it, but I did read it.
But
the point is, okay, well, so yeah, you're generally correct that that's the problem. And Horowitz was appalled. In fact, when Horowitz was pressed and he said, the Democrats kept saying, you're not saying that you found evidence of corruption or blah, blah, political bias. And he's like, I didn't say that, other than the one aspect of he specifically said he couldn't roll out the political bias favored into why they prioritized Crossfire Hurricane over the mid-year exam, particularly Peter Strzok. But he said this was the worst thing, that basically they went to the FISA court and said, we talked to the primary subsource and we think he's telling the truth. But what they didn't tell him was, and what he said was, basically these were just jokes and social gatherings around beers. I didn't think that there was, it was just rumors, hearsay. They didn't tell the court that. Why wouldn't they tell the court that?
Yeah, so I'm not aware, and I don't trust your representation of that statement. The reason why I recall this specific thing is because you bring it up all the time. So as I sit here, I don't remember the rationale given, or whether or not there was no rationale, or whether or not, in fact, what you're representing Danchenko to have said to FBI agents after they were interviewed, this would have been after the first application, whether or not he said, "Oh, it's all bullshit." I didn't say he said it.
Oh, it's all bullshit. You're aware of that. Did I say he said it was all bullshit?
Hearsay, rumors, word of mouth kind of stuff.
You apologize for saying I said it was all bullshit? You apologize for that?
Come on.
No? Cool.
No, I'm not
anyways, right. Well, it's odd. If I am correct, it's fine. Maybe I'm misrepresenting. But if I am correct, don't you think it's odd that you don't remember the number one thing that Horowitz said he had a problem with?
Not if you said it in testimony. I didn't watch the Horowitz testimony.
Why not? Why wouldn't you? You don't think that you seem to be very concerned about corruption?
So your standard for me of being a bad faith hack is I have to have watched.
I didn't say that.
Gavel to gavel.
Did I say that?
I have to watch the.
Did I say that?
So I'm telling you right now, I did not watch the Horowitz testimony before Congress. I recall watching some of the Horowitz testimony as it related to the mid-year exam case, just for discrete things, but I don't recall ever watching his testimony.
Okay, but I'm just saying you're quick to say if someone hasn't read every footnote and every page that they're somehow unprepared. But then you're admitting, like, well, I don't consume everything about it, even from the relevant investigators.
So I am not that unfair. I said that you were better read than Stephen on some of the key issues with respect to the Colorado Supreme Court opinion. I gave you your fair due there. I said that my intuition was that Stephen hadn't read that Colorado opinion. And so don't act like I'm, and when I went after actually criminally Sean, it's because he didn't know the basic facts about the Clinesmith matter.
But you threw me in!
And no, but I also think that you don't read these reports, and I think the proof is in the pudding. Whenever we have a discussion about this, and or on some of these reports, you discover new things. Like when I take a look.
But the problem is you read, yes, so do you, because what happens is you read shit and not everything sticks out of you in a 500-page fucking report, and you read it 4 years ago and you bring up something, I'm like, oh, I forgot about that, or I skipped it.
I can't prove that you didn't read these reports. I'm saying it's my intuition. Maybe you didn't read the reports. You wanted to
throw it out, and I'll say Pisco doesn't watch all the testimony when actually the people step in front of Congress.
Okay, you can say that. I agree.
Thanks.
I didn't watch all the testimony.
Nonetheless, the point still remains. Okay. It was clear that, like, if you're saying that all four of these were illegal, like, it's amazing to me. We'll end it. We'll wrap up this section with this. So your argument is it wouldn't be corrupt even if all four were illegal, even if it was done so because they just assumed that this guy was guilty from confirmation bias, even if significant members of the team like Peter Shaw, Kevin Clinesmith were saying things like #resist, we need an insurance policy to stop Trump. You think that it was expediency was the only motivation that wasn't corrupt that could have led to I think it's confirmation bias, bad procedures, which were laid out where the people who are overseeing these different warrant processes sometimes are not read in. I don't think that any of the decisions that Strzok took in the actual Crossfire Hurricane situation that oftentimes Strzok was the one like countering some of the more aggressive actions, as I recall, that other members of the team were taking. And so I'm not convinced that the decisions at bottom were based on politics, notwithstanding the fact I do recognize that they express their political beliefs, but for me that's not enough to assume that bad motive. I think that's fair, and I don't think and just to be clear, you could disagree with that. I don't think it's cause for you to be like, holy fuck, they've been covering for these. We have a difference of opinion here. Well, it's not just this issue. This is the most clear-cut one because the problem is you have a bias towards the establishment and towards sort of institutions, and so you basically rely on them saying something's guilty before you accept it, or them saying something's bad before you'll accept it. So this is the easiest one to talk about to prove that you're not good faith on this, because it shows that they've already admitted, the FBI director admitted that at least 2 of these were illegal. That's why the focus on this is important. And when your rationale is, I guess it was bad, it's not really that big of a deal, it's regrettable, it's laughable. What's that?
Wait, I said that they're all illegal.
Right.
What I'm taking issue with is your narrative that this is. I think you think this is worse than January 6th.
Absolutely.
I think you've called this a coup. That is insane.
I don't know that I would say,
what
based on how some people. I don't know that I would say. Well, it's a. If yes, I will retract and say, yes, it's a coup, because I truly believe that it's most likely that this was done for personal and political reasons, which would meet the definition. Would you admit that would meet the definition of a coup if this was done for personal or political reasons?
No.
Why?
An attempted coup, as opposed to a self coup or some kind of other procedural coup, a coup requires a use of force. I'm trying to be specific, and when I talk about January 6th being an attempted coup by Trump, I call it an attempted self coup, but it involves and necessarily involves force. Or the threat of force, and so I don't think that this involved force.
Well, the threat of force could be locking people up.
There's a bunch of coup literature. There's these two guys that track coups everywhere. It has a specific meaning. There's a literature on this. So no, I don't think that illegal warrants or spying, even if it were for a political purpose, even illegal spying, for example, Lyndon Baines Johnson illegally spied on his political rivals, and on Richard Nixon and other individuals, and I don't think that those constituted coups. So no.
I disagree. I think a use of force would be the attempt to lock someone up. I think locking someone up is a use of force.
They weren't trying to lock up Trump in those.
Yes, they were. Yes, they were.
No, they weren't. They really weren't.
They were trying to lock up Trump and members of his
Crossfire
team.
Hurricane.
Yes.
And that's a coup.
Do you think that locking someone up is a use of force?
Yeah, it could be. Yes.
You might say it's legitimate, but the police arresting someone is force, correct?
Correct, but there's no indication that
you could disagree with
that. They were going to arrest Trump just because
they wanted to. They wanted to. They were hoping they could find evidence to be able to do it, and they were illegally targeting him.
Prove it.
And corrupt. You want me to prove that they were illegal in their attempt to FISA warrants?
You've admitted
Trump. You've admitted it.
What do you mean?
Did you not?
They were politically going after Trump.
I said Trump and his team. Right?
When did I admit that they were politically going after his team? I've said that.
I said they were illegally going after Trump and his team.
Oh, yes. Wait, no. No, I don't accept that they were illegally going after Trump. I think that the warrants were illegal and they were illegally going after Carter Page. Carter Page is different than Donald Trump.
That's a member of his team. They illegally went after a member of his team. And it was they were using force in an attempt trying to lock up members of his team. I believe they were also trying to find evidence to lock Trump up too. What's that?
Surveillance is force?
Trying to arrest someone is force. That was the goal. And they did arrest many people. So they used force.
Lyndon Baines Johnson. So when LBJ surveilled illegally Richard Nixon, was he trying to coup?
Yes. If they were trying to use that evidence to lock him up. Yes. Yep. That's what I believe. Now, what did you say I'm too cowardly to talk about now that we got to the point that hashtag resist? No, they were breaking the law all for expediency. That was the only reason.
Yeah. So I think that at bottom, we clearly have a very profound disagreement on some of these matters. And I'm hoping that we can discuss why you think that it's acceptable for you to say, someone who I think genuinely
I thought you wanted to talk about the
issues.
Debates. Now you want to talk about my stance? I can explain it real quick again.
The issue that I was raising in this entire stream has been your position that you don't owe shit to anybody in the sense that you're going to treat differently people who have a different agreement on these matters than you versus someone who has publicly said that they're against the things and take your stance. That's the hypocrisy and I think ultimately, unjustifiable position that you've staked for yourself.
Okay, let me put this in words that maybe you'll understand. If Destiny approached you and said, Pisco, I demand that you condemn the behavior of this person that I think is violating a person's consent, I want to talk about it, would you say, go fuck yourself?
I'm not sure what I would say.
Right, that's what I would say to him. If someone is beating their wife and pleads guilty to beating their wife, and admits it, and then I'm watching, let me finish, and then I'm watching a baseball game with them and they say, well, that pitcher you're cheering for, he's accused of beating his wife. I demand you condemn it. I'm going to say, go fuck yourself.
Yeah, so if you're assuming, right, that both of you agree on the underlying beating in this example you have of the baseball game. No. But what if someone says, I don't believe he did beat. I don't believe that he's a wife beater.
That's fair enough.
And then you respond and you say, I don't believe this baseball player is a wife beater. Okay. In that situation, right. What's the response?
Let's use the example I gave. Stop. You're not
going to bait me into this. completely not what I'm going to do.
What's it have to do? The point I'm trying to make is you think he violated someone's consent. Same thing here. You're quite certain of it.
I'm not going to be baited into.
We got you. You're too cowardly to talk about. I'm not going to talk about anything you want. Right.
So I'm not going to be baited. I'm not going to be baited into having a conversation in this matter. I've made my statement. That's my statement. Right. I'm not an idiot, and you're not going to. I'm not going to be.
Did I make a statement? By the way,
I'm not going to be beguiled or tricked by you.
Cool. By the way, did I make a statement on Trump's tweet?
I'm not sure.
I did, and yet, in fact, I did it to that soy pill guy who I thought was being good faith, but actually lied, right? I did. Now what you're saying is that I have to be baited to talk to you about it, even though I've already made a statement. The only person here too cowardly. I'm going to the bathroom. You can talk to the audience for a minute. But the only person here too cowardly to talk about anything is you. I'm talking about everything.
So just to be 1 trillion% clear, at most, right, what you've said is that there's parity because you released a statement. I've also released a statement. I refer you to that statement. But the truth is we're political content creators. We're talking about political issues. And you're trying to use this as an opportunity to bait me into making statements that I'm not going to make. And that's basically where we're at right now. You want to apply different standards to people who just disagree with you fundamentally on these issues like Burisma, on these issues like the FISA warrant process. And you actually said, anyone who disagrees with me on the implications or what occurred with the FISA warrants is necessarily bad faith. That's fucking crazy. And that's where we're at. That to disagree with you on a discrete issue, such as the FISA warrants, is akin to bad faith. And you're not going to have conversations with people on Trump's corruption to the extent that they believe that the FISA warrant process isn't what you said with respect to Carter Page. So it's fucking pathetic. What's up, chat? Haven't looked at you in a while. Hola.
Sorry about that.
Did you hear me or do you want me to repeat it?
I did not hear you. I'm sorry. I went into the bathroom.
Okay. So what I'm saying is I think that we're political streamers, and I think that it's absurd to suggest that to the extent that someone doesn't agree with you about the implications of the FISA warrants on Carter Page, that you're not going to engage with them on the issues of Trump corruption, which is, you've said that I'm not going to argue with these people on the Trump corruption stuff because they are bad faith, because they've swept for the regime's corruption with respect to like the FISA warrant stuff. And that, I mean, that can't be your position, that disagreeing with you on the FISA thing entails bad faith.
It's not just the FISA thing. The FISA thing's just the easy example. What I want is, do you think there was any amount of lawfare corruption against Donald Trump at all? Or his team? You do?
Yes.
Okay, what was that?
That was the Stormy Daniels situation. There are probably a few others. There are a lot of Trump matters, and so yes, there are some lawfares. There's some. So Stormy, are you aware that Stormy Daniels and Avenatti sued him?
The lawsuit, but not like a criminal. You just mean civilly.
Yeah, so
you're not talking about the Bragg case.
Wait, lawfare includes both civil and criminal.
Okay.
Fair.
Well, I'm talking about from like
the criminal cases.
Democrat, not just from independent random people that's not political. I mean people that are like the FBI,
the cases,
right? All Trump. Of them, every single one of them.
Every single one.
Right. And you think the FISA warrants weren't corrupt?
I don't think that. I'm not convinced that that's been shown.
You think there's a better than not chance they weren't corrupt? That it was done for expediency.
On balance, my intuition is it's less than 51% chance.
So just to be clear, you think that this career FBI lawyer broke the law for expediency and not because he obviously wanted Trump to lose?
I do think that that's the most likely situation, and the judge agreed.
That's why I don't owe you anything. I don't owe you. Now, let me answer the question. 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 So what I'm saying is the people that I think are obviously ignoring what I think is beyond a shadow of a pale corruption, that obviously didn't care about it when it was directed towards Trump, that are now demanding that I condemn things or give them answers about things like Trump's mean tweets that they think are corrupt, could go fuck themselves. The reason that I bring up the FISA warrants is because it is the most easy one for people to accept. Holy shit. shit illegal FISA warrants against a president's team. That's fucking insane. The ramifications of this are fucking insane. And when people like you are like, not only is every case against Trump legitimate, but this is merely regrettable.
Wait
it's not that big of a deal.
Wait. So if it's that big of a deal, what should have been done that wasn't done with respect to these illegal and corrupt?
Everyone at the leadership should immediately have been fired. And I mean everyone like at the fourth floor. Everyone that had anything to do with
people not in, even so. First of all, some of them were fired by Trump afterwards, and in short order.
And then we had a special counsel report about it, right?
Yeah. So I'm just saying that they faced a lot of problems. They faced lawsuits and investigations as well. So it's not the case that the senior leadership weren't affected by this, but they weren't involved in the ground. If your standard were applied to like Trump, every time that something below him failed or there was a bad process, holy fuck. I mean, Trump would be on his ass like years ago.
There should have been an immediate...
Isn't it you who said that, for example, by the way, like Trump appoints Bill Barr, someone who you think is corrupt. Yes. The fact that Trump is in charge of that process, under the same logic of you saying that James Comey should have been fired, Trump should have been fired for appointing all these idiots. No. But you wouldn't say that because that's not the standard.
That's not it at all. It's clear that James Comey he should have been fired, right? It's different being elected to an official versus being a non-elected bureaucrat, right? You would agree with that?
Is it different in at least one respect? Yes, it is different in at least one respect.
Oh, 1 second, fuck. The sink's leaking in my house, and if I don't fuck with it,
go for it.
I'll be right back.
I'm here. What do you guys think of the reunion? Was it everything you dreamed about? Also, Comey was fired, so you guys are aware.
So there's a clear difference. Firing someone politically is like, how do you fire someone politically? I guess impeachment. That's clearly different than someone who's a bureaucrat.
Come on, that's a technicality.
That is absolutely
under the same logic of culpability, right? Trump should bear this under the same logic of culpability. Comey is responsible for those FISA warrants to the same extent that Trump is responsible for Bill Barr's corruption.
That's bullshit. That must follow. That is such bullshit. That's such bullshit. And you could, why? Well, there's a litany of reasons we get into. Because one, as someone who's an elected official, it's up to the people to vote whether they want to fire him or not. That's not the case with James Comey. If it would be that people got to vote and if 51% of the people voted to keep James Comey,
I'm not proposing a remedy. I'm talking about culpability, right?
Right.
Regardless of what the remedy is, you would agree that Trump bears, in the same degree that Comey bears responsibility for the, in your mind, corrupt actions of the people overseeing the FISA warrant process on Carter Page, even though there's no evidence that Jim Comey was intimately involved or had any knowledge of what was happening there, other than the fact that there were FISA warrants that were requested. The same logic, shouldn't that compel you to say, not to the remedy, but to the level of culpability that Trump has with respect to the corruption, in your mind, of Bill Barr? That it's the same level of culpability. They're overseeing people that they have some kind of strict liability. But I think the truth is, you wouldn't apply the standard to people.
That's not true at all. First off, you know nothing about me, right? Which is constantly, I get it from someone like you that's going to be so partisan that it was expediency and not because they hated Trump. Like, it's laughable. But I criticize Trump all the time. I say one of the worst things about him was that he appointed terrible people. That's why I didn't support him in the primary. I said he is responsible. I said Trump is responsible for the failures of Bill Barr. Trump is responsible for John Bolton. Here you go. See, here you go. There you go. What? So when I'm answering, you see how this is? So when I'm answering, you interrupt. When I'm actually saying, yes, of course I blame Trump for the terrible people he's appointed.
But for the purposes of Comey, right? For Comey, like, would you ever vote for Comey if it were between Comey and like and some other person that you thought was corrupt, or like Comey and Kamala Harris? You wouldn't vote for that person.
It's completely different in different ways, right? Okay. One, Trump appointing people and doing bad actors is different than James Comey overseeing a criminal case, which he should have been tied into more. We can understand.
It's different.
Because we're talking about one that's engaged in illegal behavior using lawfare to go after their opponent. For example, let's talk about the specifics of James Comey. James Comey was recommended to be prosecuted by a grand jury, correct?
No.
I believe you're wrong.
I'm not wrong.
Let's see.
And if I am, I'll apologize if I am wrong. I'm pretty sure I'm not wrong.
Let's see. I could be wrong as well.
Later, Liz.
Maybe it was just McCabe.
No, they didn't go to a grand jury. There was like the IG referred them to a prosecutor's office.
That's it. So the IG recommended charging Comey, right? Comey clearly, like for example, for political reasons, for political reasons, Comey mishandled classified or information he was supposed to give back to the FBI and gave it to a member of the press. Correct?
That was not classified information.
It doesn't matter if it was classified. It was information that he was supposed to give back to the FBI.
Potentially, I'm not sure of the facts of the.
That's what the IG said.
But it's not Espionage Act, and I'm not aware.
It doesn't matter if it's the Espionage Act.
The facts there.
He did so for the purposes of harming Donald Trump. He did so for the purpose.
I'm not able to speak intelligently about it because I'm not read into that Comey matter the same way I'm in all these other things. And you can't.
Nonetheless, so it's clear that Comey's more culpable there. It's clear that Comey hated Trump.
But wait, Trump has other shit that's unrelated to what we're talking about that he's culpable for as well. I mean, you're just pointing to other things.
We're talking about a president appointing people.
That doesn't. Oh, come on.
It is absolutely different. So I just want to be clear. Your standard would be that you would never fire a CEO that had people under him that were absolute dog shit and screwed up a company. You'd say, well, that CEO's not responsible.
No, I think I would, but I would be consistent. I would be consistent in applying that policy across and give more responsibility. In fact,
you think Biden appointed any shitty people?
100% I do.
So why would you have voted for him again?
Yeah, because I think that they didn't rise the level of appointing necessarily corrupt people.
Like who? Who did Trump appoint that you thought were like corrupt?
No, I'm using your vision. First of all, under this administration or the previous one?
Previous.
I think that Bill Barr was corrupt.
Okay, explain why.
I think that
Bill Barr. Give me the example why Bill Barr is corrupt. Now, remember, your definition of corrupt is for personal or political gain, engaged in unethical activity.
So, for example, I think his interference in the Flynn case was corrupt for political motive.
Prove it. What did he do? How can you prove it was political motive?
Yeah. So I think that he was pressured by the president to let him go.
Prove it.
I'm not.
Why didn't Barr say it?
As I sit here, I don't have the evidence to show you. That's based on my recollection of my review of the facts. We can come at a later date to have a discussion. Wait. We can come at a later date to discuss the nitty. So you understand that's reasonable what I just said. Fair?
No,
that's reasonable.
If you think he's corrupt and you don't know why, that does not reasonable.
It's based on my recollection.
He may be corrupt. You would say he may be corrupt.
It's based on my recollection of reviewing the Flynn matter and his interference with it. But as I sit here,
give me some generality.
As I sit here, I don't have full command of what. Yeah. So in an unprecedented fashion, he interfered with the ongoing prosecution of Michael Flynn. He wrote a memo that said it was unjustified.
Okay.
And for my recollection of the facts, and based on like the people who were in charge of the investigation, and I believe prosecutors who came out, my take on it was that the most likely explanation was that he was doing it to appease the president of the United States.
Now at the very least, right, you would understand like how you constantly do this. You constantly give like the most favorable interpretation. Well, we can't prove that this guy putting hashtag resist.
Don't you do that for Trump? Don't you do that for Trump?
To some extent, yes.
Do you do that for Trump?
To some extent, yes.
Okay.
That's why I say equal treatment.
So then at best, you're no better than me, right?
No. Because I'm not demanding, right? I'm a person that was out there saying like, I see this corruption. You people are like, no corruption, no corruption, no corruption, no corruption, no corruption, no corruption. And then when it's Trump, you're like, we demand that you talk about corruption.
Has Trump ever been corrupt in the exercise of his official duties as president?
I don't know. Perhaps. Give me an example where you think it was.
January 6th.
No, I don't think he was corrupt on January 6th.
Okay, so then do you think that he was corrupt in the when he called the Ukrainian president had the perfect call?
No, it certainly wasn't. I think the best explanation is he really thought that there was, corruption.
Okay. Do you think that Trump was corrupt when he called for prosecutions against Joe Biden in the run up to the election publicly? Was that corrupt?
Give me the quote.
Sure.
I don't even need the specific quote. Give me, what did he say he should be prosecuted for?
He said essentially Bill Barr needs to prosecute now. So Bill Barr, we'll get it. And Josiah has presented this quote to you a ton of times. And it was in October 2022. I remember it. I'll give you the exact quote. Where are all of the arrests? Trump demands Barr lock up his foes. The tweet made specific reference, I believe, to the Bidens, but let me just see if I can find the direct one. Trump calls on Barr to act against Biden before the election.
That was his tweet. I call on Barr to act against.
I'm gonna get the exact quote for you. Trump, Biden, Barr, Act, 2022. Sorry, 2020. He was in an interview on Fox and Friends. We've got an attorney general to act. He's got to act, and he's got to act fast. He's got to appoint somebody. This is major corruption, and this has to be known before the election. And he later on, there was a specific reference to Joe Biden.
I'll assume he's talking about Biden from that.
Yeah. So was that corrupt? Assume that he was calling him for.
I don't think it's necessarily corrupt. I think that it's okay for a sitting president to want potential crimes investigated. I think it's bad form, but I don't have a problem with Joe Biden.
Had said, so if Joe Biden had said, I want Trump investigated and appointed a special prosecutor and pressured the DOJ to appoint a special prosecutor to investigate that, you wouldn't call that corrupt?
He did.
Was it corrupt? Do you think it's corrupt? Well, first of all, I don't agree that he did that.
He did.
I don't agree. I don't agree that he did
okay,
that.
So if Trump, let's turn this. If Trump wouldn't have gave that interview for Fox, but instead would have told several of his associates that would have went to Fox and said, Trump's pissed at Barr that he won't prosecute Joe Biden, would you think that's corrupt?
No, not if he didn't have any reasonable expectation that it would get to him or that it would be able to pressure him.
Do you think that
there's no expectation? There's no expectation that those statements were intended or designed or even they're attested to by like one person. They weren't public statements.
Let's say they're not intended. Do you think they could influence? Do you think they could have influenced Barr?
It's possible, but I don't. But that's not enough for me to suggest that that's what he was doing, that he ordered, or that it actually had that effect. And so no. But the question was a hypothetical one, which was if Joe Biden directly said to Merrick Garland, "I am ordering you to open an investigation into Donald Trump and to act fast and to take this decision," would you call that corrupt?
It depends on it would have to be for personal or political reasons, right?
I think so, yeah.
So it would depend on whether or not they thought it was legitimately corruption or not. Because someone could say that if they legitimately thought their opponent committed a crime, and then it wouldn't be corrupt, correct?
I suppose that's correct.
Okay. So then I think Donald Trump legitimately thinks Joe Biden committed crimes, which he did.
And you think that Joe Biden doesn't think that Trump legitimately committed crimes?
He may have, and then it wouldn't be corrupt.
Then you would agree that everything that Joe Biden and the Department of Justice did against Trump was not corrupt because they legitimately thought he did crimes. Fair?
It depends on the specific crime.
Oh, you just got fucking owned. Come on.
No, I did. It depends on the specific crime. Like, for example, if they think that he committed the crime on January 6th, that's not corrupt for Joe Biden to want that investigated. I think there's enough there.
You called all these prosecutions corrupt, but you just said if they legitimately thought that he committed a crime, it wouldn't be corrupt.
It's not corrupt from Joe Biden's point of view.
What about the DOJ? What if they legitimately thought that he committed crimes? You don't think that Jack Smith thought that Trump committed crimes?
It's if they're doing it for political reasons as opposed to they have a higher bar to clear, right? Because they have to do things by the book and have to be legal in how they're doing it, and they have to try to apply the law equally. The problem I have with the corruption is...
Can you prove that there was... Wait, so this is important. Do you think that you can prove right now that the Department of Justice was
engaged
corrupt?
in double standards? Yes. The double standards show the corruption.
Come on.
Yeah.
Wait.
You disagree? You don't think that it's sufficient evidence that if they're going after... If person A and B commit the exact same crime, we'll start there.
You just added something new and you know it. And
what do you mean I added something new? I'm starting from the logical...
If they legitimately thought that they committed crimes, you said that it wouldn't be corrupt, right?
No.
Or you said there's other evidence.
I said with Joe Biden it would be different. With a president it would be different. With the investigators and the law enforcement themselves, if they legitimately thought that there were crimes committed, that's fine. Unless they're engaged in a double standard, then it's corruption. And when the preponderance of evidence says that, like in the case of the FISA warrant, and the FISA warrants where we can speak to their with their thought process, where they're saying #resist, we need an insurance policy to stop this guy, the double standard becomes even more clear.
Okay, you harp on the insurance policy thing. There are a lot of statements that are incredibly culpable from Donald Trump related to some of these investigations, and you will say that no, that does not show that he was in bad faith. It does not show that he was for political reasons. When he says that Mike Pence, you're too honest, that doesn't show anything. And so why why is it that you're giving such charity to Trump? Well, you admit that it's because of your bias.
There's a difference in a political figure truly believing that their opponent is corrupt and saying they should be investigated, which I'm still not in favor of. I just don't know, given your definition of corruption, given your definition of corruption, I don't think it meets that bar. Because if there's a reason beyond the political or the personal, such as they legitimately believe, then I think that wouldn't be corrupt. Even if I think it's bad, and I do, I don't think it would be corrupt. That's different than being a law enforcement agent who's saying that you want an insurance policy to stop your opponent, even if you think it's because the person you don't like is really shitty. As a law enforcement agent, you are bound by a code of ethics and the law to apply the law in an equal standard. And so the obvious double standards or illegal investigations or haphazard investigations that we have to question so many actions that happen, like you'll admit the IG did over and over and over with Crossfire Hurricane and with the mid-year exam. You'll admit that, correct? The IG said...
Sorry.
The IG report says over and over again that there were all sorts of questionable things in Crossfire Hurricane and the mid-year exam. He just doesn't say it rises to the level of criminality or corruption, most of it, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes. So when you see that the people that are doing those things over and over, and it's almost every time as hard as possible against Trump and as easy as possible against his opponent, at some point you have to look at the rationale of these people, and they're saying, this guy, we need an insurance policy, #resist. The fact that you refuse to acknowledge that, even as something so basic as materially changing evidence to say the opposite of the truth, and by someone who's saying this shit, and you're like, well, it's for expediency.
I just deny that you've made the case that it's more likely the political corruption as opposed to the convenience excuse. All you're doing is you're saying it's so obvious.
It's not more likely. It's not more likely, and everyone's
conclusory.
It is, and again, now to turn it back to you, I'm answering your question. Now to turn it back to you, you speak so... Like every time it comes to one of these people on the law enforcement, FBI, a Democrat, almost every time, you always give them the benefit of the doubt. Well, I don't think that they did this for personal reasons, etc. But it's always the exact opposite with Trump and the people.
Wait, no, that's so untrue. So when Joe Biden pardoned his son, I called that corrupt. When Joe Biden did preemptive pardons, I said that was impeachable. I said it was also, by the way, corrupt for him to do his immigration pause, having said that it required congressional legislation, and then to
would you have voted for him?
Political reasons break the law.
Would you voted for him?
Yes, so I'm willing to make a trade-off between. Well, I think just if you do one corrupt act, doesn't make you necessarily overall in what people would call corrupt. I think you would agree. Wait, I think you would agree with that. Fair?
Yes, I do. But you seem to. I seem to remember you in the past. I seem you in the past saying that you couldn't vote for a president that engaged in illegalities. I thought I heard you say that before.
I have never fucking said that.
I'll look it up. I thought that we had that conversation. You'd said
that I would never vote for a president who did something illegal,
like corrupt and against the Constitution. Yes.
Not all constitutional violations are created equally.
I agree with that 100%. That's why I thought I was shocked when you'd alluded to that in the past. I was like, really? Because I think pretty much every president in my lifetime's violated the Constitution.
I promise you, and if you find that anytime I've said that, I will apologize and I will write a post saying that Rob was correct about this.
I don't need that.
That I have ever said that a mere constitutional violation, a mere breaking of the law, a mere illegality is enough for me not to vote for something. That's crazy. It can't be the standard.
Agreed. I would think that's crazy. Nature. I thought that's what you said, and that's why I thought it stuck with me. It's like, no. Nonetheless, the point I'm trying to make, but the point I'm trying to make is like the conflation here. Like you can see that there's a difference in this, like between a president versus an FBI agent or a head of the FBI, etc. You can see the difference in that. But it is clear the way you look at this. I know you don't want to talk about it. We don't have to. But the Jabal Bowman thing is the clearest example of just like, yeah, you'll at times when it doesn't really hurt your central case, which is going after Donald Trump or helping defeat him. Once Biden's out of it, you'll be like, yeah, okay, I guess it's corrupt, whatever, doesn't matter now. Like, but when it comes to issues that matter, even on absurd issues that shouldn't really matter, you're just incredibly.
Oh, no, but then how do you? So just to be clear, like, I want to be upfront with you. The fact that I'm willing to go in the weeds, we're at 2 a.m. and I'm not saying that we
apologize. You're wrong.
Okay. 1:55. The fact that we are approaching 2 a.m. and I'm not saying that we haven't struck any new ground whatsoever on any of our conversations, but that we are back to this. The main line of those conversations and what we're talking about, doesn't that show I'm good faith?
No,
that I'm willing to walk.
No, that doesn't.
I'm willing to walk through.
It doesn't. Does it show I'm good faith?
I think that the fact that I'm addressing you on the merits on each one of these issues, you can disagree with me.
But so am I.
You're doubting. You're saying that I don't actually believe what I'm believing. That's what you're saying.
No, okay. Let me determine what I say. Good faith. I will be honest. Sometimes I overuse this word. I believe what's most likely the case with you is you hate Trump so much that you have a subconscious bias to the point of ridiculousness that makes you so partisan that you've convinced yourself even obvious things aren't the case. That's what I believe. And so therefore it is, you don't really give a shit about corruption. It might be at the subconscious level because you're willing to ignore. And again, the Bowman thing is the clearest example of that. It is just so, I mean, I know you don't like to talk about it, but it is your argument. I'm not being facetious. It is your argument that when Jabal Bowman, I'll just say real quick, it is your argument when Jabal Bowman said, when he's asked by law enforcement, did you intend for an alarm to go off? And he said no, that you say that that's not a lie because you assume he meant yes.
No, you're misrepresenting. What I said was that when he was at, so first of all, this is in the context of a conversation where we are discussing the motivations of Jamal Bowman after he pulled the fire alarm and after he's being, talked to by agents and pulled aside. And in that moment, when he said, "Did you mean for the alarm to go off?"
That's not what that's not what law enforcement said. They said an alarm.
I don't know that they wait. Can we pull up the quote?
Yeah.
Hang on. I don't have, my keyboard is fucking dripping with Gatorade, so I have to. But look at what we're doing right now, right? Like you're making me go through every single one, and I'm an idiot, right? Because I'm willing to go through all these hoops with you. And if I were to say this is all stupid, I can't believe we've done the same ritual conversation how many different times, you'd be like, you're running from the fucking debate. Isn't this fucking exhausting for you to have this conversation all the time?
It's not exhausting. How many times have I told you in private, in public, or said to my audience that this was the moment, the Jabal moment, and when you said it was regrettable, that was the moment that my favorite person to talk to, you, became, I was like, oh wait, it's all bullshit. Even in the most obvious of things, they'll fucking just blatantly lie, whether it be consciously or subconsciously, to the most absurd position. You could mind read Trump in every case and you say he's guilty of all this shit. And then when it's something that's benign, this Bowman shit, you just fucking lie. Yeah, and it speaks so much to your character.
So you're accusing me now of lying, right?
Okay. Lying would require intent. I guess it is possible that you are so brainwashed with hatred of Trump that you're willing to say comically fucking ridiculous things. Okay, like when he pulled the alarm, he didn't intend for it.
So let's examine this for a second, right?
Did you find the quote?
It's in an affidavit. I don't have access to the affidavit right now, but I'm looking for it as I talk. Can I look as I talk? Is that okay?
Yeah. I just didn't know if you found it. I was asking.
Okay, I think I found it. Your affiant, that is the person writing this affidavit, asked the defendant if he intended to cause a fire alarm, to which he stated no.
A, not the A.
Yeah. So. A fire alarm, I think, as I explained to you in this context, that, by the way, and I preface this saying I'm not 100% sure about whether or not this is.
Can I just nip this in the bud? So I'll agree. You said it's most likely.
I think that I said most likely with respect to whether or not he intended to obstruct an official proceeding. Correct. And by the way, that has changed now to that absolutely was not his intent to obstruct it.
Okay,
that, right?
I don't give a shit what you say on that portion.
Okay.
You're saying that you never said.
Just to be clear, wait, no, but just to be clear, why that matters, because the entire thing is premised on the notion that this is for me to not apply a standard to January 6th to Bowman, and that he was intending to obstruct an official proceeding. That's so important for me for the definition of insurrection.
I don't care why you're.
No, but I'm just saying.
No. First off, we can argue about whether or not he intended. We could do that again. We could argue about whether or not he intended to obstruct an official proceeding if you like, but it's irrelevant to this question specifically. When he was asked, did you intend for a alarm to go off? You had already said previously, before talking to me on your post on X, you were arguing against people and said, maybe he didn't want the alarm to go off. And you said, that's ridiculous. Clearly he knew the alarm was going to go off when he pulled that. And so then you also said to me many times that lying to law enforcement materially is something very serious and should be charged. So it's easy. Simple syllogism shows clearly you think that Bowman should have been charged here. And when brought up, you're like, no, because... Go ahead.
No, wait. So just to be 1,000,000,000% clear, I absolutely think that material lies are crimes that you should go after 100%. Now, the context in which they occur should always affect the charging decision. The principles of the Justice Manual will always affect the charging decision. What I said to you was, it is conceivable to me that based on his experience, that pulling a fire alarm, that he could have thought that the overall system, right, the localized alarm of the delayed egress door might have been what would sound off, as opposed to the entire cannon building. That's what, and also that I don't know that he intended to affect the actual Capitol Hall building. I said that to you. I thought that was, it's possible. I said that.
Yeah, the entire
and
argument.
You think it's impossible.
If he lied about this, should he be charged for that?
It depends.
What do you mean depends? Is it material to the investigation?
Well, just because even if he just lied, that's not the end all be all of the charging decision. Agreed?
That's not what you seem to think when it comes to people.
Wait. So to be, I'm asking you a question. Do you think that everyone who fulfills the statutory elements of a crime should be charged with that crime?
No.
Okay, so then it's not just
that's
the case.
Not my. That's your argument when it comes to Papadopoulos, when it comes to Flynn, when it comes to all. Yes, lying's very serious and should have been charged.
Wait. Do you think that it's my position that every time someone lies to the police, they should be charged with lying?
No, just Trump people. That's always been my position. That is your position. That's what you think. When they do it, then it's a big deal. That is your position. Why should Papadopoulos have been charged?
No, it's not. So no, it's not. So Papadopoulos absolutely lied about an ongoing investigation that was incredibly material.
What did he say that was the lie?
Wait. I'm not recalling the exact statement at this moment.
Didn't
he lied to FBI
dates?
agents. Yeah. So just to be clear, I'm not remembering right now Papadopoulos' exact statement. What we're doing now is we're running through every single all of the fucking parade of horribles right now. And because I don't have instant recall of every statement made by Papadopoulos in these investigations, we're going to make a meal out of it. No, if you want to have a debate on these issues, why don't we schedule a debate for the Papadopoulos investigation, schedule a debate for these lines? But don't you think that we've talked about this ad nauseum?
No, because when
do you want to schedule a debate on the lies?
I would talk to you about Papadopoulos, sure. What I'm saying is that, when it comes to the truth is, your bias will say when someone in Trump's orbit is accused of a lie. For example, Michael Flynn, you think he should have been charged, right? You know more about that, yes. Right?
100%.
Why should he have been charged? Because the background of it, what was it ultimately that he did? Take the lie out of it. What did he do that was so egregious?
So he lied to the vice president about the nature of his communications.
That's not a crime.
Wait. You asked about the magnitude of it.
Okay.
And the significance of it, right?
Okay.
Did you not ask about that?
Yes.
Okay. So can things that are not crimes add to the magnitude and significance of something? So it was relevant when I
brought
up his
worth
lie
a
to the
criminal.
vice president.
Not if it's a criminal charge. No.
So the attendant circumstances around the crime, the context of the crime, can't inform the magnitude of whether or not you should charge it.
I don't believe so. I think in most cases that wouldn't be the case. Bro. I think in most cases
let me just explain it. Let me just explain it in plain English why it was important to charge Michael Flynn, or why that matter was of heightened significance. So because the vice president had come out with a statement that said Michael Flynn was telling me the truth. He said this, and they didn't have this contact, and they didn't talk about this. And the vice president had been sort of public about that statement. And because the DOJ knew with certainty that that was not true, and that and later on, by the way, Trump even acknowledged that Flynn lied to the vice president, they were worried about the incoming national security advisor, that the Russians had now leverage over this person because they knew that the vice president had been told a lie.
Did they have leverage? Did they have leverage?
Isn't that a legitimate concern? No. Is that a legitimate concern?
Concern's one thing. I mean, I'm concerned that I'm concerned that USAID pays you. So people could be concerned about all kinds of shit.
You think that USAID pays me?
I don't know. I'm just making a joke, right? Yeah, people could be concerned about all kinds of shit.
What you're saying is that it was. I'll ask you. Do you think it was unreasonable for our intelligence community to be concerned that the vice president had been told something untrue by Michael Flynn, and the Russians knew that it was untrue?
No, I don't think that let me rephrase that. Sure, they have the right to be concerned about anything they want. I don't think it rises to the level of a criminal investigation.
It was both a criminal and counterintelligence.
I don't think it rises to that level, particularly when we saw that James Comey laughed and admitted, we did it because we knew that Trump's people were neophytes politically, and we set this up in a way that we knew that they wouldn't be prepared for. Okay. If you're really concerned about getting to the bottom of the matter, you would have done it on the up and up, not some slady. Nonetheless, the point is, I'll just make my point. I'll make my point real quick. I'll make my point real quick, since you seem to be beating around the bush a lot here. Mike Flynn was a decorated general, right? Who the big bugaboo about what he supposedly said was, he asked Kislyak, hey, don't retaliate. We're going to try to work things out when we get there. Something that I would want every incoming national security advisor to be doing with our enemies. Compare that to Jamal Bowman, right? Jamal Bowman lied materially about what the investigation was. He committed a crime. You'll admit that, right?
He committed a crime in that he caused the false alarm. Right.
And so when asked materially about that, he lied about a material fact of that. That's completely different than what Flynn did. You think Flynn should be charged,
to be clear, so I support the prosecution of Bowman. I supported him pleading guilty to a crime. What you're talking now about is whether or not, in addition to the false alarm charge, that he should have been charged with the specific instance of lying to the police in that case.
Yes.
And the answer is, I don't fucking know the quantity of evidence that they had available at the discretion. The mere fact that he said it, in these cases, by the way, are hard to prove. You need to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that it's a knowing, intentional, and deliberate lie in the moment. And he has defenses available to him. The only evidence he has of his lying is just the obvious nature of the fire alarm. And listen, to be 100% clear, it could have been a case that you could bring. I'm not sure. But when he's already pleading guilty to the false alarm, don't you think enough justice has been done?
No. Not at all.
No.
Why not? Again, because
is this matter more serious than the Flynn matter?
Yes.
So the fire alarm matter is more serious than Flynn's lying to the FBI after having lied.
I don't think he lied, but even if he did, the underlying facts of the lie of Flynn was that he did something that everyone in this country should want. Him talking to his counterpart, trying to de-escalate a situation with our enemy. That's good. Pulling a fire alarm illegally is bad. So lying about that is worse.
So in the middle of the presidential administration, where Obama is imposing sanctions on Russia in response to their interference in the election, which I think you're saying you don't know if that's true, that they actually interfered.
They did. Igor Danchenko worked with Hillary Clinton to help interfere in the election.
No, the Russian Federation. I'm not allowing you to equivocate on the meaning of what we're talking. When I say Russian, I mean the state.
Igor Danchenko is probably working for the government of Russia. There's more evidence that Russia colluded to help Trump.
No, there's not. There's an open. All you have is an opened investigation. Isn't that the only evidence you have?
Well, also that he spread this. Well, there's other evidence. Also that he knowingly spread disinformation to harm Donald Trump that the FBI bid on. Also the fact that we have that Brennan. You remember the 17 intelligences say that Russia interfered? Well, it turns out that all came from Brennan's office at the CIA, and people have shown that actually their calculations showed that they somewhat wanted Hillary to win more, because they could predict what she would do, where Trump was unpredictable, so they'd rather have the person they could predict. So I would say someone that was accused of working with... I don't know
what white paper that you're referencing. I don't know.
I would say that someone that was accused of working with Russia before, so much so that there was an investigation into him that was never closed, right? I would say that, or that was never definitively proved it wasn't the case. I'd say there's good reason to suspect... You're deferring
to the inconclusive investigation that never determined anything, as opposed to the same intelligence community's official determination. Why would you give more credence?
What did they do? What did they do
to the open? Wait. I'm asking you just in terms of your deference. You're more willing to say the fact that they opened an investigation and didn't determine anything with respect to Igor Danchenko, as opposed to the determination of the agencies. You're willing to credit the open investigation more than the determination. Is that right?
What was the determination?
The determination from the intelligence community is that Russia interfered in the election. Agreed?
In what way?
I'm asking you whether or not that was a determination.
Well, but do you think that Russia interferes?
Was it the determination or not?
Yes, and I would say that if the intelligence community, two things, I would say if the intelligence community is honest, they would say that they interfere in every election, and I don't believe that
Russia
the intelligence
or the intelligence community.
Russia. And I would say that also just saying they interfered doesn't speak to they just interfered to help Trump and not Hillary. Yeah, so the idea that we're saying they interfered, and I'm pointing to an actual Russian spy.
I'm pointing to an actual. No. But first of all, you don't have evidence other than the open investigation. And again, that is your strongest piece of evidence, right? That Igor Danchenko
he is
a
Russian
asset.
Right. He is Russian.
No, Russian as opposed to being an agent of Russia. Not
I understand.
Being,
I understand. So evidence one,
Russia.
just like one of the constant claims against Trump is he talked to Russians, his people talked to Russians. So that's number one. Number two, he was suspected. I'm answering. Number two, he was credibly expected of investigated for being a Russian asset previously.
And no determination was made, as opposed to the determination made by the intelligence community that not only that Russia interfered in a systemic and significant way in our election. We can talk about what that is, but I'm just telling you what the determination is.
I'm not saying right. I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing. No, wait. Let me. It's not that I'm backtracking. I agree. Russia interfered. What does that have to do with? Yes, one of the ways they interfered was through Igor Danchenko.
No. They do not allege that it was through Igor Danchenko.
I don't give a shit if they allege. I don't give it. You're just like Russia interfered.
You're
okay.
Wait. I'm asking you why you're not accepting the determinations made by the IC, but you are determining.
I am accepting.
Deferring. You're not deferring to that determination by the IC.
Before the leadership of the FBI decided that they needed an insurance policy against Donald Trump, they ruled that this guy was most likely a Russian spy. Right? Then they said. Wait.
Opening investigation makes it so that you're most likely a Russian spy.
All right, I'm sorry.
The mere opening of investigation.
Does opening investigation suspect that it's more likely?
No.
Okay, well, I think that they had reason. Let's clarify. They had reason to suspect he was a Russian spy. We know that he was Russian. They suspected he was a spy before. We know that he spread disinformation, and that was the most influential interference into our election because the FBI then took and ran with that up to the point where they got illegal FISA warrants against the president's team, right? You're saying they said, what's the evidence you have that they interfered? Did they interfere on both sides?
No.
Did they interfere just to help Trump?
No. I'm only talking. I want to be clear. I'm only talking about the willingness you are to defer to determinations made by agencies. And so, in one sense, I'm trying to compare apples for apples. You have an opening of an investigation that does not come to a conclusion one way or the other about whether he is a spy or not, and you are deferring based on that non-conclusion that he is a spy, in addition to some other factors that you just laid out. But you're not deferring to the absolutely determination of the intelligence community that Russia intervened in a systemic way, that it wasn't related to Igor Danchenko, that it was in fact related to other matters that you're well aware of.
I don't know if you can't hear me or not. Yes, Russia interfered.
No. Not in the way you're suggesting with Igor Danchenko.
Yes, Russia interfered in ways other than Igor Danchenko.
Okay, so then you accept the conclusions of the Mueller report?
No, not entirely. I accept that. But there's all sorts of reasons that I have a problem with the Mueller report. For example, did Russia interfere through the Internet Research Agency? Do you think that's Russian interference?
Yes, I do. Don't you?
Okay, sure. In the sense that actually, we're not sure, but in the sense that there were Russians, let's assume they were connected to the government of Russia. That hasn't been proven, but let's assume
that's what the IC alleges.
Well, they might say that, but they were unable to prove it. They couldn't bring charges.
But if you're unwilling to accept their deference in that, why are you willing to accept the deference of the opening of an investigation? Does that make any sense?
Because I think they were corrupt and biased and had their thumb on the scale for Hillary Clinton. This is evidenced by the fact that they talked about it. We could see all throughout. Right now, so for example, the Internet Research Agency. How big of an amount of interference was that? Some Democratic senators said it was an act of war. Can you tell me what they did?
Yeah, they post misleading memes. They organized fake protests. They spread misinformation. Yeah.
What was it, like $100,000 worth of ads on Facebook and Pokemon Go?
I am not here to speak to. I just want to be clear. I'm not here to speak to the overall effect it had on the election or its magnitude. And you're aware also that one of the main ways that they interfered, in addition to the internet memes and the lies and the propaganda, which you do not deny. I'm not hearing you deny, right?
No, but I'll talk specifically about it. Finish your point, and then I'll talk specifically about those. Go ahead.
Okay, so you should keep an ear on whether he's denying that, and also obviously the hacking of the DNC servers.
They could come to that conclusion. There's no proof.
Oh, come on. So the truth of the matter is,
did the FBI ever get access to the server?
You're willing to accept determinations made by the opening of investigation, even though there is no determination, and you have no idea who these people are. The open investigation, there's no report on it that you can point to. All you have is your assumptions based on the mere opening of investigation and other, like fucking Charlie at the board and It's Always Sunny, connecting dots that are just, again, based on your mere assumptions. But you're not willing to defer to the agencies when it's inconvenient for you. And so I think that's a inconsistent approach.
Let's go 3 things to talk about. First, the latter point that you're making there. I can't definitively say that he was a Russian asset, that he was working for the Russian government. But when we're talking about Russian interference, it was clearly the biggest amount of interference that occurred in the election. Hillary Clinton's team did exactly what Trump's team was accused of and why they were investigated. They worked with a Russian in order to get disinformation to affect the election. Trump's team did not work with Russians. They did not get disinformation, and it did not affect the election. Hillary's working with Russian, or her team's working with Russians, actually led to the FBI using that information, which they never verified, in your own words, led to getting 4 illegal FISA warrants, which hamstrung Trump for 4 years of his presidency. Now, was that guy working at the behest of Vladimir?
Well, you're fucking crazy. Those FISA warrants didn't hamstring Trump. How did those FISA warrants affect his prejudice his presidency at all?
4 years,
they
the biggest
were
media.
inconclusive.
What was the biggest Democrat attack against Trump for 4 years?
There were many, but Russia was a major one.
Russia collusion, right? That's what it was. And so the idea that Hillary's team,
that
was the most prominent argument. The dossier was the most prominent argument.
The argument wasn't that the FISA warrants occurred. That wasn't the argument.
Doesn't matter.
The argument was about the dossier.
That's right. That's what I'm talking about. Listen, you dimwit. I'm saying that Hillary's team colluding with a Russian who was a suspected Russian spy to get that dossier was the most significant interference. The FISA warrants are a big portion of it in that it was illegality by the FBI, but certainly that dossier led to the biggest attack against Trump in 4 years. That's what makes it the most impactful instance of Russian disinformation. Was this gentleman working specifically for Vladimir Putin?
There's a lot of overdetermination here.
What's that? Let me finish. Let me finish my point. Yeah. Right. So was he working for Vladimir Putin? I don't know. Why didn't the FBI investigate?
The FBI investigated.
They did not. They did not investigate whether or not Igor Danchenko.
They did. They charged Igor Danchenko.
When did they investigate whether or not he was a Russian spy?
Durham charged Igor Danchenko.
When was that?
Under Trump.
So, what year was that?
20. I don't know.
2020? Is Durham the FBI?
Under Durham. Durham is part of the Department of Justice.
Is Durham the FBI?
Durham had FBI agents working for him.
Okay, so why didn't the FBI? So why wouldn't if the FBI in 2016 so concerned about Russian interference into our election, right? And they have suspected in the past Igor Danchenko of being a Russian spy, and they absolutely know that he's the one communicating with Hillary's team to be the primary subsource to get this dossier. Why wouldn't they also investigate Hillary's team?
To Christopher Steele.
So he was also
who's communicating to Fusion GPS. So there are layers of. I just want to be clear about the chronology here. It's not like Hillary's team is meeting directly with this person. They've contracted with Fusion GPS, who's contracted with Christopher Steele, who has connections and who talks to Igor Danchenko. So I just want to be clear that is the pathway. It's not like.
So I just want to be clear. It is your argument here that no one else on Hillary's team had contact with Danchenko.
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay, well, you just said it wasn't her team.
That during the course of the investigation, during the course of the drafting of the dossier, it was Fusion GPS that engaged with Christopher Steele, and Christopher Steele who approached Igor Danchenko. That's spelled out.
Okay, but nonetheless, we see that Hillary's team and people they were paying were meeting with Igor Danchenko. Do you think that Hillary's team knew when they were getting this information from Christopher Steele who the primary subsource was?
Do you have evidence that they knew it was from Russia?
No, I don't think that there was an FBI investigation into that.
You're kidding.
No, I'm not.
I mean, did you miss the Durham investigation?
No, I saw the Durham investigation. That's not an FBI investigation. I'm saying in 2016, in July of 2016. Oh my God. Let me finish. I'm saying in July of 2016, will you admit that the FBI was very fucking worried that the Russians were interfering?
They were worried. Yeah, they're very worried. They should have been,
why wouldn't they, when they knew
they should have been worried?
When they knew.
Should they have been worried?
Why not? When they knew that one side was actually, they were investigating Team 1, Trump's team, for colluding with Russians to get disinformation. And as evidence, it's part of their investigation. One of the crucial pieces was Hillary's team colluding with a Russian that they had previously suspected of being a spy, giving them information.
Hang on a second. The investigation opened based on, as you're aware, the conversations with Papadopoulos that were reported to them, and so your chronology is wrong. And when Igor Danchenko came into that was near the fall, when Igor Danchenko came on board, and yeah, there were some errors in terms of vetting his information that we're aware of, but again, you can't produce evidence.
What are you talking about?
Wait. I just want to be clear about this. Do you think it's more? Do you have the evidence to prove more likely than not that Igor Danchenko was a Russian agent from the Russian Federation?
No, I have the evidence to suggest that it was most likely that was the case of Russian interference in July of 2016 or in
from the Russian Federation. When you say Russian interference, you mean that you're more likely than not that Russian.
What evidence was there that Papadopoulos?
I'm asking you the question.
Right.
I'm asking you the question.
There was, yes. I'm telling you there is more evidence that Hillary's team was colluding with the Russian Federation than George Papadopoulos. Yes.
No, I'm not asking relative. I'm asking you based.
That is exactly my
belief.
point.
That more likely is it more likely than not that Igor Danchenko was a Russian agent from the Russian Federation?
Yes, it's more likely, but I can't prove it. The relative of it is what's important, and that's why you want to deflect from that, because the FBI is deciding in an almost unprecedented action that they are going to investigate a presidential team wholesale, up to and including getting FISA warrants, which turned out to be illegal.
They opened the Hillary Clinton investigation predated the Trump investigation.
What's that have to do with Russia collusion?
You just said it in an unprecedented act. They investigated a presidential campaign. They were investigating Hillary before they were investigating Trump.
Oh, fair enough. Let me rephrase. And getting FISA warrants to spy on a presidential team. And that's what makes it unprecedented.
There.
Correct.
So I'm not aware of the history of a member of the presidential team, but also I agree that the FISA warrants were improper and they were illegal.
But that's how serious the FBI took it.
But I agree that they took it seriously because there was a serious risk.
Right. So then why not investigate Hillary's team when they knew they were colluding with someone that was a suspected Russian spy?
I just told you that until the October period or in the fall period, that's when they first became apprised, I believe, of Igor Danchenko.
So then why not investigate then?
And what's the evidence that Hillary Clinton's team was aware that the source they were relying on, that Fusion GPS was relying on, that Christopher Steele was relying on, was Igor Danchenko? What's the evidence that they were aware of that?
I don't know. Did they investigate to see what the evidence was? Weren't they concerned about Igor Danchenko interfering in our election?
Do you know?
Yes, I do know. They didn't.
How do you know?
What? How do you?
I'm asking.
Because nowhere in the IG report, the Durham report, or anyone that's investigated did they suggest that was occurring.
That they investigated Igor Danchenko and where that could lead?
Their connections to Hillary Clinton, yes.
Yeah, so don't you think that investigating Igor Danchenko, to the extent that he had connections to Hillary, those would necessarily be sort of brought in, right? To the extent that they're investigating Igor Danchenko, that would implicate Hillary's team to the extent there was any problematic circumstances.
They didn't. Durham did.
They purged him. Yeah,
Durham did. When was that?
So
what you're telling me is a special counsel, right, in 2019, 3 years after the FBI was so worried about Russia interfering through disinformation in our elections, so much so that they took the unprecedented step of getting FISA warrants, which you admit later would be illegal, to spy on Trump's team. That's how panicked the FBI was about Russian interference. And not only did they not investigate the suspected Russian spy that was working with Hillary's team, they actually took his evidence, never bothered to verify it, and then after 2 FISA warrants decided to try to verify it, saw that the information was basically told by him to be like, it was kind of all just social gatherings, whatever. Misled the court in saying we talked to him, he told the truth, but never investigated him and his connection to Hillary. If I was the FBI and I was concerned about Russian actors trying to spread disinformation, that's the first place I would have looked.
You're saying that the first time they ever investigated Danchenko was under
Durham.
Fucking Durham. I'm not sure that that's true. I don't know that that's true.
Can you show me? You've read the IG report and the Durham report, correct?
Yes, I have. But
do you think that they would have mentioned? Do you think, in the context of them reporting on the Crossfire Hurricane, that they would have mentioned the FBI investigating Hillary Clinton's team's connections to Danchenko?
I don't know that they went with a mission to specifically call out that connection. They knew that it was opposition research. That was known to the team in Crossfire Hurricane, and so I'm not aware of the
Didn't the
investigatory
FBI
steps that
actually pay Danchenko to be an asset?
I think that they did, as I recall.
But I'm sure while they were paying him, they were investigating him, right?
Wait a second. So they did absolutely try to vet the information that was coming through. I'm not sure that what I said was, I'm not sure the first time that they investigated Igor Danchenko was under Durham. I'm just telling you, I'm not sure about that.
Why would it? You can't give a good reason if the FBI. You're like, look, didn't the FBI have the right to be panicked about Russia? Okay, let's say that's true.
So when was it obvious in your mind that because you believe that this is all debunked, you believe everything's gone whatever. When would it have been appropriate to start an investigation into Igor Danchenko?
Immediately, once they found out that he was the primary subsource for one of the two major parties' opposition research. If you're concerned about a hostile foreign policy giving disinformation to affect the election, and you see that one of the parties is literally paying to get information from a Russian source that you've previously suspected of being a Russian spy, an immediate investigation should take place. In fact, the exact opposite took place. They didn't bother to investigate his claims, to personally talk to him, used it for a FISA warrant to spy on the other team, accusing the other team of doing exactly what they knew Hillary's team was doing, and then paid Danchenko to be an asset, partially so that he couldn't be subpoenaed.
So to be clear, the mere fact that you have a Russian person providing information to another person, and you're in general fearing Russian disinformation from the Russian Federation, that if you become apprised of any information that is sourced from any individual in Russia, there should be an immediate investigation into that individual.
That's not what I said. Two things that are different with this. One, it's because this information is being paid for by one of the major political parties. Do you think that the FBI was worried that Russia was trying to get tendrils into all of our political apparatus?
I'm not sure.
I think that's what they're accusing of. They said that they were worried that they were trying to interfere. In fact, I forget who
they
said
were worried about the Trump administration because Papadopoulos' conversation. That's why they were worried about the Trump administration.
So they're worried about what was his conversation again? That he talked to a guy that was assumed to be Western intelligence up to that point named Joseph Mifsud, that said, "Hey, Russians have emails on Hillary Clinton," and then he told Alexander Downer that.
No, his conversation. Yes, his conversation with Downer
what did he say?
From Australia.
What did he say to Downer?
About the hack, related to the hack.
He said hack? He said hack? Can you show me that?
That they had dirt. That they had dirt on the Clintons.
Right.
And that happened before. That happened before the hack, and then once the hack happened, they reported it to the FBI.
That's right.
I think you've agreed.
That's brilliant. Right. Yes. The start of the investigation, it was so serious, was that this low-level guy said, "Hey, I hear Russia has dirt on Hillary." That was it. And then once the hack occurred, the FBI was like, that proves that Russia's trying to interfere in our election.
You're understating it.
It's not understated. That's what you just said.
So he related that he had personal knowledge of this.
He said that he was told that Russians had dirt.
That he had personal knowledge of it.
Right. And well, that's another way of saying what I just said, right?
Wait. But you agree that the claim is that he had personal knowledge of the fact that they would be releasing. I actually even think. Let me actually check the direct quote.
Go ahead, look real quick. I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
I don't know how did you get me to do this every time we go through the same exact things. I might have to for my own health. Require that any future conversation about Crossfire Hurricane be scheduled.
All right. Did you find it?
So, so you were wrong. According to Downer, on May 6th, Papadopoulos met Alexander Downer at a London bar and told him about the Clinton emails.
What's that say? Hack?
Clinton emails. No, they had acquired Clinton emails.
What's the date of that?
That's May 6th, 2016.
When did the investigation from the FBI into Hillary start? Do you have any idea?
Yeah, so the investigation into them started, I think, in June That's when Crossfire Hurricane, June or July.
No. Mid-year exam.
After the announcement. Oh, mid-year exam? That was in, I think it started in 2015.
Right. So the thing is, everyone in the world heard about Hillary's private server. And so if you were anyone, you could be Joe Schmo internet prankster, and we could call Papadopoulos and say, we're in Russia. What's the one thing you would say that you had dirt on Hillary? What's the type of dirt that you would say you had?
I'm not sure.
You'd say
you could say emails, but
right.
Yeah, but hang on a second. So if they said that they had dirt on the Clintons in this time frame, we know that there had been a hack. It predated public release of the hack.
So what? A million people were saying Russia had dirty emails.
Not less than 2 months later, they release a tranche of emails, and they would be, absolutely reckless and negligent not to investigate it, and then open an investigation.
That's fine. You could open an investigation.
Okay.
The problem, and this is, correct me if I'm wrong, this is going to come back to bite you in the ass, but the bar for opening an investigation by the FBI is incredibly low, correct?
It is a low standard.
Cool. Keep that in mind with future conversations we have, because once Kash Patel gets to work, I'm sure I'm sure it'll be corrupt all of a sudden once Kash Patel starts investigating.
To be clear, so it is a low standard for sure, 100%. But it cannot be based on a political purpose. You would agree with that, fair?
Sure. Well,
okay. You don't agree with that?
No, that's true. But then we'll disagree on what a political purpose is. It could be directed against political entities if you think they've legitimately committed crimes.
True.
But it can't just be to help my side.
Okay.
Yeah.
Listen, hey, I'm not trying to run away from any particular conversation.
Rage quit.
I want you to.
That's fine.
It's super late, but I want to take a step back before we end. Notice where we're at, I feel like this entire time I'm trying to honestly give you my opinion and engage with these issues. And other time, there has never been a condition where I have said, which I believe, by the way, that you're bad faith with Jan 6. I believe, or if you're not bad faith, you're at the very least, I think, deluded, that you're ignoring obvious evidence of corruption for Trump. I think that of the Ukrainian call. I think that of all sorts of different actions that Trump has taken in recent years. But never have I said, I condition us having a conversation once again on what we're talking about here, on you accepting my framing of those issues, where I think that you're just as blind as you think that I'm blind on some of these issues. And so what I'm asking for is parity. Why is it the case?
There is parity. There is parity. How many times have I debated you or Destiny or some left-winger on January 6th? Alternate electors. How many times? Hours upon hours. Fuck, man. I even was willing to do the most insane fucking asinine debate that was set up by these fucking dudes I don't even know. That the criteria was that it was limited to the standard legal definition of insurrection. I was willing to do that. Right?
Listen, I'm not saying that you're not willing to do these debates some of the time. I think that that's great that you're willing to do that. Although I'll note there was a time where you resisted it, and then it was BLM, and then I was fine with that conversation too, to just do it in BLM and to apply the definition. I think it amounted to the same thing. But I think that that's great that you're willing to have those conversations. I think that one of the things that I also had a great time having conversations with you is that you are willing to get into the weeds. And that's why I think it's weird that, okay, we're willing to get into the weeds. I'm willing to get into the weeds on your stuff, on all this stuff, without any conditions like that. But now it feels like you've developed a different posture against people that you're just assuming are necessarily bad faith just because they share a different view or you think it's so absurd.
I think that it's, again, bad faith might not be the right answer for you, right? But I think that you've proven, even tonight, that your bias is extreme to the point where it makes these sort of conversations almost they're maybe entertaining for an audience.
They're entertaining about you.
Like what? What did I say that was the case?
The notion that Trump, with respect to his interference in January 6th, that wasn't corrupt and for political purposes. I think that is the height of ridiculousness.
What interference in January 6th? Give me the example.
So his role in the false elector scheme, which was integral to January 6th. His role, yes, it is. Yes, it is. And the fact, and I would think that if you deny that, I would say that that's also a delusion. And in the same
what percentage of the rioters do you think were aware of alternate electors? That was fresh on their mind as they were rioting?
I'm not sure. It doesn't matter whether they had a specific knowledge of the intricacies of it. They knew that something was relevant with respect to the counting of the electoral slates at that moment.
They just knew that it was corrupt, and that was the last day. That's what they
whether
thought.
They knew about the specific pathway or not is irrelevant. What matters is Trump's knowledge. We're examining Trump's behavior and what he wanted to do and wanted to accomplish. So the knowledge level of those individuals with respect to the nitty gritty of the procedural steps that they were going to plan was irrelevant. And frankly, if you read the letter that was released by Mike Pence and others, they talk about the different pathways that Trump was saying was available, and so this was top of mind. People were talking about what they could do with the electoral counts. Let
me ask you this: if Trump legitimately thought the election was stolen from him, is that corrupt?
If he legitimately thought that, yes, it would be. In my opinion, it would be corrupt.
Why would it be corrupt?
Because he would be usurping a power he doesn't have. It'd be an ultra virus act, which he knows to be ultra virus.
But so does Kevin Clinesmith, and you don't think that's corrupt?
Wait, outside of his authority and for the purpose of winning an election that he. Oh, okay. So if he thought that he legitimately won the election, then he would just be diluted, right? And
that's what I believe.
Be illegal, but diluted. Okay, but
I don't even think he's diluted because I think in ways that I articulate, I think, and maybe we'll find out in the future that there were shenanigans with votes and shit as well, but you can't prove that. That's why I'm against. It's not. To me, it doesn't matter.
What can you prove if we can't?
Let me finish.
Okay,
it doesn't matter to me if Trump's right or wrong that the election was stolen. That's why what he did was so fucking wrong with these alternate electors. Because unless you have proof positive right there, it doesn't matter what you think. You can't be doing that shit. Tough shit. You lose. That's it. That's always been my problem with the alternate electors shit. That's different. He legitimately thinks he won, but you have to suck it up. That's why I'm happy that Pence didn't sign along with it. But it was just a legal theory that they were trying to work out. It wasn't going to go anywhere.
Tried to steal the election, or if Kamala Harris tried to do the same shit this time and said, no, I believe. It's almost like if someone's like shooting a gun and says, I didn't believe it when I pulled the trigger, it wouldn't come out. I didn't believe it. And just kept saying, I didn't believe. And you keep saying it, and you never admit that at a certain point, there's a level of willful blindness that I think even you would apply. Like, I'll give you that example. If we assume a real person, they have a gun, they pull the trigger of the gun, and they say to you, I didn't know that pulling the trigger on a gun that's loaded and that's cocked, and which I have some training to do, I really don't think that would have caused the bullet to come out of it. And I really don't believe that. You would never give that person the benefit of the doubt.
That's different. That analogy doesn't work. You're right. I wouldn't give that person the benefit, but that analogy doesn't work. This isn't someone pulling a gun. This is someone that's using legal theories because they feel that they legitimately won. By the way, and that there were questions that weren't answered. I share that belief. At least that there were questions that weren't answered, and I feel the election was stolen through the interference of our intel agents once more. Particularly with denying the Hunter Biden laptop story, which polling suggests probably would have been enough to swing.
Okay, wait a second. So if that's the case, why hasn't Elon Musk stolen the election in the 2024 election? Or assume that you're going to say, well, he's not in a government position.
Sure.
I don't know what that's the clincher. But now that he is in a government position, in the 2020, to the extent that he's telling lies, which he is often telling lies, provable, demonstrable falsehoods.
Like what?
To the extent that it has an effect. So, for example, the notion that we were sending, whatever $1 million or millions of pounds or whatever condoms to Gaza is a lie.
But instead it was to other countries in the Middle East.
Okay, but that's a lie, right?
That's not a lie, right? Unless he intentionally knew that it was wrong and intentionally told a mistruth, right? He could have seen something, jumped to.
That's what people say about the intelligence officers. They said,
that's a joke.
Okay, but you know that for the intel officers who explicitly disclaim specific knowledge, and they just said it has the hallmarks of. You say that obviously they're lying, obviously that's bad faith, but you're willing to give Elon Musk the benefit of the doubt. Why the different standards?
It's not that I'm willing to. He may very well have lied, but I'm saying that you would have to prove that he intentionally knew. It's clear that the FBI, the former intel agencies, knew what they were doing. It's clear, right? And there's different types of lies. There's lying about criminality versus lying about how much money is being spent. Politicians and bureaucrats lie all the time about, what's the inflation number? What's the GDP number? How many jobs are created? Like, that shit's materially different.
Elon is lying about criminality, right? I mean, he's talking about how we need to lock up 60
Terrible
minutes.
Comment. That's
he's making
lying.
Accusations.
That's just a fucking horrible comment.
Okay, well,
it's a lie.
he's representing that it would be against the law. I think that it's okay, but
it's his opinion.
I'll put that aside. Okay, I'll put that aside. I mean, would you ever accept that? It's just their opinion that it's the hallmarks of Russian disinformation. It's just their opinion. You would never say that.
No, of course not, because it's completely different. And former intel officials, some that still have access to their security clearance, in fact, most, including former heads of the CIA, once more, just like with the insurance policy shit, and the double standard we saw for Crossfire Hurricane 2, the mid-year exam, it's the same pattern every single time.
Listen. Okay, I'm even going to. I think this is good faith. What I'm about to say. I even think that you might have your rationale, and you might even be right on some of the things. And I hate giving you that credit. That sometimes you could say that you suss out what's a lie, what's not, and there can be difference. The truth is, sometimes there are different cases, and you're acknowledging it, and that's a basic truth. And I think that you're deluded on some of these, and you think I'm deluded on some of these. That shouldn't be a basis for us to say, okay, I'm a bad person automatically or I'm a bad faith person, or I'm someone that you know should be treated differently than someone who has a tweet on the record condemning the things that you agree with, right? And that somehow conversation with us is less legitimate.
I disagree entirely. I think that none of us owe something someone else. Because what happens is, both in this online space and formally, though maybe things are changing, in the more important, broader political space where it comes to the narrative in our broader sort of reaches the general world space, like the mainstream media, the conversations that strike there, it's clearly always that we hyperventilate about Trump and, oh my God, and the corruption of him and all of this. And there's almost nothing said when it comes to, or there's defenses or ignores.
So untrue. Look at everything that's coming out of X right now. Everyone is alleging.
I said maybe it's different
corruption.
Now, didn't I?
Oh, sorry.
Didn't I say maybe it's different now? That's the way it's been for 8 years.
I didn't hear the part.
And on these,
also the Republicans have been alleging corruption, whether it comes to Pizzagate, whether it comes to the Clintons and all that stuff. And you say maybe some of that is corroborated or stuff, but corruption as against Democrats has been a major narrative. Wait.
Shit about
corruption. I'm not saying that you did. I'm not saying that you have Pizzagate, but you certainly, your line has been Democratic corruption for years and years and years.
Sure.
That has also been mainstream conservative lines. Rush Limbaugh, Fox News,
right.
Breitbart, major institutions.
It's nowhere close, right? It is nowhere close to what we saw with the narrative control. The narrative is set not by Fox News, not by Rush Limbaugh, and not by Rachel Maddow, and not by Jake Tapper. The narrative is generally set by the groups that are considered the more respectable journalists. So like the New York Times, the Washington Post, these are what's considered the standard. And most of the time, these are the people in the press room. And even if you watch Fox, like in 2016, 2017, 2018, what were they talking about? Russia collusion. They're defending it, but the narrative's being set that becomes the prominent topic of conversation. That's certainly true on these online debate spaces, which have been dominated by the left.
There's a lot more talk. So first of all, I disagree with the notion that the New York Times, Washington Post, they're defining the scope of the conversation, especially now. It feels like they're dinosaurs.
Didn't I say that things are different now?
I understand that, but even before then, I think we had the rise of new media where people were getting their narratives from completely different places, and that started as early. Really, I think. Trump's Twitter was one of the first major areas where people were getting their news from Trump.
Let's test this theory. Like, how many people right now in your audience knew that the FBI director said 2 FISA warrants were illegal?
I have no clue. How would I find that out?
Take a guess. I'm not saying you have to have the exact number. What's your guess?
Probably only the people who are crossovers from your channel. I would say probably less than 10, probably less than 5, maybe just none of them.
So so given that we'll say that, hell, that's not even a good example because it hurts you even more. But these are people that are probably slightly more involved politically than the average person.
Yeah,
because we're all nerds and we're talking about right. What do you think? I'll bet the average person. I bet that the vast majority of the average people fucking know about Trump-Russia collusion. They don't know about the FISA warrants being illegal.
Wait, no, hang on a second. The vast majority of people who are read in this matter know about the allegations of improprieties in terms of the Russia investigation. They absolutely do.
Right. That's what you.
I don't know. So you're making it so specific, right? You're comparing the overall Russia collusion narrative to the specific statement made by Christopher Wray. You understand how that's fucking stupid?
No. What I'm saying is that the story always gets more views than the retraction, and the stories are almost always anti-Trump. And even when there's stories that are critical of Joe Biden, at the time that it mattered, the stories of his corruption were censored. And the important thing is, and I know everyone wants to, well, if they're censored, so many people hear about it? Because to the normies, all they heard was, this is so much bullshit that former agents are coming out saying it's bullshit, that it's actually being pulled off social media. So once they're begrudgingly forced to put it back on, the narrative is, well, it's bullshit. That's what the average person gets. It's not just media, by the way. It's the entertainment industry. It's academia. These institutions have been overwhelmingly left-wing or anti-Trump or Democrat.
A lot of them, a lot of them have been left-wing, but you guys act like a cringing minority, where it's been the case really since the early 2000s that the Republicans just are on different areas. They are in talk radio, they're in local TV, they're on Fox News. They have different channels. They get their messages out.
It's nowhere near the reach.
Elections.
It's nowhere near the reach. It's nowhere near the reach.
In 2010, they had massive victories in the lead up in 2016, so it's not the case that you guys have been on like this cringing grievance politics that you have. It's
nowhere near the reach, and many of these so-called conservative voices were anti-Trump from the get-go anyways. Your Jeb Bush crew, your John McCain crew. There were many voices on Fox News, such as Neil Cavuto, such as Chris Wallace. Like these people that were prominent voices on Fox. Same is true of local media. You could look at, for example, newspaper endorsements in the 2016 election. Overwhelmingly Democrat. The point I'm trying to make is these narratives get pushed through. I spent years then in our space here where it's overwhelmingly dominated by left-wing voices. I don't give a shit. That's how the audience tends to break down. But most of the panels and shit or the debate topics we're going through, left-wing areas. No one, with the exception of you and a handful of other people, ever wanted to talk about any of the potential corruption, the FISA gate, any of these other things. And yet every single time I'm being told by these people, I fucking demand that now you talk about Trump corruption. Fuck these people. Now, you're a little different because I like talking to you, but I did talk to you, and I even offered, I said, what do you want to talk about specifically as corruption? And you were like, I want to talk about your stance. Okay, if that's what you want to talk about, that's what we're talking about. But that's where I'm coming from. I don't know that it's a political strategy from people that don't give a fuck about corruption or will make any excuse from it to want to clutch their pearls about something so benign as a tweet from Trump and demand that you talk about it.
Come on. So here's how I could understand your stance. If your stance was, I'm not going to have these conversations with people who did not even discuss or address the issues that I tried to raise, maybe I would say that's even more acceptable. If you didn't care, for example, for example, for the classified document stuff, if you were like, hey, I'm trying to make my case on double standards. If you haven't even read the Hur report, I don't want to have a conversation with you. Or if you're not read up, or if you're not willing to discuss the Hur report in my conversation, I don't even say it's improper for you to seek a conversation on double standards. That's never been my position. I think it's fine to talk about double standards. I think that it's important not to have double standards. So I'm even, if you were to say, listen, any conversation I'm going to have is going to be about double standards, about, in this respect. So you better be prepared to talk about these things as well, in addition to it. And I think that could almost even be an acceptable position. But your stance is different, I have to say. And your stance was, even for people who've addressed it, even for people who are willing to address it, even for people who are still willing to address it, like I am, and have it in the context of the conversation of the new corrupt stuff and compare and contrast, you're saying I don't have to have that conversation with them. And maybe that's right.
But I don't.
Okay,
and you don't.
I know you don't technically have to. But what you're signaling is, like if you had messaged me, like let's say that some big news story comes out about Biden corruption, like the impeachment stuff, and you're like, Pisco, what do you think about this impeachment stuff? And I say, I don't have to answer to you, because you won't acknowledge that.
Well, direct message would be different than just a public post.
No. But like let's say that it was public, right? So Biden comes out with what I've called corrupt impeachments. I say outright, they're corrupt impeachments. Just to be clear, I don't know that you've identified a single action from Trump that's corrupt. In fact, I've identified some impeachments, some pardons as impeachable. I've said that of Biden. So just to be clear, I'm willing to say that things that Biden did was corrupt. You're not willing to do that of Trump. I'm just being honest about what's going on. But if those pardons came out and I was quiet about them, and didn't say a word. For example, I was hesitant before the Hur report. I wanted to read it first, and I kind of took my time to read it. And you were like, when are you going to release a statement on the Hur report? When are you going to release a statement on the Hur report? And if I responded to you, I don't owe you jack shit because you sought for Trump corruption on January 6th, you would laugh at me. You would.
So?
You'd be like,
and
okay, but you're doing that in this version, and the only difference you're going to say is, but I'm right, and you're wrong.
I will agree that I'm right and you'll agree you're wrong, but I would say you absolutely have the right to do that. You can say, Rob doesn't want to debate about this.
I'm not saying you
him,
don't have the right to do it. I'm asking whether or not
right, but I'm saying you'd have the right. You would have the right to say, laugh. It's politics. I'm not interested in people like you who are clearly so blindsided that you'll defend or ignore the obvious corruption against Trump from these agencies, so much so that you'll say...
But I'm not ignoring it. I'm addressing it.
I said defend or ignore. So you're defending it is what you're doing. You're defending it, and like on the most
I have a different perspective on it.
I mean, again, on the easiest case of it, you're making the argument that a guy that put #resist,
but you're getting into the merits again. You're getting into the merits. You're saying
that's right. That's the point. Pisco, listen to me. You are in a different category than most of the people I was addressing because with you, just like with Connor, there is a unique background that makes it different. The background with you and what I said to you was your commentary on saying that it's, quote, just regrettable that the FISA, illegal FISA warrants occurred. And that the downplay and diminishing of that shows that you don't actually give a shit about corruption. That's why. For the other people, what I was saying is, for people that are demanding that I make a comment about a fucking tweet and how that's an exhibit of corruption, which is the bulk of what was going on, we demand that you address Trump's tweet, address his tweet. What do you have to say about his tweet? And my answer to that is, I'm not going to listen to people clutch their pearls over a tweet that didn't have shit all to say about the corruption. So let me finish real quick. Last thing. When I thought that this guy Soy Pill was like, oh yeah, I did call out corruption, I happily gave my full answer publicly on X.
I know you did.
That everyone could see.
I know you did, and I don't agree with him lying. I think that that's wrong. So I just want to be clear that I don't agree with him lying to you. I don't think that it's fun to do things under false pretenses.
It's kind of funny.
And you'll find.
I think it is.
I'm not gonna lie. I laughed because more a urine Wicks exchange.
Well, Wick, I felt bad afterwards because I thought maybe I blew up at Wick first, but I didn't. He called me out first. He said it was like a DGG orbiter. There's a difference fundamentally between saying, I'm not going to talk about the accusation of someone I like or someone that I partnered with or whatever. I don't owe talking to that to people that, are fans of Dr. Disrespect or something. That's different, right? Right, but to say I won't comment on it to anyone is different, because what Wick's saying is, oh, you refuse to condemn the actions of Destiny, because that's not what I'm doing. I'm publicly saying this is what I feel about Trump's
the Destiny
tweet.
situation. I'm not gonna release more like information about my perspective. I just want to give you guys like some insight into the process here. There are things you guys don't know. There are responsibilities that individuals have, and it would be irresponsible for me to just do what you guys are doing.
But I'm not commenting. I'm fucking with you. I'm fucking with you when I'm arguing with you earlier. I'm not doing that now. All I'm saying is, when Wick accuses me of that, the general accusation, take Destiny's name out of it, is if someone that you're a fan of, or you're a partner, or whatever, is accused of sexual impropriety, and your answer is, I refuse to take a stance on it because other people have been accused of sexual impropriety, that's one thing. If your argument is, sure, here's my stance, and then Andrew Tate comes up to you, you give your opinion, and then Andrew Tate's like, okay, Pisco, I demand you answer for Destiny, you're probably going to say, fuck you, dude. You've been accused credibly of far worse, right? I don't know you shit. That's what I'm saying. That's the difference.
But what if he comes back with, but I didn't do it?
So?
Isn't now the... Right,
who,
so like
Destiny?
If Andrew Tate... No, if Andrew Tate denies the notion that he did anything wrong, and he wants to say, hey, that's not fair, like you should have a conversation with me, I haven't addressed my improprieties because they're fake and they're not actual improprieties. Now you and I think that there were improprieties, or at least maybe there was, like, I don't know, at least some malfeasance, let's say, or at least some minor amount of malfeasance, or at least some immorality, but assume that we believe that. But he might disagree, and so just similar in this situation.
So you wouldn't say that?
I might say you're a fucking hypocrite, but, and again, there are other considerations why I might not talk to someone that don't have to do with the issue. But if he's willing to have a conversation, why wouldn't I take the opportunity to own him on that hypocrisy to the extent that it exists?
You do it for his clout, but no. So each their own. You can say that. You can do that. It's a Bible.
I hate this notion that I'm clout hungry. I want to be
you
clear.
You talk to Andrew Tate because it's Andrew Tate. It wouldn't matter what the topic would be. Yes or no?
I get reply guide from like no-name accounts that I respond to.
That's irrelevant to what I'm saying. So do I. I would talk to Andrew Tate. I don't like him. Why? The topic could be fucking like, who do you think's going to win the Super Bowl? Because you'd be talking to a lot of people, right? You know,
so would you be
would
talking
too.
about the Trump tweets? Would you talk to the Trump tweets with like a mainstream Democrat who literally swept in your mind in a direct way for what's going on?
Maybe.
And the answer is probably yes.
Probably. It depends. Yeah. It depends on how I feel in the moment at the time. That's what I'm saying. I don't owe anyone anything. I'm not going to listen to a bunch of people online clutch their pearls over a fucking tweet and demand that I answer them.
Okay, but how would you react if I did? How would you react if I said the same thing?
Okay.
And I said, and some big corruption scandal emerges from, like it did when Joe Biden pardoned Hunter and when Joe Biden pardoned his family preemptively, which I agreed and I said it was corrupt. Mm-hmm. And you came and said, what do you think about this? Joe Biden lied, right? And I said, I don't have to answer because you will never call out Trump for lying. And so I have nothing to prove to you. You would be like, that's chicken shit. That's bullshit.
Yep.
And you would call me out for it.
That's
100%.
True.
And so I think that it's fair for you to acknowledge that. I think it would be chicken shit.
I don't think
especially
so.
Where, wait. Come on. If I come out and I address all these allegations, you might not like my answers, but when there are allegations against Democrats in politics, I'm not saying of everybody, I'm not saying of every streamer, I'm not saying I'm in the minutia, for example, on all the Destiny stuff that I'm willing to do that. I'm not willing to do that. You're correct. I am not willing to do that. But on the political stuff, when there's accusations against Democrats, yes, I address it. And so it would be weird. Choice. And I think chicken shit. I know, but I think that's the honorable thing to do. If you're really someone of your conviction and you care about corruption and you care about your name and stuff, you're going to come out and say, hey, this is fucked up. I think they're hypocrites because they don't care about the corruption, but I'm willing to have a conversation with them about why they're hypocrites.
Okay, let's test this. You ready? Last time I was on a panel with you, maybe the second last time, the agreement was that we were going to talk about Jabal Bowman at the end. You left and refused to engage. Correct?
Is this the comparison to the? This is not what happened. No, we've had a conversation about Jamal Bowman.
We did in the past, but we were at a panel. I think it was a WIC panel, and at the end of it,
I never agreed. It
doesn't matter if you agreed or not.
About Jamal Bowman.
I told WIC that I would do the debate under that condition, and when we want to have the Jamal Bowman conversation,
that's not communicated to me.
You quit.
If there's no agreement with me. You agree that my agreement is also. You talk about consent and people not respecting consent. If I'm not a party to a communication that you've had about a topic that's about to occur, then why should I be expected to be beholden to a separate side agreement that I'm not apprised of prior to the debate? Why would that make sense?
I told you previously that every single time I talked, you'd be on the condition that I bring up this Jabal Bowman stuff, so you knew I'd said that to you personally. And why is that relevant anyways?
I didn't agree. Wait, I didn't agree to that condition.
It doesn't matter if you agreed or not.
So why should I be beholden to a condition that you agreed to?
You came in knowing that was my expectation. And why does it matter anyways if you agreed or not? You ran from the conversation. Are you chicken shit?
To be clear,
yes or no? Are you chicken shit? You ran from the conversation.
No. So sorry.
Okay.
So wait. The answer is no. We've addressed the Bowman matter. We've addressed the Burisma. We've addressed the Burisma matter. We've addressed the FISA matter. You said yourself, right, that you've addressed the insurrection matter. Would it be reasonable for me every time that I said, as a condition of being on these panels, every time we have a conversation with Rob, we have to talk about January 6th. There's no world in which that would be an acceptable condition to you, that you would accept it, and that you would waste your time every single debate to have at least an hour on Bowman or have an hour on insurrection. That's not reasonable, Rob. And you can't really reasonably expect me to be beholden to that condition that every single time we have a conversation, because you're that offended. I'm asking you to hold
yourself to your own standard. Yes, I agree that I would, in that instance, I'd be like, yeah, fuck you, I'm not doing that. Simple. Yeah, would I think I'm chicken shit? Let me finish. Let me finish. Would I think I'm chicken shit for that? No. But I also said it wouldn't be chicken shit. It wouldn't be chicken shit for me to say what I said and for you to say what you said. You're the one that's saying when you ran from it, you're not chicken shit.
Wait. Wouldn't I be chicken shit if I had never talked about Bowman at all? That the thing had come and you asked me about it. I'm like, I'm not talking about that. If it's a new phenomenon that I haven't commented on, that we haven't discussed, I think that's very different than one, for example, the insurrection where we have, discussed. I would accept, right? If you said, I don't really want to have these insurrection discussions again, we've kind of hashed that out.
No, it's kind of been done. It is not. There is slight differences, but the general consensus or the general theme is still the same. which is there are times that you think like, I don't fucking feel like talking about this. I don't owe you stuff. I'm not going to talk about it. And that doesn't mean you're chicken shit.
I agree. There are times when you don't want to talk about something and it doesn't make you chicken shit. But I don't think that one of such times is when there's like a very prominent news story that is like directly applicable to things that you care about. For example, in my case, Biden versus Trump. In my case, allegation, previous statements and lies by Biden. And, in the case of the immigration situation, a major campaign issue where there had been previous representations that nothing the president could do could affect the situation on the border. And then he takes this completely opposite stance that he has the authority to just unilaterally close it. Those are situations where you have every right to expect someone who, just like you have every right to expect me to deal with the her report, or let's say that a new report comes out on who's this guy, fucking the 1023 subsource, Smirnov, right? When that comes out, it would be like the height of chicken shitness if you didn't address the Smirnov thing. And
it would not be.
It wouldn't be.
It would not be. No, it could. You could think that. I may think that, but that doesn't mean that it's chicken shit. There could be other reasons that people, because they don't feel that their opponent is good faith on the subject at hand, that they would say that I'm not going to talk about it. For example, I had to talk on at least 3 panels about Ted Cruz going to Cancun. Right? Remember when that happened? When there was this blizzard?
I don't remember you having this conversation. I remember that happening.
Yeah, I mean,
I certainly never had a debate about that.
Right, but that situation with Ted Cruz, right?
I remember
every single time I would bring up in that, it's like, yeah, I guess that's not good if your district is having a natural disaster to go on vacation. However, he didn't tell those people they couldn't leave. Meanwhile, during the pandemic, my governor, Tom Wolf, told me that I was a coward if I didn't stay locked down, and then violated his own lockdown orders to go march with Black Lives Matter. We saw Gretchen Whitmer do similar things, violate orders. We saw Gavin Newsom. Can we talk about that? They'd say, no, what aboutism? You're referencing something here that I never even actually said to you, which is the irony. My comment to you was based on your comment to Sean, AJW. Is that his real name, Sean, I think?
Yeah, it's Sean.
Where you were like, you basically were like, I can't, pleasure of my life to fucking, smack this guy around while he's like, brings up stupid ass Biden scandals. Right?
Yeah.
And my response is like, right, because you don't want to talk about those Biden scandals. You don't.
No,
you want to deflect.
No. That is not the case. I'm delighted to talk about those Biden comparisons. Mm-hmm. I literally prepare for them. But one of the main sources of preparation I had for that debate was literally preparing, because I prepare for the notion that he might bring up, as he did, the affirmative action case and the student loan case, and to actually have a detailed understanding of the different student loan policies that Biden had. And so it's not the case that I don't want to talk about these issues. You're totally reading me wrong. In fact, right now I have a prepared talking points memo of all my notes, specifically on the comparison that like Biden violated a court order, and to address that different stuff. And so your contention that when I said that I didn't want to get into the weeds on that is completely false. In fact, I'm baiting it. I'm expecting it because I want to treat him like a fool. That's one of my goals, is to bring out those comparisons where I can look smart and he can look dumb. And that's exactly what happened in the debate.
I didn't watch the debate, but it doesn't matter.
Okay, well,
even if that would be the case,
you'll see. I'm eager, and I ask him. I say, "Have you read the decisions?" And it's literally because I prepared for those moments, because I want to talk about those comparisons, because I don't want to run away from them or be perceived that I'm running away from them, because I always want to meet people's arguments.
It doesn't matter, right? In this context, me thinking what you're saying, and I still believe what you're saying, is that you're going to deflect and downplay because you can't defend in a competent way. I don't think he defended very competently today.
You got a lot of caveats there. You throw in a competent way,
but it doesn't matter. Even if I am, all of that's irrelevant to your sort of criticism of me being unwilling to debate you on anything.
No, what you said seemed to be suggesting to me, and you tell me if I'm wrong, that unless the person took your position with respect to some of these key matters for you, that you're not going to debate them.
That's not what I said. We've already went through this. I said I feel no obligation to. I don't owe them anything. I sometimes feel like debating them. I've debated you on these issues many times, even though I have this feeling. I'm not going to debate someone. Would you
have an obligation if it's any other person who, for example, is agnostic on those issues, not read on those issues?
I don't have an obligation. I don't have an obligation
for anybody, right? So then that's on equal terms for everybody.
Right.
So then,
what I'm saying,
why even say that?
Because the people that are demanding, Rob, call this out, talk about this. I don't have to call out shit. Fuck you. if you were good, if I think that you were someone who actually gave a shit about corruption because you've pointed out the obvious corruption that we've seen against Trump, absolutely, I'm incredibly willing.
But I feel that way about you. I feel like you're overlooking corruption right now. You don't think that it's corrupt, right? You don't think that what Elon and Trump are doing right now are corrupt. I think it's incredibly corrupt.
What?
And I think you're overlooking it, making apologies for it.
What specifically?
If I came back to you and said, I don't owe you jack shit. Now you want to get into the merits of the corruption, right? But
just give me we don't even have to get in the merits. Like, if I just said, like, what Biden's doing right now is corrupt, you'd be like, well, like, what? Like, so what do you mean? Like, Doge in general?
I believe that it is corrupt for the head of Doge, Elon Musk, to be overseeing an audit process for which there's an inherent conflict of interest with his many connections in foreign dealings and with his domestic considerations, and where there's a significant impact on any of this spending on the richest man in the world. I think that is corrupt, and a lot of his decisions
that's laughable, given what you've said.
And I think that it's corrupt. So you can think it's laughable, right? I also think that it's corrupt for political purposes for Trump to do this deal with the New York mayor, which you might not think that that's what's going on. That is my belief. Again, you're trying to now get into the merits.
Let's go back to the Elon thing. Let's go back to the Elon thing for a second. You think it's corrupt because he has a conflict of interest for him to be spearheading Doge, correct?
Yeah, and that he's pursuing certain freezes and certain actions and certain defundings for the purpose of stopping investigations into himself. These are agencies that he's had long-standing beefs with, that kind of thing. Yeah. So for example, he's had run-ins with the CFPB. He's had run-ins with, I believe. Let me think. I think USAID had an investigation into Elon as well.
Okay.
USAID.
Well, maybe those investigations were corrupt into him.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is that whether or not you agree or disagree on the merits of whether that's corruption, and we can schedule a conversation where we could discuss at length with detail the different instances of corruption.
Okay, two questions.
If I said something to you like, hey, I don't owe you shit because you're not calling out the corruption that exists now on Trump and Elon, you would be like, that's bullshit, that's laughable, and you would ridicule me. And the only difference is our position.
Two little examples, right? One, if that appearance of a conflict of interest is corrupt, why isn't someone saying that they want an insurance policy against Trump a conflict of interest that would be corrupt?
I don't know that the appearance of a conflict of interest is inherently corrupt, but I think that his both conflict of interest and then actions taken pursuant to those agencies where we have reason to believe, in my opinion, that there's a clear connection to his personal financial benefit.
Imagine if Elon came out in the context and said, I need an insurance policy against the CFP. Imagine what you'd be saying.
Yeah. So if Elon Musk came out
resist CFP.
Said, wait. If Elon Musk came out and said, we that is, I have a resistance policy, an insurance policy against the CFPB, what would you call that?
That would probably be corrupt. I would say that would speak to he's doing this for selfish personal reasons. Okay,
but then everything else that Elon is doing now and saying, you're not going to characterize the same way. These are the magical words.
No, I think that private messages showing that you have something in your back pocket to ensure, like you're assuming. And again, the actions of Strzok bore out that he was going aggressive after Trump. So much so that you're aware of this, by the way. I know you are. The IG, the one point that he was so close to saying corruption was when it came to Strzok prioritizing the investigation into Trump over the investigation to Hillary. You're aware of that, right?
I'm aware that he said that he could not explain it.
Right. And so given that, and we have this dude saying, we need an insurance policy to stop Trump. Like, you're just like, nah, I don't see that as corrupt. But then with Elon, we don't have anything to that level. And you're like, yeah, corrupt.
Dude, you think we do not have anything to the level?
No.
Okay.
Nothing.
I think that you're deluded.
Then an IG saying he can't explain the actions. That was like
we don't have to wait. And this is now your appeal to institutionalism.
Next question. We can move on from it. Fine.
Wait. So we don't have to wait and see. But there's like a full investigation before we announce that something's necessarily corrupt. Sometimes I agree that you can see something and say that that's corrupt in the moment, or at least to say that's the most likely scenario. I'm not saying that that's not ever the case. But now we're getting into the weeds of the actual corruption discussion. What I'm trying to talk about is not the weeds right in this moment of the actual corruption discussion. What I'm trying to talk about is the notion that if there were some obvious story within my interest, within my domain, and you try to say, hey, what's your comment on this, Pisco? And I said, I don't owe you shit because you're not calling out the obvious blatant corruption in your face of Trump and of Elon Musk in front of you. And so I don't owe you jack shit. You would ridicule me.
That's right. Okay.
And you're doing effectively the same thing.
Okay.
The only difference is you think you're right in one case.
I don't give a shit. Have at her.
No, but you know that's not a workable that's not a workable standard because it's not one that you would apply. It's not one that you would apply to me. You wouldn't be like,
I felt like coming on to talk to you. I did. Now, next question I had for you, real quick, because I think it's important. If a judge ruled against Trump and ruled against Doge, and it turned out that their spouse was getting money from USAID, would that be a conflict of interest and corrupt?
If a spouse, no, it's not necessarily. It could be. Wait, no. So if a spouse is financially involved with one of the litigants, that could be an apparent conflict of interest. But if the spouse like supports a political party, or it's just has worked before in an organization that supports Democrats or something, or opposes Trump generally, no, I don't think that's enough to show that there's a conflict of interest.
I think that's absurd. Like, and we could see that it goes deeper than that. Like, for example,
okay, so then everyone in Kash Patel, Pam Bondi, all these people who have been so publicly in favor of Trump and against Democrats, and all these different individuals have clear political biases that you would acknowledge. They have clear political biases, and that they wear them on their sleeves. All these people have conflicts of interest that can't be wiped away.
No, that's your argument. I'm just holding you to your own standard. Your standard is, there's a financial conflict of interest with Musk, and so because he's involved with these things, and I'm like, okay, but if a judge has a spouse that's literally their livelihood is getting money from USAID, and he says, hey, we're stopping your freezing of funding to USAID. How is that not also a conflict of interest?
First of all, that's your representation, so I'm assuming the facts. That would be no different than if their wife was a general employee of the federal government. Like, let's say that you have a judge, and the spouse is like a public servant, a bureaucrat at the Department of Energy, and you're examining the whole of government freeze of the memo. For example, you had the OMB memo that's being reviewed right now on the whole of government spending freeze that absolutely affects the EPA in many respects. So in that situation, the determination of this OMB memo might have an implication on the spouse that works for the EPA, but I don't think that's I don't believe spouses to be the chattel of their the people.
What if it's the judge himself? Let's take spouse out of it. What's the judge themselves? They're leading an organization that gets money from USAID. They're on the board. They get $200,000 a year from an organization, a nonprofit that gets money from USAID. Now they're ruling you can't stop the freezing of USAID.
I can't say it's a categorical matter. I can't say because I think it would depend. Wait. I think it would depend. Is that fair?
No.
On the circumstances?
No. Not given what you're saying about Musk.
Hang on a second. So, Rob, we're getting into the weeds of the actual. You understand? We keep getting into the weeds of the actual merits of the weights of the conversation, right? That you are now engaging me on the actual corruption conversation. Right? So? You understand that that's what we're talking about.
Okay.
I'm
what more do you want me to say on this other? We can stay here all night if you want. I don't give a fuck. You can say
I don't want to stay here all. I don't want to stay here all night. What I'm trying to communicate to you is I don't want to have a conversation at this moment about every potential corruption issue. I'm trying to talk about your standard in these conversations.
I gave my standard.
About the merits of these corruption issues.
You want me to make it as clear as possible again? I don't feel that people I think that don't give a shit about corruption, that are obviously such a bad take on it, that I owe anything. Particularly when the issue that's of relevance today that everyone's demanding that I talk about be a fucking tweet. I don't give a fuck. I'll choose to talk to them if I want. I'll tell them to fuck off if I don't. I think that as a political party, we would be better ahead, those of us that tried to talk about corruption for so long, to eschew the people that made excuses from it or ignored it. That's what I think would be as a political party. Okay, I violate my own rules from time to time, and I'll talk to people like you on these issues just because I enjoy talking to you. But as a general rule of thumb, no. I'm not going to fucking talk to people about this. Just like last thing, just like I'm not going to talk about an admitted wife beater demand that I condemn wife beating. Don't give a fuck.
So there you said admitted. So that's doing a lot of work for you. But if there's a Democratic person who says, I don't really want to look into this Burisma stuff because you won't acknowledge the obvious corruption into Trump, that's the same thing back to you.
Sure,
say,
they have every right to do that. Great.
Okay, I'm not talking about the right. I'm saying that you think that that's the right approach.
Well, no, I don't think it's the right approach because I think that would probably benefit their side politically, which I don't want because they're probably going to get wrecked by me. Politically, I'm tired of dealing with people that had no problem with corruption or defended it. I don't give a fuck.
So what you're saying is that you're going to apply things differently based on you're applying a different standard to people in your own sphere, and you're giving yourselves greater protection and greater cover than you would give someone on the political rival on the mere fact that you're on opposite sides.
No, I'm saying I do the opposite. I said the opposite.
I think that's a sign, Rob.
I said the exact opposite. I would apply the same I would give them the same courtesy. I'd say, fuck you, you piece of shit, blah, blah, blah. You're welcome to say that shit about me. I think that it's good for me to do it from a political perspective. I think it's bad for them to do it from a political perspective because I'll wreck them. That's it.
Rob, my headphones died. I don't know if you can hear me.
I can, but I could hear you, but we could just wrap it up. I don't know how to say that. Someone in his audience, if they... Oh, they probably can't.
Okay. No, now we're good. I think.
You get? Yeah, I'm applying the exact same standard. The exact.
Okay.
You could say, Rob's a chicken shit. I'm going to make fun of Rob, blah, blah, blah. I'll say, I don't give a fuck. We shouldn't talk to these people. They don't give a shit about corruption. You could say the same thing. I could say,
but you want these conversations. Wait, but you want these conversations.
When I want them, I have them.
Yeah, when I want them too. But but then constantly you're also saying they're scared of me. They don't want to debate me. So? They won't debate me.
Where did I say that? Where did I say that? Other than
you
today
say that all
the
way. No. You say as a general matter. You say they know. They know.
That's true. They do know.
They know.
Did I say it about you?
I'm not saying. I think that you've said that I was avoiding you because of Destiny, and that I had you on a blacklist.
But that was because Daddy told you not to talk to me.
That is not. We never had that conversation whatsoever.
It doesn't matter if you.
Okay. And that's.
I will say
that's not true.
I will say that conversation may not have happened, but I think that you got the message that he wasn't happy with you talking about me after the last debate he had with me.
I'm my own person.
You could say that, right? Like you could say that.
You don't agree?
No, I think you are your own person, but I think you also obviously see benefit in someone you're entering a business relationship with, which I assume you're putting a lot of sweat equity in, probably a lot of money, a lot of fucking personal relationships that you're trying to.
I'm not going to get into. I'm not.
No, listen. I'm not trying to get into that. I'm just saying you're putting a lot into a business relationship, right? It doesn't matter with who. So if it comes to you're doing something that might piss that person off, you may not do it.
It's not about money. I
don't give a shit if it's about money.
The whole thing of what I'm doing is it was a political project to help Democrats and make the world a better place, in my opinion. It was a passion, and that's what I did, and I believed in it.
Okay.
And so it's for me to. People will map onto that their own thoughts about what's going on, and they can be wrong about stuff, and I'm not going to speak out of turn. But what I will say is I'm my own person, and I decide who I want to talk to, and I've never been scared of anybody in terms of these discussions. And I think that you are someone who generally likes to have these tough conversations too. And so I just I think it's beneath you to do this kind of posture and say you're not willing to debate.
After the election, I messaged you or under your post many times on X. How long did it take you to actually have a conversation with me, respond to me? Even just on X.
Post-election?
Yes.
I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know the
answer
to that.
Weeks. Was it because you're chicken shit?
Wait, weren't you just celebrating?
No. I'd say all kinds of shit directly to you.
I don't even... Do you know how many people were in my replies?
I didn't DM you. I'm saying I said shit publicly.
I know. Do you know how many replies and notifications I get on a daily basis on my Twitter? How many fucking unhinged people?
I don't.
You don't believe that?
No. I don't believe you didn't. I don't believe the implication you're making.
I pick and choose. No. I pick and choose who I want to respond to. And right. I may have seen some of your messages. I don't know exactly what they were. I don't know what they were saying. I assume a lot of them were celebratory. I don't know. Did you offer a conversation? And I said no.
I was like, hey, Pisco, why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do this? You never responded. Was it because you're chicken shit, or you just didn't feel
wait. Was it questions like, "Hey, why don't you talk about Puerto Rico more?"
Yes, there was some of them, right?
Okay, so yeah, so
you're chicken shit. That's why.
Do you really think that that's what we're talking about here? That what you're is you agree that's mocking, right? What you're doing there, that's mocking.
What you're saying is I don't want to give this guy the time of day to go fuck himself. Yes.
Yes, it's mocking. That's not
right.
That's not an invitation to get your actual opinion. Right?
Don't give a shit. But you're not a chicken shit.
Come on.
You've selectively chosen not to respond to that. There were other posts. They weren't all just mocking.
Wait. I don't know that to be true. I saw a lot of them about, hey, why don't you say more jokes about Puerto Rico? No, I don't want to do that right now.
Okay.
I don't want to do that right now. But why would I want to do that right now?
The point I'm trying to make is you had every right to not talk about me. Or to talk to me, or to talk with me.
No one's talking about rights or not
rights.
Okay,
I'm using the word right in. No one would expect you to be shitty from your side of the aisle for not responding to me.
Depending on the tweet, right? If you're saying, hey, I want your comment on this, yes, that's totally true. If there was some, it is true. Rob.
You're here to tell me that if I reached out to you and was like, hey, Pisco, want to talk about Biden's pardons? And then the next day I'm like, Biden's pardons, you want to talk about it? And then the next day, your audience is going to be like, what the fuck? Why isn't Pisco responding to Rob? That's what you're trying to tell me?
I can't speak to my audience. Right. I can't speak to my audience. But if you offered a discussion about the pardons, or if, I didn't comment on the pardons, or if, my opinion wasn't entirely clear, or people felt that my opinion wasn't clear and they called me on it, I think that you say that's fair game and then I should comment on it. I think you would say that.
No, I disagree.
You wouldn't say why hasn't Pisco commented on the pardons?
I might say that, yeah.
Of course, and all your fucking sycophants would too.
Okay. And?
Yeah, so because there's an expectation on certain news stories that are okay, but I'm just telling you the standard that you would apply to me. You would say of me that if there's like a major story where, it's getting into the heart and weeds of like the things that we care most about, or the nature of our politics, and where there would be an expectation that we would have an opinion on it, not of every single thing. I'm not going to sit here and say that of every single story, but of some stories that are of a particular significance. And for you to be like, hey, I'm going to treat differently the people who, haven't accepted my framing of things. And that's essentially what you're doing. You're saying I wasn't even willing to have, you said you were not willing to have a conversation with Fuckface about it, the soy pill, until he gave you that DM. So Correct. It is true that you were not willing to have that conversation until he said he agreed with you about the weaponization on at least one of the matters. And so that is affecting how you want to have these conversations. And my suggestion is,
give a shit, Pisco. I don't care. Okay. This is what I don't think you understand, right? I view these people, if you have gone 8 years and you haven't even, and you've had a presence on social media, I'm fucking tired of it. I'm tired of talking to people that are now pretending when the shoe's on the other foot. Oh my God. I don't want to hear anyone talk about, oh my God, I want to talk to Rob that I think liberals are being deplatformed on YouTube. Fuck you. Unless you said shit when it was conservatives, I don't give a fuck.
But what if they
I don't want to talk to
people
you? That scream. If they want to agree with me, they can say you're absolutely right.
If they this don't agree.
No, it has nothing to do with don't agreeing. It's that I don't want to talk about people that in my estimation, quite clearly don't give a fuck about these things. They're being hypocrites. You could say
someone could take that position. Oh,
you could say it. There's nothing you could say that changes this. That's the way I feel. I feel that you've exhibited tonight. You're a little different because I enjoy talking to you. Some of these people I might reach out to talk to. The bad faith is so prevalent that even
That's
tonight
progress.
When I praise someone for being good faith, what happened? They lied. They made up the tweet. Fuck them. That's why I tell those people to fuck off.
I think that was wrong, and I don't agree with that happening. I'm just being clear. I don't agree with that happening at all. But, you weren't willing to have that conversation until they said that they agree with you on at least one thing.
That's not true. And I'd already agreed to do the panel. My strategy on the panel was going to say, I'm not going to talk shit about this tweet. I'm going to say that you people don't give a fuck about this tweet. It's just a tweet. You don't give a fuck, as is evidenced by the fact that you're unwilling to call out any corruption that the Democrats have done or that's been done against Trump.
They'll respond and say, I don't think that was corruption. Just like you would say, I don't think what Trump did is corruption.
And then
you can have a debate about
I'll prove to the reasonable
and then you have the discussion.
Right.
Yeah, and then you can pull all your arguments.
I'll prove to a reasonable person that it is corruption.
Okay, yes. but they'll not respond to you.
Fair enough.
It was corruption.
That's
true.
So
just have the debate, and then let's not make this rule thing. Let's just say,
what are you talking
I don't really
about?
feel like
then the debate, they'll say, anyways, back to the tweet, and I'll say, no, fuck that. Don't invite me on the panel then. That's what I'm going to do. Saxium knew it. Did you watch his opening statement?
Who?
Staxium? The one guy that was on his campaign?
Yeah, what did he say? I don't know.
He's like, well, when you get Rob's opening statement, he's going to talk about FISA warrants and blah, 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 blah.
And he was right.
Right. Because it's evident.
Okay.
It'd be like debating KKK members. And they're like, we demand you talk about the Black Hebrew Israelites' racism. And Rob's opening statement's going to be to talk about how racist the KKK is. Yeah, no shit.
Do you think that people should be prepared whenever you're on a panel to have a discussion about the FISA warrants?
No. What if the panel's on who's going to win the Super Bowl?
When it comes to political stuff, it
depends on
like,
what it is. If someone wants to have a conversation about tariffs, no. If someone wants to have a conversation about economic issues, no. If someone wants to have an issue about corruption, yes.
Okay. Well, that you understand that you are imposing on everyone you have a conversation with about Trump corruption, a base amount of factual awareness on these matters.
Yes.
And that absent that, you're going to bog down the conversation and maybe even not be responsive to what people want to talk about, which is the breaking news.
Yes, exactly. Yes, I'm aware that I'm doing that.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Well,
that's it. I'm saying that's it.
That's going to bother.
I don't
That's
care.
going to bother a lot of people.
That's fine.
And what's going to end up happening is you're going to keep having friction with people who don't know about the matter, who are relying on people like me to like give them assurances that it's not a big deal, and don't want to get into the weeds. But the truth of the matter is, Rob, like.
By the way, you just said it's not a big deal. You denied that earlier. When I said you said it's regrettable, it's not a big deal. Now you
no. So relying on me to say it's not as big. Let me correct myself. As big of a deal as you say, in the way that you mean, where it's this narrative against that everyone was going against Trump. Okay. That's what I'm trying to talk about. So I agree. If they were attempting to politically get Trump, that would be one of the major scandals. That would be. I don't believe if I believe that happened, I would be agreeing and saying, "Holy fuck! How are we not talking about this more?"
Clearly the most likely scenario.
Okay. I don't agree with that.
You think, I don't know what to say.
But you want to get back to the merits. You want to get back to the merits.
It's not that just getting back to the merits. It's so self-evident. Like there could literally be a post from fucking Kevin Clinesmith like, I'm going to fucking sabotage Trump. This is it. We're taking him out. And you'd be like, well, but there's no evidence. As long as the judge thinks that it was done for expedient reasons first, I have no reason to dispute that judge. And that makes sense that a career politician would jeopardize his case and his career to save a couple minutes of time. I mean, it's surreal.
What you're saying is it's obvious it's political just because he is in favor, he's against Trump.
It's not just that. It's because it beggars belief. It's that one, that he was open with his hatred of Trump. Second, that he did something that is insanely inexplicable. For anyone with a modicum of intelligence, let alone someone smart enough to be a career FBI lawyer, that's operating on probably the most important case in the history of the FBI, or at least one of the top two, that and mid-year exam. You don't think?
Wait, no, mid-year exam or Crossfire Hurricane?
I would say those two combined are probably the most landfill-filled important investigations in FBI history. Like, you could argue in different contexts, like serial killers and shit like that, but...
Listen. So I think the Crossfire Hurricane investigation was very significant, but the FISA portion of it on Carter Page... Listen, if you're getting a FISA warrant, it's significant, so I think I'll agree on that. And I think that he deserved to be punished for it. But for me to prove, and I think that for you to have any kind of workable standards to and not just deploy this, it's self-evident thing, which is going to be a rod for your own back. Because then I'm just going to say, it's so self-evident that of course
that's what you say about everything connected to Trump.
But okay, even if that were true, which I don't say that it's true, just because you say it's true, wouldn't that make you also a hypocrite if you're not willing to apply that standard to Trump?
No, because I think I'm looking at reasons that I think the rationale is better.
I do too.
Okay, it'd be the equivalent if I say Trump's better for the economy and you say no, it's Kamala. Doesn't make me a hypocrite for saying you're wrong. I disagree with you.
Right, but you're treating me as though I'm a worse person for you than you in that respect,
because
or
I'm
a more
right.
bad faith person. Yeah, but that's not a difference of opinion should not be enough for you to have this kind of, in my opinion, what seems like you're backing away from a more categorical position that I'm not even ever going to debate these issues. It sounds like what you're saying now is I will give preference to people who have called out the corruption that I see as true in the past. I don't know why that would be the case. I think that you should be encouraged to go after people who disagree with you more.
I disagree. Why would I be encouraged to go after on their terms? They absolutely can come on my terms, but I'm not going to go and they say, condemn this tweet. Fuck you, no. You want to hear my thoughts on the tweet? Because I'm not
I
going
condemn.
to
Wait,
condemn this wife beater. Condemn this wife beater. Fuck you.
Wait, no. Wait, if you were the person who brought to my attention the pardons of the Bidens, and you said, "Will you condemn this?" I would say, "Yes, I would."
Listen, even the Her report, I was like, "When are you going to get to it?" And you're like, "I'm still reading it." Like a week and a half later.
Want to have a debate about it? We could schedule a Her report debate if you want. We never had that.
That's not the point I'm making. Okay, the point I'm making is, it wasn't like you were like, "Yeah, absolutely, let's do it right now," right?
No, I said I wanted to read through it. I was doing my streams on it, and I think that's perfectly acceptable for me to do. I don't think that's beyond the pale for me to do that. And I think that I have a nuanced take on the Her report, and I've gone after people who have not read the Her report and who have ignored it completely.
The difference. What I'm saying is that I think that the preponderance of evidence shows to most reasonable people that I'm correct. That when you're saying things like that, the other thing is, it's not just that he said these mean things. The reason I brought up the importance of this case was this isn't just some backwater FBI station where there's some local case on, like, embezzlement at the town council. These are probably the best people at the FBI, are amongst the best and knowledgeable if they're given such a case like this. And the idea that a dude like that, not just on some day one FBI lawyer, but a dude that knows, like, holy shit, this is so unethical, it could cost me everything, and even this case it could cost me, but he's willing to forgo it all because he truly believes, despite reading evidence right in his face to the contrary, that this guy worked with the CIA. He believes, nope, I don't believe that. And instead of checking in the day or two that it would take to be like, hey, this was correct, you sure? He's like, now expedite the process by changing the evidence to say the opposite of what it is. It's ludicrous.
He probably didn't think he'd ever get caught. People do these things.
It's
You're
ludicrous.
acting like it's no, dude. You know that this shit happens.
No.
People who think that. Okay, I mean,
I'm interested for you to bring me the example of people to expedite have changed evidence materially to the opposite of what it says. And it wasn't for corrupt reasons.
If it's in the civil context, would you accept it, or would it have to have been in the criminal context?
I'll take civil. I'd be interested to hear any of it. And I hope that the next step would be that the lawyer was disbarred permanently.
I'm not sure.
Do you think that a lawyer should be disbarred permanently for that?
I don't know about permanent. It depends. The answer is it depends. If
you think Clinesmith should have been disbarred for more than a year?
I'm not sure.
Right. Come on, dude.
I'm not sure.
I mean, what do you think? He should have been. If you value the rule of law, how can you accept it?
Wait. So if I believe that it was for expedience, it's a high standard to disbar someone. You understand?
I would say that changing evidence to materially say the opposite in an effort to get FISA warrants to violate their Fourth Amendment would fucking meet that.
Wait. Do you think that he was changing evidence in his mind? That he was changing evidence?
He objectively did change evidence. Yes, he knew he was changing evidence.
It became evidence. It became evidence in the case against him, but no one was going to put that email in evidence. That was him trying to get the person who was inquiring, and they were doing their due diligence. Finally, these people who are signing off on these warrants, they in the first place were coming to him and saying, hey, can we give this information? And I don't think that in his mind he's saying, I'm permanently altering evidence that's going to be used in a proceeding. I think what he's trying to do is just convince one person one time in a conversation, hey, yeah, look, it's all good, and then move out. That's very outrageous. Different than how you're characterizing it. No, right. It's a criminal. It's criminal, and I'm glad that he was prosecuted.
No. What's outrageous is you seem to imply because he didn't expect what he was sending, the altered email, to enter into the warrant itself, which it wouldn't, right? Because it's not evidence against, it's exculpatory.
It wouldn't be, he doesn't have any expectation that email is going to be used as evidence. He's using that to
then why did they reach out?
Lie to his boss.
Why did they reach out then if they didn't think that was potential? Clearly, it's a question that they wanted answered.
They wanted his confirmation, and in order to bolster it, to his boss or to the people who were investigating and who were producing the warrant, he was attempting to lie to them.
So I just want to be clear: if you're in this position, right, and your boss, at whatever agency you're at, whether it be a partner or whatever, okay, right, if they say to you, "Hey, we need you to contact this organization and ask if this client of ours ever worked there," right? Or this person. And you were like, of course you're saying, I would say, sure, I'll do that. And I'll be honest. But you're saying when you were giving that back, you'd say, I don't think they're actually going to use this. That's what you're saying?
Wait, who's going to use this?
The people that ordered you to get the information.
No, if I'm literally just, first of all, he didn't give the email. He showed the email. He didn't send it anywhere. He showed the email to a person at a time. So I don't think that in that situation he has an expectation the email is going to be used in any kind of deliberation or proceeding. The information is wrong information.
What a clever trick! It doesn't matter if the actual email would be used. The claims within the email would be used. It doesn't matter if the actual email would be used.
Okay, then that's a different claim. And
no, it's not. That's the same claim.
Wait.
It's
no, you said
the same thing.
That he's changing evidence. He's defacing evidence.
He did.
Okay, but okay. I don't know how to. So evidence in this context to you means lying to someone. So when you lie to someone, you're altering evidence.
Define evidence.
I would say.
Does all evidence have to be used?
No, it doesn't need to be used. But what I'm saying is, when he did this to the email, did he expect this? Did he think that he was altering evidence, or what was he trying to do in that respect?
Yes, he thought he was altering evidence. Okay. In your estimation, you think he was altering evidence to expedite the process to get to the truth that he thought that the evidence he was looking at misspoke.
I think when people say altering evidence, what they're talking about is, different representations or reports or tangible things, which someone would have an expectation to think might be used in a proceeding or some kind of hearing or some kind of thing in the future. So that when you, for example, put on fake fingerprints on a gun and you leave it at the scene, or let's say, for example, that you break open your own stereo equipment, are you destroying evidence just because ultimately it would, I think when you say that you're just altering evidence, there's an intentionality behind it, that there's an expectation that this is or could be used in the future.
Let's use this scenario. Guy's accused of murder. His alibi is, I was at my girlfriend's place, right? Mm-hmm. So the police email the girlfriend and say, was he at your place that night? She emails back and says, yes. You changed that to say no. Was evidence altered?
If it's an email, yeah. So if the email that you're sending back, you somehow, intercept it, right? Is that what you're saying? Or that you're forwarding it?
She sends it back to you.
Okay.
You're the lawyer.
And you deface it, I think and you send it with anticipation that email is going to be relied on and used as evidence, then I do think that's...
But it's not going to be because it says no. Now. So it's just potentially exculpatory, so it wouldn't necessarily be put into...
No, evidence can be exculpatory. I think the question is...
There is no distinction, there's no merited distinction between these two scenarios, in that just like you could think this potential exculpatory evidence, even though I don't know that this email itself would be put in, the investigators would say, oh, okay, we might not even bring charges.
He lied to us. He lied.
What are you talking about? It's still evidence.
He lied.
But it's evidence. Okay, but you're saying you're defaulting back to something you've said from the get-go to get out of this point. It's fucking evidence.
I agree that the email has become evidence in the trial or the
proceedings. It was evidence in the FISA applications of Carter Page.
Why do you think that?
Because it was potential exculpatory that the FISA court probably would have wanted to see before they made the judgment as to whether they want to see all the evidence for and against the claims that the FBI is claiming. This was potentially exculpatory. It was materially changed to say the opposite of what the truth was. It doesn't matter if Kevin Clinesmith thought that email paper would physically be given to the FISA court, or if he would show it to a person that would then say, okay, we'll relate to the FISA court that he was never a CIA asset. It's irrelevant.
That's the only reason the only reason I'm calling you on it is because how you're portraying it is that he is permanently altering this, this thing that's going to be used in this trial. And I think you're trying to play it up as extremely sinister. I think it's sinister because you're lying to what's going on. But I think it comes down to where we end up on the most likely scenario and why he was doing what he was doing.
If the FISA court judge would have said, if the FISA court judge would say, hey, had we had access to that information, we wouldn't have signed that warrant. Would it now be evidence?
No, I don't think so.
So wait a minute. Even if the FISA...
Wait a second. So access to the information doesn't make something evidence, right? Like just because something contains information, it might be not admissible as evidence. It might not be something that you could even...
But that's what we're talking about here. Yes. you're generally collect that there are types of information that are evidence, and that there is evidence that can't be submitted as evidence. That's true. But what we're talking about here, now it seems to be you're arguing semantics just for the sake of it. You're saying even to the point that this would have been the crucial, I guess you're not using the word evidence, the crucial piece of information that would have determined whether or not the FISA warrant got signed, you'd still say, that's not evidence.
What is not evidence? It is not evidence.
The email that was altered.
Yeah. So if there was no anticipation that email would be used in or be available or rendered available in some kind of proceeding in the future, or if that wasn't the intent, or if the intent was just, for example, just to temporarily, to change something and then delete the altered email that you showed to someone else. Again, emails live on hard drives and stuff. And if the truth is all he did was open up Outlook and change the bottom there and change, or the phrase that he changed to, I forget the exact one, is to not the OGA or whatever the phrase was. He negated it, right?
Yeah, to the opposite of the truth. Yes.
Yeah, so he negated it. If, for example, he's about to render it back to its what it was initially, I don't know that he saved it as that. I don't know what's going on. What I'm trying to imply, basically what I'm getting at, is this was the equivalent of him lying to his boss and showing him something. That's my understanding of it. That's what happened. I don't think that the email in its altered state existed on a hard drive somewhere that I'm aware of.
It's tampering. It's tampering.
If I'm wrong.
Is tampering with evidence more serious than tampering with documents of relevant information?
I don't know that. What's the how do you define evidence and how do you define documents?
In your definition, because you admit that this was a document of relevant information.
I guess what I'm trying to say is that if someone's intent is to permanently alter a record of some kind, that's what I'm trying to get at, or to permanently alter or disfigure some kind of business record that they expect to be used in some evidentiary, or that could reasonably be used in some evidentiary way, I would treat that different than a kind of transitory, little change of an email and then change it back. That's all I'm saying, is I would consider the relative culpabilities not like huge gulfs differently, but just marginally enough that I would.
I think your position is so incredibly.
You don't wait. So you don't agree? You think it's someone who like defaces some gun, let's say, that has the fingerprint on it and permanently changes it in a way that it's not recognizable for use in a future proceeding, and with expectation that it's going to be used or it could reasonably be used in a proceeding. You think that is the same as someone momentarily obscuring the fingerprint and saying there's no fingerprints on it to the cop?
I think that no two things are exactly the same.
Yeah,
the analogy doesn't make sense to me, but it would be the equivalent of this. You take the gun to the lab. The lab does forensics. They say yes. They give you a little email report that says, yes, this gun was the gun that was used. You change that to no, this was not the gun that was used. Then you show someone and they go, oh, okay. They never enter that into the record for the court, but now they proceed assuming that wasn't the gun that was used. That's a huge fucking crime and a huge deal.
It's a huge crime. Wait. I think it's a huge deal. I think it's a huge crime. I'm not debating that. I guess in a way it is kind of semantical, so I'll accept that. I don't think it detracts hugely significantly from his culpability. And as I said, I support his prosecution. Who else should have been charged in this entire matter?
Well, it's not just a matter of charged, right? Okay,
so there should have been. Let me finish.
There should have been investigations. There should have been firings from all the people involved, which I said, like the people that were at the top brass that signed off on this shit. They signed off on.
Can you identify anyone who's going to be who should have been charged, who wasn't, and for what?
Getting there, I'm saying they should have been charged.
Okay.
There should have been investigations.
Fired.
Comey, McCabe, Weissman, Ray, Clinesmith, Strzok.
All these people were investigated.
They should have been They should have been investigated more
harder.
Thoroughly. Yes.
Yeah.
Lost their jobs and lost their
you're
pensions.
full of. Yeah. So who should have been charged, and can you identify their crimes?
Yeah.
Who?
Clinesmith, one, tampering with evidence. You said it
charged?
wasn't evidence, right? He was given a slap on the wrist. Comey. By the way, I'd say they should have been investigated. I don't have access to all the evidence.
Yeah.
They should have been investigated. They should have been fired. They should have not been eligible to receive their pensions like Strzok is.
Okay, so if all of that had happened, that they were fired and investigated, and the end result was no charges were brought, you would have been satisfied, and that would have made you feel good.
There would have had to been severe. There would have had to been severe consequences to the FBI and changes and transparency that was given to Americans every day. They should have been. They should have basically. They should have. And then, anytime that they decided to get into an investigation into Trump, which they already showed their bias against, it should have been made as completely transparent as possible, because they proved themselves incapable of carrying out a legitimate investigation instead of putting the thumbs on the scale.
They made significant.
All of their investigations. There should have been equivalent FBI investigations, not Inspector General investigations, but equivalent with the same amount of impeachment powers and veracity made against Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, and all the other. Because it is clear that the FBI was biased based on this action, and so the investigations that they carried out of a political nature. Would you admit that it at least had? Let me finish. Would you admit that it at least had the appearance of impropriety?
What did
the double standards in the investigations between Trump versus his opponents
versus Hillary?
Yeah.
No.
You're full of shit.
No, Hillary was treated way worse.
That is
laughable. Why. You know why? But hang on. So
Hillary was treated worse.
Wait. I believe that. So
no one charged in her orbit.
I want to make sure that I understand this correctly. You believe that one of the proper punishments or one of the proper reforms that the Department of Justice and the FBI should have taken in response to what you think is a politicized investigation into Trump is to start politicized investigations into Biden and Hillary Clinton?
No, it wouldn't be politicized. It would be to redo the investigation, because we can't trust the body that did them.
No, but you're literally saying that deficiencies and wait, you're saying deficiencies and hypocrisy on one investigation. Correct. That is the that should cause you to attack the other party.
No, they did investigations into those other parties, correct?
Not Biden until later. Until
the FBI did. Oh,
yep.
That's what you mean. Not Biden doing the investigation. Yeah, okay.
Clinton.
Well, then they should have different entities.
Just to just do it again? Why?
Yes, because we can't trust the conclusions that those biased institutions. Furthermore, the FBI should be completely disbanded. That's what should happen. Yes. There is almost no more serious threat to our democracy than the FBI intentionally putting their finger on the scale to benefit one side over the other. That's what happened.
Shouldn't they have done that, therefore, years ago when they did it for other parties back in the good old days?
Like
J. Edgar Hoover.
Yes, they should have.
But don't you think in the history of the United States, the FBI has probably done more good than harm?
No, not even close.
What about all the crime they stop?
What about all the crime they help facilitate? How about try covering up for Jeffrey Epstein?
Okay.
No, I don't. I think that this is the same argument here with USAID. Well, they do some good, so we have to allow the corruption to occur. No. The
country would be way worse off if we didn't have all this law enforcement. Now you can say they have to be reinstituted in another body or whatever. Sure. Okay, fine, whatever. Yes. But what you're saying is basically that the rank and file largely should stay, and that they should be enforcing things, and all you want to do is do a little makeover. Okay, that's one thing. But
do you think that a racist police department in the Jim Crow South did more good than bad? If I could point to, well, they stopped this murder.
Yeah.
And they solved this rape.
So I'm not sure. I think having any police at all is probably better, even given the racial situation. I think you probably agree with that, especially if it's a racist society and there's no police at all. It would seem to me like it would be worse to not have the police. I think you'd agree with that, right?
But what I would say is, well, I don't know. It depends on who you are, I guess. Right?
Yeah, I think that's true. So I think that if you have a racist police force, I don't think the answer is get rid of the police force, but maybe the answer is reconstitute it in a different.
Isn't that what they did? Like, I don't think it was racism, but wasn't there that one force in Jersey that they could disbanded the entire police force? And then
listen, I'm not even saying that. That it would be such an absurd thing all the time to have these kind of cultural shifts or whatever. Maybe that's what you're advocating for, as opposed to just disbanding the FBI. When you say disbanding the FBI, it sounds like abolish the police. That's what it sounds like to me.
No, I
and
wouldn't do that. I would fold the low-level agents into like U.S. Marshals, state police, state agencies, etc. I'd probably then take a process to make sure that we had some sort of legislative body that was able to fucking put pen to paper and come up with something to ensure this level of corruption didn't occur again and there was more transparency. Then I would create a new body. And would ensure the people that were involved in the problem is, like, you could say, will you at least agree with this? There are millions of people that agree with me about corruption at the FBI.
Yes.
Do you agree? Do you think that's a bad thing?
Yes, I think that they've been lied to.
Do you think that the FBI brought a lot of that on themselves?
Some of it, but not most of it.
Not most of it. So what, 20%?
I couldn't put a number on it as I sit here.
Okay. So don't you think that all the people in leadership got to go?
Which right now or as it existed in Comey time?
Now.
No, I think that because there are other considerations for why I answer that right now. I think that the people that are primarily responsible for the lack of faith in the FBI and the Department of Justice, frankly, are malicious actors who lie about what they did and who spread false information and who spread false narratives like you do, in my opinion.
No, see, that's the entire point. You could say that makes me malicious. It's not. I'm absolutely right about it because you'll say that it's malicious of me to say that it's more likely that a guy that's putting hashtag resist. Let me finish. That a guy that's putting hashtag resist, it's more likely he literally changed evidence to the opposite of the truth because of that, as opposed to quote expediency. And you say that makes me malicious spreading rumors.
No. So false. So I would say I'm not sure that I would say you're malicious. I think you're a true believer. So I don't think that's malicious. But I think there are people who are malicious about the FBI who deliberately.
Give me someone that knows that Kevin Clinesmith really was just doing it for expediting.
Yeah. So for example, some of the people that you are also John Solomon, I think is one. I think Miranda.
Absolute horseshit.
Miranda,
you think John Solomon's like, yeah, Kevin Clinesmith actually he didn't do this for personal political reasons.
I think John Solomon is a liar. I do think he's a liar about the FBI's role, the DOJ with respect to Burisma, false narratives regarding that, the false narratives regarding the Trump investigations, criminal investigations. I think Miranda Devine, I think Julia, whatever her last name is, I think John Solomon. These are very malicious liars, and I think they're bad people.
Full of shit. I think the people you think they're liars, but you also think that this dude did this, broke the law, and jeopardized his career to expedite something.
Yeah, I think it's a much easier case to show that these people are liars than it is to show that guy was politically motivated to go after Carter Page, a minor guy who and he did it because he hated Trump.
They went after someone because they wanted to smear Trump as being connected to Russia. They wanted an excuse to get a FISA warrant so they could even be able to get Trump's.
They already had FISA warrants. Trump. I called you Trump. They already had. This is too late. But they already had FISA warrants. It's a fourth fucking.
So wait, is your argument that they didn't need to get the fourth FISA warrant because they already had everything?
No, I'm saying to the extent that you think that they're motivated in that moment, he's motivated in that moment to have a FISA warrant or not have a FISA warrant. It sounds like what you're saying is he's motivated by the marginal effect of the propaganda by the fourth as opposed to the three others.
Yes, I'm saying that they were desperately trying to get something to smear Trump and his team with. And they were afraid, or he was afraid, that this evidence would be exonerating and the FISA court might say no this time.
How do you know he didn't actually think that he was going after something negative or that Trump actually committed crimes? If you assume that he was thinking about Trump, how do you know that he wasn't actually thinking that Trump did something criminal?
It would be irrelevant in this case. That means he did it for personal reasons.
If he thought that he was actually going after crime, and so that's why he did what he was doing, and that this was the best way for him to actually go after crime, you would say that that's still corrupt?
If the police actually think you're a murderer and can't prove it, and so they plant cocaine on you, is that corrupt?
Let me think about it.
I don't think that should take that long to think about.
I think the answer is no. I just want to be consistent on my definition of corrupt. I don't think it's coextensive just with illegal. Planting evidence, right? I think in sort of involves a lie, involves deceit, and I think deceit as a means is also. I think we should extend the definition of corruption to include certain types of deceits as means, or I have to think about it a little bit to nail it down. Or refer back to my article where I defined it. So I'll get back to you. But I mean
that's brutal. You understand that? I'm clipping that shit.
Wait a second. So my intuition is that planting evidence for someone that you think is already guilty, my intuition is that is corrupt. I'm trying to make sense of the definition I gave to you, that if it's for a personal or political motive, that's how we have been using corrupt. I think it's fair for me to try to reconcile those two, that intuition and the definition we've used. Do you think that's fair? Wait, Rob, I just want to ask, it's not fair? So then what's your definition of corrupt?
I think
what's your definition of corrupt?
I think that it would be fair.
What's your definition of corrupt?
Let me finish. I think it would be fair at that point to say, clearly that's corrupt, and if my definition doesn't encompass it, then it would be incorrect.
Well, yeah. So I think that, yes, I think that would be corrupt, and my definition needs to be elastic enough to include that. That's all I'm doing. And I think that you should also.
Let's apply this a little further.
Wait, I'm being completely honest in real time, Rob. I'm trying to be completely responsive to everything that's being said, and yes, I think that the definition should include that specific instance, and so that's why I'm thinking about it a little bit more. So my question for you would be, what is your definition of corruption that would include that?
What did I say originally? An act that's like an unethical or illegal act that's taken to benefit yourself or your side, etc.
Yeah, but if they actually think that it's a crime, that was your whole thing for Trump, right? If he actually believed the election was stolen,
the standard's
for
different
president.
The standard's different with law enforcement, as we already talked about.
Well, sorry, the president is the chief law enforcement officer of the United States.
It's different. It's different because
Why?
It's different because the idea of altering and planting evidence from someone who's a career lawyer or career involved in law enforcement.
You're just getting in the weeds and the specifics of everything. I'm asking why is it different?
I'm telling you why it's different, because the understanding of the law and knowing the implications that you can't do this, it's unethical to change this, makes it corrupt if you do that, versus someone who's a neophyte or novice when it comes to the law, that's not involved, that isn't tasked with personally investigating, having access to evidence, etc. Just saying, yeah, I want someone investigated because I think they're corrupt, is different.
I don't know about that, bro. Especially, so you're saying that the chief law enforcement officer of the United States, the president of the United States, you think that he does not have an obligation to apprise himself of the lawfulness of his own actions and whether or not what he's doing is legal.
If Trump says, let me ask you right now, if Trump says, I want Kamala investigated, is that illegal?
No, it's not illegal.
Okay, so then what are you talking about?
Well, wait. It depends. If all he says, just the start of investigation by itself is not illegal. That's what I should say.
Trump's tweets that he had, that you said Josiah pointed out, were those tweets illegal? Were those interview with Fox about he needs to start appoint someone to investigate Biden?
I don't think that they violate I think it's an abuse of power.
But it's not illegal. So you could. So even you admit.
Wait. Let me give me a second. Is that okay?
Sure.
It's fucking 4:00. I think that calling for what I take to be and what I accept as a political prosecution, because I think that you would say the same in similar circumstances with Joe Biden. If he called publicly for an investigation into Trump, I think you would agree that's corrupt, right?
No, I said if he truly believes
abuse of power.
Maybe abuse of power, but I don't know that corrupt. I'm not even sure abuse of power. I'd have to think about that with the implications. That's a brand new term that's been brought up.
So, like, if that's the case, right? There are a lot of people who are yelling and howling about interference from political branches into the investigations. You know, interference with respect to the Alvin Bragg investigation, and different personnel coming from different areas and affecting that investigation and other investigations. And the allegation has always been that this is improper political interference. But it sounds like all you need to do to cure yourself from that allegation is a well-founded, statement to the effect that we actually think he's guilty. And then you're going to cure yourself of whatever allegation of political.
Well, there's obviously a legal standard, what is legality, right? But as far as what individuals would think, like if Barack Obama sincerely believed that Trump was an agent of Vladimir Putin, right? And he received some information that he believed that. And he went to, Eric Holder or Loretta Lynch and was like, you need to look into this. Is that corrupt?
For him to do that, if he legitimately thought that there was something. Yeah, so I think that what's corrupt is defined by the purpose and the motive. And so if the president is motivated by an actual good faith belief in someone's guilt or innocence, now, there is a norm to stay out of individual prosecutions by presidents. And to some extent, I would say
that, right? Where he said, I said we see that being violated, right? Where the presidents will say this person's innocent or this person's guilty. Biden did that.
Are you referencing Rittenhouse?
No. Didn't he do it with Hunter?
No. When?
I'll have to look up. I'm pretty sure Biden's commented on the guilt or innocence of people before the investigations were done.
Could be. But I don't know.
It's not that big of a deal, though. I didn't fucking gnash my teeth.
That's not interference. That's not interference in the or deciding the line, the individual prosecution decisions.
True. But you're saying that there's a norm to stay out of it. It's like, well, no.
There's a norm for the president not to be involved in specific charging decisions.
What about when? Okay, did you find it corrupt when we find out that when it came to the Michael Flynn stuff, that we have these memos that they're specifically talking to Joe Biden, Barack Obama. Biden suggests possibly using the Logan Act. Was that corrupt?
No, I don't think that's necessarily
Why?
correct.
It's not the norm for president, vice president to be involved in potential charging decisions.
So that's a counter. There was a counterintelligence investigation that was suggested. I don't know that that's the same thing. And I think that the president, vice president, with respect to counterintelligence and espionage, have a key role to make in those kinds of decisions in a way that I don't think is necessarily true of federal enforcement of federal crime. Or I don't know. Do you think that the president should be in charge and should be directing, individual charging decisions of individual people? For example, the Mayor Adams. No. So I think.
But that's different. But there's different levels. Like, it seems like you're taking umbrage with a lot of what I say. Like when I said about the Obama thing, and you're like, well, I guess it depends on his personal motivation. Right, that's what I'm saying. If they heartfelt think that they're corrupt, this is all off in the weeds and a vastly different thing than altering evidence from career law enforcement officers. It's completely different. I'm just humoring your difference here. I want to go back to this idea of planning coke.
Hang on a second. I have 2 more minutes and I have to go. It's way too fucking late. But I just want to be clear. We're talking about the definition of corruption and what is corrupt. And you said planting evidence. I think I heard you say for personal reasons or for political reasons that would make it corrupt. But the question was asked, if a cop plants evidence or someone he legitimately thinks did the crime, would that be corrupt?
Yes.
And the answer is yes, but you have to find a way to reconcile it in a definition, and you're not prepared at the moment to fully expound on it.
It doesn't matter. I knew immediately it was corrupt, and it took you time to think about it. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So let's make it more specific then. More apples to apples to what you're saying isn't corrupt, which is the Kevin Clinesmith situation, right? What if instead of planting the coke, they saw the coke on the ground, but it wasn't in the vehicle with the guy, and they firmly believed it was that guy's coke. So they put it in. Now they didn't. They really believe, that coke was in there, and they put it in. Is that corrupt?
Wait. They put it in where?
The car with the guy. So that another cop could see it and go, oh, shit, he had coke on him.
So they moved coke.
It's not, I think you committed a different crime, therefore I'll plant coke on you. It's this coke that's laying 10 feet over here, I think is his, but I know we won't be able to prove it, so I'll drop it in the car beside him, and then another officer will find it, and they'll be able to charge him.
I don't know that I would make a distinction on the previous answer if you're altering. I don't know. What do you think? I mean, if you're
yes, that's easily corrupt.
But hang on, how does that fit into our definitions?
Well, I already said that I'd need to make more expansive for the definition.
Well, I'm trying to come up with a definition. I mean, I would call cops generally altering evidence that would have a material impact on guilt or innocence. I think that I would call that corrupt.
Right. That's exactly what Kevin Clinesmith did.
But I don't know that the determination as to whether or not he was another government officer plays into the substantive guilt or innocence of an individual. I think that plays into.
There is no distinction to why that should apply to cops but not attorneys.
Oh, no. I'm trying to distinguish in my head. I'm literally thinking out loud, as between substantive evidence of guilt that could, for example, prove the crime beyond a reasonable doubt, as opposed to, in this context, what is essentially it is a counterintelligence determination. It is a FISA warrant is not a criminal warrant, and I don't know that I would apply the same thing to those determinations. But
I don't think
know.
that there would be a reason of
about
distinction for that. Why, if you're getting a warrant based on counterintelligence, that somehow would be different than getting a warrant based on criminality.
Then we need a way to distinguish everything that's happening at the top level and the top brass, which you seem to want to insulate from those.
So well, that's a different question, and we could talk.
Illegal things happen.
We could talk some other night about that.
Happen that you're not going to call corrupt, even though
listen, we've already shown distinctions. There's significant distinctions. Oftentimes, it's difficult to put an exact bright line, but you could see when something is so obviously corrupt, like planting the coke on someone, versus Barack Obama that
fake electors.
What's that?
Or how about this? How about trying to have a fake elector scheme where you're purporting something to be something that it's not?
Again, that's nowhere. No matter what you think about that, that's nowhere near the bright line of a cop planting coke on someone. Okay, nowhere near it.
Maybe I actually think in terms of its effect on society, it's worse. It's
well, you could say that. Like, there's all kinds of things that's worse than a cop planting coke.
No, but it's ballot stuff. If someone put in a bunch of fake ballots into a ballot box, would you call that corrupt to affect the? Okay, so if someone put a bunch of fake elector votes in the for the real election, which is the presidential electors, would you also call that corrupt?
No, because one,
why?
Because there's difference. The fake ballots would have a chance of not being caught, and people wouldn't know if they're fake or not, and so they could materially affect in that way. Whereas the electors, Mike Pence, that would have decided, knew which electors would have been, quote, the fake ones or not. Second, this was to propose a legal challenge. That's different than planting coke. The equivalent would be if Trump literally forced Governor Kemp to make up evidence. That he was like, okay,
wait. He is calling for fake ballots that aren't from the actual electors.
That's not.
Yes, he is.
No. The electors is sort of symbolic, and Mike Pence would have known the people that were the legitimate electors and the alternate electors. So the fakeness of it is irrelevant. Now, Pence could have said, well, I'm going to go with the alternate slate, and that would infuriate everyone, including myself. But he would know that they weren't the real slate, correct?
They were fraudulent instruments. He was trying to present fraudulent instruments and get someone else to accept them. In a way, it would be no different than if you had someone on the inside in a regular voting situation where people were voting and you were like,
it is completely different. And you can understand, because in the situation where someone's planting a fake ballot in the ballot box, it's not known to the people counting that those are not the legitimate ones. Mike Pence would have known who the real electors were and who the alternates was. These were placeholders for people for the potential
imagine
legal
you had someone on the inside, right? Imagine you had someone on the inside who was aware that you had some people coming in with some fake ballots, and one was the box. There's two boxes, one which is fake and one which is real. And this is not the elector situation. This is a direct election for an office from the people. There's a fake box and a real box, and someone comes in with the fake box and says, "These are the real votes." Would you call that corrupt?
Yes.
Okay, now we're applying the same principle. We're saying
it's not the same principle because fake ballots are different than, quote, alternate electors, or if you call them fake electors or whatever. It's completely different.
They're electoral votes. They're votes.
It does not matter. It's completely different, and you understand. The number
Why
one
is it
reason
different?
The number one reason they're different is because everyone in the world would know which ones were the real ones and which ones were the alternates. That is not the case when it comes to
everyone in the real world.
If
everyone in the real world in the same scale as the presidential electors was aware of which one was real, which one was fake, of the different ballot stuffings of the direct election, you would say the same thing. No, you wouldn't say that. You're trying to propose false votes.
Let me think about it.
Yeah.
No, it still would be corrupt. The reason is because there's no potential legal ramification for why that would be the case.
Well, he could say, "I'm arguing these are real. I have a legal theory for why these fake ballots are real."
But there is
the same thing that Trump did.
Give me an example of what that legal theory would be.
Yeah, he says all the people who voted in those other elections, those are illegal immigrants, and I have this position. I'm the candidate, and as the incumbent candidate person, I have a right in the time when there's obvious fraud in situations for me to propose alternate votes, which I determine in my own discretion, and it's a legal theory based on unitary governor theory. It's an election for governor, and he just has some kind of bullshit legal theory, and into the same bullshitness, in my opinion, of the notion that the vice president could just decide the election. That kind of thing.
It's not even.
So is the distinction going to be? Wait, is the distinction going to be the plausibility of the legal theory? Is that really going to be the distinction?
It's not just the plausibility; it's also the fact that there's the evidence that people would know, like I said, of what's real or not. And the idea that this it's not just the legal theory. It's also the idea that the electors are more of a symbolic thing, whereas the ballots are something that you're putting in. But yes, the preponderance of the legal theory obviously has a big part in that.
Okay.
Similarly, like you could say you struggle with the fact if Barack Obama said to investigate Trump, whether that would be okay. It would be the equivalent of like, oh, since you're struggling with that, then it would be perfectly fine.
I think it depends.
Right.
I said it depends.
Right. But you understand that there's a material difference. Then I could come up with a ridiculous situation, be like, oh, so if Trump decides to fabricate evidence because blah, 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 then it would be okay. But you would say, no, that's clearly different.
Yeah, but
and again, to get back, I just want to admit, I just want to, like, I understand that you're switching over to this other thing, but you are aware that you've said with this cocaine example, you've just given the rationale for why what Kevin Clinesmith did was corrupt. And the only thing you could come up, the only thing, you tell me if I'm wrong, the only difference you have as to why you haven't conceded that he was corrupt is because there's this vague difference between a counterintelligence investigation and what lawyers and law enforcement are allowed to do investigating it versus...
I think, So I think taking procedurally improper steps or even lying to expedite things for purposes in ways that would affect... substantive guilt determinations. I'm thinking that there might be a difference between that and other kind of shortcuts in life. Like let's say, for example, that you lie to your superior and you say, this person who we're investigating as part of what's going on, and when I stopped him and pulled him over as part of my PC, he slapped me, and so that's why I detained him or something like that. And it turns out that he didn't slap you. In that situation, but you're pretty sure this guy's a wife beater. You wanted to pull him over, and so you lied about that. In that situation, would you call that corrupt to lie in that situation? Okay, yes. Even though you think I think I would, but I think that goes to a substantive guilt determination. I'm not. I want to work out my definition for corrupt in that context, because my intuition is that if you lie for purposes of making someone seem more guilty, and in a way that could legitimately affect their freedom or their substantive rights, I think that that's maybe different than other kinds of lies you could tell. So imagine that now you're back at the station, and it's more of like a procedural. In order to get the form, you need to give some. You tell a white lie, let's say, or you say a lie about what you're actually investigating in order to have access to like a quicker person to I don't know, some kind of examiner to look at the evidence. And so you lie and say this is a murder case, but it's actually just a domestic case. In that situation, when you lied to get more expedience on a case, would you call that corrupt?
Say again, give the example. I lost you.
Okay, my bad. So in one situation, you've agreed that it would be corrupt.
We already talked about the first situation.
So okay. So the second situation is you're lying to some kind of inspector or examiner, and you say, this is a murder case. I need you to deal with it more quickly and examine this evidence. But it's really a domestic battery case, and you're lying to the examiner to, cut the line and to make this go a lot faster, and so you can get them a lot faster. Would you call that corrupt when you're lying internally to these different people to expedite things?
No, that probably doesn't meet the definition.
However,
but now I've given you a chance. The previous definition you gave is exactly what happened in the Clinesmith situation. You said, correct me if I'm wrong, you said, well, I think if you're lying to change evidence to make someone be more guilty than they would appear to be, that's corruption. That's what Clinesmith did.
That would, in terms of substantive guilt determinations, as opposed to determinations as to surveillance, determinations. So
if it came to getting a warrant, right? So forget the counterintelligence. It comes to get a warrant. You go to a judge and you have to submit paperwork for probable cause to get a warrant. So if you lie about the probable cause, that's not corrupt?
No, I think it would be to lie about probable cause.
Okay, same thing here.
Let me think.
Your Pisco, you've came to the conclusion that this was corrupt.
If you're lying to affect PC, specifically to get a warrant where you otherwise would not get a warrant, I think that I would be comfortable calling that corrupt. You're affecting the substantive rights of the people involved.
That's the
and you're using deceit to do so.
So you're willing to call the Kevin Clinesmith situation?
Wait. Let me think about it a little bit more. I think let me come to a head on my definition of corruption. But if that's the case, and if I think that, and I think I would in the context of a warrant against a criminal warrant, I think if the police and cops are actively lying for the purpose of bringing about PC in a situation where otherwise there wouldn't be PC, I think I would grant that would be corrupt. But that's just an intuition, and so I want to ground down my definition of corruption.
Just to push back just a little on that, I don't think that it matters whether or not there would have actually been PC or not. Because, for example, a law enforcement officer, an attorney, whatever, could be mistaken. It could turn out that they made up some lie, and they didn't have to, that it would have been granted anyways. You would still agree that it's corrupt in that instance, right?
But wait a second, Rob. Sorry, say that one more time. But there's a huge distinction here that I totally forgot.
Okay, I said if wait a second. Do you want
me
to repeat that, or do you want?
Oh, let me say it first because I don't want to forget it. Okay, if he actually thought he was giving accurate information, wouldn't that not in his mind be a lie? That the lie is he's misrepresenting the email, but if in his mind he thinks he's telling the truth, then how could that be corrupt?
Because we already did this with the cocaine example. If the guy really thinks it is that person's cocaine, and so he slides it from the ground into the car, he legitimately thinks it's that guy's cocaine. He was just worried that the court wouldn't have found proof of that unless he slid it in. That's the situation. It doesn't matter what his belief is. If he materially changes evidence, right? Yes, that's you already agreed that would be corrupt.
Hang on a second. So let me think about it. So in the situation in which you have someone who believes strongly a fact of the matter, that fact of the matter is he is not a member of the other government agency or whatever, and all he is doing, right, is aligning falsely, criminally, one email in a temporary manner to align with his vision of what he thinks is true. But that is a fact of the matter that either is or is not, with no expectation for that email to be used in any respect, which is different than the cocaine. If you're using the cocaine and putting it somewhere else, you are changing the evidence, as opposed to, and your intention is to deceive about where the cocaine was found in a substantive way that would, actually change the nature of the evidence. But if all you're doing, which is different than trying to convince a superior of something that you believe to be true anyway, and it's aligned to what you believe to be true anyway, which is that he is not part of the other government agency.
I don't understand.
Doesn't that seem different?
I don't understand. No, there's no distinction, because again, what you're doing is you're then saying this guy's assuming that the exculpatory evidence that he's given won't matter at all. It's not going to matter.
He's not giving over.
So I guess take the cocaine. So it seems the difference you're saying here, you tell me if I'm wrong. Clearly, the cop would know that the cocaine would be used as evidence. But with the exculpatory evidence and changing the email, well, that he wouldn't know if that would ultimately be used to justify or getting a FISA warrant or not. That's what you're saying?
No. The email itself. And if he thinks that the email as altered is correct, and that the original email was wrong, and his intention is to provide correct information, I think that's materially different, isn't it?
Okay, let's give it more apples.
I think I have a good example. So imagine that, for example, that you saw a dead body, and you were supposed to take a picture of it, and someone asks you, did you take a picture of the dead body? And you say, I saw it. Right. And I know that it's there, and I did take a picture of it. And that proves that it's a dead body. And we took a look at it, and he's like, fine, great. You have the picture. That's good that you have the picture, but it's a dead body for sure. Yes, we have the picture. We analyzed the picture, and everything's good. And so you're lying maybe about, here's what I'm trying to get at. I know it's a little convoluted. You're lying about the steps that you took in confirming that it's a dead body or whatever the process you took. You didn't actually do the check. You didn't actually like examine the body, but you're fairly sure that you're certain that it's a dead body. You really believe that it's a dead body. Is lying to your officer about confirming that it's a dead body in that way, would you call that corrupt?
If you really this example is so bad, but yes, it's such an example that would still be corrupt. If you're claiming that you did the checks and you didn't to show that it was dead, then yes, that would be corrupt. A better example, if you want to use the picture example, would be you take a picture of the dead body, right? You lose it, and so you fabricate a picture of the dead body that you think is an exact facsimile. Is that corrupt?
No, I think that would be corrupt.
Right.
But
same here.
But that's not. But that's not what occurred. What occurred here. They were not. No, that isn't what occurred.
It is closer akin to what occurred. What occurred was a person falsely assumed. By the way, you admit that Clinesmith was wrong, correct? In the sense that it appears that Carter Page did in fact work with the CIA.
CIA. I think he's wrong, yeah.
Yeah. So Clinesmith was wrong. So your argument here is Clinesmith sees this email from the CIA. The email says...
We're defining corruption. I don't know why you're going on to Clinesmith.
Because I'm differentiating your example and how it doesn't apply.
You didn't grant it. You didn't grant it the example. You said that would still be corrupt.
Correct. That is corrupt. And I'm also saying that the example is poor, lest you or your audience say, well, I actually think that wouldn't be corrupt, so therefore Clinesmith's not corrupt.
Okay,
it doesn't apply. Here's why, right? Because Clinesmith sees this, falsely assumes that it's wrong, and then changes it on his own, and then submits when materially altering it to say the opposite of the truth. That's the equivalent of this. If I talk to the fingerprint tech and I say, is that Pisco's thumbprint? And he's drinking coffee, he goes, I think it is. Then I get the official paperwork from them. And it says, no, actually, that wasn't Pisco's thumbprint. And I change it to say, yeah, it was. I talked to the guy at the coffee pot. It was. Was that corrupt? I legitimately think I talked to the tech, and he said, yeah, we think it's him.
But you're now adding in that example, he's kind of casual about it. Yeah, I think whatever.
Okay, he says yes. He says yes. That was Pisco.
He says, despite what this says, yeah. So the tech guy says yes, and there's a typo on that memo.
No, that's why you adding that. Did the CIA say? Did the CIA agents tell him no? He didn't work with us, and that email we said has a typo.
So he says yes, 100%. That is Pisco's thumbprint, and then the report comes out and it says it's not. And you talk to the person who said it absolutely is, and you don't want to have to go back down there again. I'm gonna do another one. I agree, fucking stupid, criminal, whatever. And you alter to say yes, and you're like, he was sure. He said it was 100%. He talked to me about it. I know it's his fingerprint. And you go and you quick flash it to the head inspector or whatever. You say, yep, look, it's all right here, good to go. And then you put it away, and you let's say you destroy that paper, and after you've changed it, corrupt?
Yes. Easily, 100%. And you know how much work that's going to adding, because in order for this to be apples to apples, that would have to mean that Kevin Clinesmith talked to someone at the CIA and said, yeah, actually, he didn't work here, right? None of that ever happened. Clinesmith just serendipitously decides that the people that would know that are telling him via writing, yeah, he did work here, they must be wrong. I assume they're wrong. So I'm going to change.
He had a different impression. No, he had an
different impression. How did he get the impression?
No, I don't recall how he came to that impression. I haven't read the sentencing documents ever, for at least 2 years. But I can look back into it, and we can get back into the weeds of the Clinesmith matter. I will 100% follow up with you on that.
I'll refresh your memory. What they tried to say was like, well, he thought the question was like, was he an asset? Was a slightly different than like, did he ever help with them? And so he thought the question that was trying to be asked by his superiors was like, was he like basically an employee of the CIA? And he was like, well, no, this email is inaccurately reflecting what the answer they want is. That's the excuse they tried to give.
Give me a second to look at this. Just give me a sec. You didn't think that you would be on this long.
Even this is irrelevant. You materially changed evidence to say the opposite. That's corruption.
Counsel altering. So you discount the notion that Clinesmith likely believed the information was true. You do discount that because you think it's political, but either way, you think even if he did think it was true, it doesn't matter
Correct.
To the question of corruption. Okay, one second.
You can't change evidence to say the opposite of what it says just because you feel you're right. And I can't even believe this is a difficult point. I would think that most people would agree with this, particularly someone in the legal field.
I think I need to ground down that definition of corruption because I don't know. I don't want it to be, and it's not used coextensively with illegal, and it can't be. It needs to be corrupt. Needs to mean with bad purpose and bad motive. Otherwise, it's meaningless, right?
Again,
it needs to.
Then if that's all it is with bad purpose and illegal action with bad purpose, then you've rendered the word corruption.
An improper purpose, so some kind of a purpose beyond just the mere illegality of something. That must be. So let me give you an example, right? So the thing that would differentiate between a corrupt quid pro quo and an acceptable quid pro quo would be the purpose behind it, right? If it's true that Joe Biden was issuing the quid pro quo to help his son or to get bribes from the Ukraine government, that would be corrupt. If what the other people are saying is true, which is he was doing it for the interest of American foreign policy, the only thing that's distinguishing between those two actions are the purpose behind it, whether it's motivated by personal benefit or by it help one politically. It cannot just be whether something is legal or illegal.
Right, but the problem is we agree with that. The problem is that the calculation of what is corrupt changes depending on the station of the people that are doing things. And so, for example, you've already admitted that the cop that plants cocaine on the person they think is a serial killer is corrupt. Even if they're doing it for, we need to keep this man off the street. He's going to kill more people.
I'm wondering. I'm wondering. Well, hang on a second. If he thinks that he's guilty of the cocaine, or if he thinks he's guilty of a separate crime.
Well, we could do both. Let's do the separate crime first, a more heinous crime, that of being a serial killer, right? Because you would say, well, his motivations are good. That's altruistic motivations. He wants to protect people from being murdered, and he's afraid this guy will get back on the street and he'll murder. That's still corrupt.
I think that in the common usage of the term corrupt, people would call that corrupt.
Now, the same would be true of the planting coke if you think the crime is he has coke.
His coke?
Yes. That's still corrupt.
I think there's a special sensitivity to the things that cops do, and that would probably include prosecutors as well. I'm not making a distinction there. But then I need to develop a comprehensive definition of corrupt to use in this context, because I don't know. I don't think that anything that you said is convincing on policymakers who do illegal things. I don't think that there's any distinction in terms of people who, for example, call for investigations of individuals for one thing when they think that it would be beneficial. But you already
said that's not illegal. Right?
But legality doesn't define whether something's corrupt.
Right, but you just said there, you're like, when Congress people or when politicians do illegally, right, but the illegals are relevant, right?
I don't think that legality necessarily determines whether something's corrupt. So, for example, I think you would agree that Biden's pardons of his son were legal, right?
Yes.
You believe they're also corrupt?
Yes.
So where are we going with this?
But you just said, I'm just saying, I think, unless I misheard, you literally just said, I don't think what you said is persuasive when it comes to like politicians illegally. And I'm
no,
sorry, that's not illegal.
When it comes to certain, I think what I said is policymakers, distinguishing the beat cops who are planting evidence versus the same kind of illegal actions taken by people further up the chain who do illegal things. Which they may have reasons to, or do things that for bad purposes.
But we already went through this, like with the Obama example. Where you were forced to admit, like, at best you were forced to admit, I don't know. At first it seemed to lean, you were saying, no, Obama wouldn't be corrupt. And then you're like, well, I'd have to think about it. So clearly you're saying that there is a distinction in the bright line for the guy planning coke that's a law enforcement officer, clearly corrupt, versus the president that sincerely believes his opponent is guilty or treasonous, demanding an investigation into them. You clearly see there's a bright line difference there.
But no. To the extent that there is a difference, it needs to be one that I can explain and one that has a distinction with the difference. Because if I can't,
that's fine.
I can't justify it, then that's
fine.
It can't just be my intuition.
Yep, you're welcome to do that, but you understand. Oftentimes, you understand when I say bright line. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know what you mean by bright line. Okay. Easy to determine line.
Right. So, like, we are able to look at things. You might not be able to define what a chair is because it's difficult to define what a chair is. But you'll be able to look at something and say that's clearly a chair, and that I have questions about. That's where we're at here. And so when we're focused on,
I don't think.
Of course, it is.
What are the kinds of factors that go into whether something is corrupt? It's clearly not sufficient or necessary that it be illegal.
Okay.
Fair. So there can be corrupt actions that are legal, and there are corrupt actions that are illegal. There are illegal actions that are not corrupt.
Okay.
So the things, what kind of actions are corrupt or not corrupt? And I think that the requirement is on us to have some kind of,
I would think that the knowledge of the illegality of it would make it corrupt.
Knowledge of illegality. So you need to know what you're doing is illegal.
You don't need to, but I think that would be sufficient.
Sufficient. So knowledge of illegal actions.
And let me add an attempt to that. And being someone who has an authority to be able to do something about it. So a position of power to do something. So, like, for example, if I know that speeding's illegal and I speed, I don't think that makes me corrupt. But if I know it's illegal to plant drugs on someone and I do it, even if it's for a good reason, that's corrupt. If I know that altering an email is illegal and I do it, then that's corrupt.
I think I agree that for something to be corrupt, it needs to be the use of, like, official power or the the usurpation of official power. It needs to have some kind of authority separate from one's individual positioning. Although I think corporations could be corrupt to the extent that they're, like, influencing politics or stuff like that. So
right, but they have some sort of access to power. Right. Yeah, that's different than the person that's just.
I buy that.
Anyways, you think about it. I am going to go. But I think I think that you're close to admitting that it's corrupt, and you should.
Hey, if I do, and I'll think about it, and I'll be genuine about it. It isn't what you mean by corrupt in that context, and it's not conceding the broader narrative. This is a semantical difference on the extent of one person's corruption at most, in my opinion. But I just want to be clear. I will be good faith as I think about my definition of corruption a little bit longer, in terms of whether or not I think Clinesmith, and if I think that the definition fits, I'll let you know.
All right, man. You take it easy.
How do you feel?
I enjoyed. I'm tired.
You enjoyed it?
Yes. I almost always. That's why I got so pissed off about the Bowman. Yeah, I like talking to you.
All right, you motherfucker. But you're a piece of shit. You know, your minions just attack me constantly. You understand that?
God, you think it's even comparable? Like what you and your audience do to me? Come on.
Yeah, you're right. So, hey, keep it real, and I hope you have a good night.
Yep, we'll see you.
All right, later.
All right, I got it.